North Dakota State, Coach Polasek, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful coaching history, wonderful coach. I got the utmost respect for he and his programs and what he's accomplished through his coaching career. Coming over from Wyoming, OC and DC, quarterback coach last 3 years. They won 17 national championships, including 9 since 2011, 37 conference championships. So this team will be well prepared. They will be disciplined, and they will come to play.
Was Colorado head coach Deion Sanders talking about North Dakota State. The head coach is new this year, but kind of old because he's been there before, so he just kind of returns to his program to run it. Welcome back. We are coming to you from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured, and now it's time to go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. That's where we find the great beat writer for the Boulder Daily Camera, Brian Howell. Brian, what's going on, my guy?
I'm just ready for a game. How you guys doing?
That is a fact. Oh, wow. We are ready for it. And we're going to get one. Thank goodness tonight. We don't have to wait till Saturday. We're getting one on Thursday. Okay, let's just start here, Brian, because I think unless you're a super, super, super diehard following every single player movement fan, you probably don't know 90% of the roster here coming that we're going to see on the field tonight. Outside of Shedeur Sanders and Shiloh and Travis Hunter and Jimmy Horn, who on earth do we need to know about this on this football team?
Wow, there's a lot, I think, and it's hard to know where to start. But, we'll start on offense because that's always the fun part. But, at receiver, you mentioned two of them with Jimmy and Travis, but, Will Shepherd is a real deal. I mean, he's been the leading receiver at Vanderbilt the last couple of years, and LeJounte Wester was second in the country last year with 108 receptions and was also an All-American punt returner. So those guys, I think, are going to be pretty electric at receiver. And, running back's going to be interesting to see, who actually winds up being the guy. But I think they've got some talent there. A guy like Dallin Hayden rushed for 500 yards at Ohio State a couple of years ago. And then on defense, I think they got a bunch of really good depth on the defensive line and also at cornerback and safety. So I think there's a lot of guys that are going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, one of the positions, Brian, that I had my eyes on, in terms of the transfer portal and the offseason, because of the need to be able to run the football and be able to lock down protection with Max Pro by utilizing the tight end. What has been, at least what you've been able to glean from this training camp, from the offseason? Who are the candidates to play tight end for this CU Buffs football team going into the game tonight?
Yeah, I think they got a really good addition with Sam Hart, who also came over from Ohio State and grew up around here. Went to Cherokee Trail High School. That's right. I'm getting all the high schools mixed up, but he's from here. But anyway, Sam's, I think, a good addition, and didn't get to play a lot at Ohio State. They're pretty loaded, obviously, but they like him a lot here. And then, a couple of guys on defense the last couple of years that are moving over. Savell Smalls was a former five-star edge rusher that went to Washington originally and came here last year. And then Morgan Pearson, who's a guy you guys recruited, Mike, that for defense, but he's moving over to tight end. And they really like those guys and what they're bringing to the table as well. So it doesn't sound like they're going to throw a lot to the tight ends, which I wouldn't expect that, but I think they're going to lean on them in the run game quite a bit.
Speaking of Morgan Pearson, we actually did project him as a tight end, which is funny. So he's come full circle to the position that he maybe originally would have played, had the staff stayed intact. But, when you do look at this receiving core, the depth of it, you have players that had breakout performances, Amari and Miller, that might even be 5th, 6th, 7th on this depth chart. Because of the depth at receiver, do you think that Shermer will utilize more 4 receiver sets, 1 running back, or even 5 receiver sets due to the lack of experience, proven experience at the tight end position?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're probably going to primarily be in 4 receiver sets. That's what I would guess, with those 4 main guys on the field quite a bit. I think there's certainly going to be some running downs where they're going to want to bring those tight ends in, but I would imagine they're going to be primarily in 4 receiver sets.
We're speaking with Brian Howell of the Daily Camera. He's going to be covering the game tonight, North Dakota State at Colorado. Do we know how much of the defense is new And when will we know? Will this game be able to show us anything in terms of just exactly how improved they are, or is this going to be kind of a step that will be a little bit more clarified later in the season?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more later in the season, but I think that one big thing we're going to learn tonight is whether they can stop the run at all, because North Dakota State, that's what they do. I mean, they were, people can look at it and say they're an FCS team, but we all know they're one of the best FCS teams, and they were fourth in the FCS last year in rushing. It's just what they do, and they are their All-American fullback. Didn't even run the ball last year, but earned All-American honors, is out for the year, so that's going to hurt them, but they still run the ball. I mean, they have two quarterbacks that each ran for 13 touchdowns last year, and they got a stable of running backs. So this was a weakness of this defensive line last year. They've really upgraded that area, and so North Dakota State's still going to get their yards because that's what they do. But I think if the Buffs can look pretty decent against a run, that'll tell us something. I don't think we're going to learn a ton about the secondary. NDSU is not super loaded at receiver, and talking to one of their writers up there, he said they don't really have many game breakers. So I would expect a lot of man coverage up from the corners and a lot of loading up the box tonight.
Yeah, when you do look at this North Dakota State team, and obviously the skill that this team has and the advantage that this team has is in the trenches. When you do think about getting into third down situations on this CU defensive line, has anybody really emerged from training camp, spring ball, as a known commodity as a pass rusher? I see, several players listed, as edge players. But what's been the big talk of camp in terms of guys that can get home and sack the quarterback?
Yeah, and obviously we don't get to watch it, so we have to go with what we're told. But but you do have proven guys, which is different from last year. They didn't have a lot of proven guys. But you've got Sam Okunlola and Deion Hayes were two of Pitt's top pass rushers last year, and they're both here. BJ Green was an all-conference player at Arizona State last year. So you got three guys right there that I think are going to really boost that pass rush. Arden Walker is a guy from Cherry Creek High School that was here last year that I think he's ready to take that next step, and we've heard a lot of good things about him. And Taj McCoy is one that people have been talking about him since last year when he was a true freshman and didn't play a lot. But he's kind of a beast on the edge as well. He hasn't proven it in games, but they really like what he can do. So I think they might be, 4 or 5 deep as far as pass rushers, which is better than what they had last year.
What do you think that this team learned from last year that they can apply to this year to be a little bit more consistent this entire season?
Get some guys in the trenches. They didn't have any last year, and Coach Prime even said it, all last year. He's like, hey, I started building this thing with the skill guys because that's what he knows. That was his position, and they knew that, and they weren't very strong in the trenches. And a lot of people have said this, but they might have been the best 7-on-7 team in the country last year, but he couldn't beat anybody in the trenches. So they've really upgraded those areas, and they were very purposeful in upgrading the offensive line and defensive line. And so if those areas are, they don't even have to be dramatically better, but if they're just, better than they were last year, this team's going to be better.
You just said it there that Deion Sanders has built this program certainly last year from the outside in, and the playmaking was incredible. Perimeter players on both sides of the ball. But, you look at North Dakota State that is built from the inside out, and that's going to be a clash of two styles. Brian, how do you see this playing out tonight? How do you see that matchup of North Dakota State that's coached incredibly well and has continuity in the offense and defensive lines versus what is I wouldn't call it a makeshift, but a new offensive line with 5 guys playing together for the first time?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one to project because North Dakota State, they have a brand new head coach. That he knows their program. He was there for a long time before he went to Wyoming, but he's a first-time head coach, and there's always some kinks you got to work out with a new head coach. And they've got a couple of really key guys that are out. I mean, Cole Wisniewski led all of Division I last year in interceptions at safety, and he may not even play this year at all. So they're going to miss him quite a bit. So it's hard to project. One of the writers up there told me that he's covered them for a long time, and he thinks this is the weakest 2 deep he's seen in forever for North Dakota State. But they're still number 2 in the FCS,
right?
Season. So they're good, and you cannot overlook them at all. For me, I show some respect to North Dakota State. They either win these games or they don't get blown out. And so they're usually in these games. I'm going to show some respect on that. And I don't think CU blows them out. I think they win the game. They're probably in control most of the way, but I don't see them blowing them out.
You know, just from an interest standpoint, from your perspective, you just mentioned you don't get to see the practices. They close those down. What are you most interested in seeing when CU takes the field tonight?
That's the players. Yeah, we don't get to see it, and we got one open practice, which was nice. But no, I'm just looking forward to seeing what you hear for 9 months. You hear about all these changes. We're going to be better. We've done this. We've done that. I'm just looking forward to seeing it. I want to see how this defense looks up front and in the back. I think at linebacker they're okay, but I'm really excited to see what they look like up front and on the offense too, because that group, we've heard all offseason how much better they are, and there's a bunch of dogs there. And if they give up a bunch of sacks tonight, you've got to really worry about that offensive line going forward, because they're going to see much better defensive lines than what North Dakota State has. And that's no slight to North Dakota State. But let's remember last year, Nebraska got Shedeur 8 times, even though CU blew them out, and they get Nebraska next week. And so that offensive line has got to protect Shedeur tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting watching it. You reported, I think, 2 days ago on Twitter that this game wasn't yet a sellout. Is it trending towards being a capacity crowd? Any update on what this will look like come tonight?
Well, I haven't heard yet. They would have announced it. They would be quick to announce it if it was, and they haven't. And the problem is that the cheap tickets are really expensive. And
right.
Everything that. When I put that out there, a lot of fans responded, so, well, yeah, it's because they're $175 for the tickets that are left. So it'd be curious to see if they actually sell all those. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe, last minute they do a little giveaway to students. Say, hey, you didn't get your pass? Here you go. Come to the game, please. So I'm going to guess that somehow they're going to figure out a way to fudge things around and call it a sellout. But 2,400 a couple days out is still quite a bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, well, that's the setup tonight, 6 p.m. at Folsom Field, season opener for the University of Colorado against North Dakota State. Brian, we really appreciate you joining us, man. We're all going to learn what this team looks like together, it sounds like, and we can't wait.
I'm glad to not watch them on YouTube tonight.
Facts. All right, there he goes, Brian Howell of the Boulder Daily Camera. The great beat writer has been there. He's been covering CU for years and years and years. So, yeah, it's just interesting, man, how we are all going to see. It's like unwrapping a gift. All
Christmas
together.
Day.
Yeah.
Christmas morning. We are the kids in the family that are just right now we're huddled outside of whatever Santa put in plain view, and we're waiting to peek our head around the corner and see what gift we have.
Yep, no doubt about it. The game's going to be on ESPN tonight. They're not the obviously. I know exactly right. Yes.
Oh, Mariah, you there, Mariah? There she is.
That's right.
I mean, it is August. We're getting close to Christmas.
We are. Is it Christmas's half birthday? Is it our? We're past that already.
We are past that. Sure as hell doesn't feel like Christmas outside.
It sure does. Oh, no, it definitely doesn't. But this is going to be a gift. Actually, I'm very much looking forward to the game, man. It's just and because it's tough to get real information out of Boulder. I mean, Brian said it. Just everything's on YouTube, right? It's tough to know what to think about this football team until you actually see it. So I think these first 2 weeks in particular are going to be very instructional about what this team might be.
What do you think the reasoning is for not having that open perspective? But
yeah,
you've been a beat writer for CU for the Denver Nuggets. This is certainly unique from that perspective in terms of a guy like Brian Howell that doesn't. I mean, he's been covering the team forever and hasn't really seen more than one practice.
Mm-hmm. The only time I really encountered something similar to this was when Gary Barnett was the coach, and he used to have practices all open. And then one day they had like I believe it was Tyler Brayton. They had like just an incident at one of their practices where like a helmet got swung in a fight, and then it got reported on, and then practices were closed after that, pretty much forever. But It's from a beat writing standpoint, you just don't know. And like your job is to get information and to find out because you want the fans to know what to expect, who's going to be out there. The fans have questions too.
That's why I think this is such an interesting just storyline tonight is that there are so many unknowns.
Right.
Not only, what the style of play will be like is Pat Shurmur's offense dramatically different?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to be because you don't have proven commodities at tight end. You're not going to have probably two tight ends, which would kind of end up being like a tight end and a fullback.
Right.
So that's the pro style offense that Pat Shurmur comes from. I actually think my guess is that this offense from a schematic standpoint mirrors more of what you saw last year because it plays to the skill set of having 4 wide receivers. So Sean Lewis's offense being a 4 wide, maybe 1 tight end on the field. I think that fits. You got to run the quarterback, safety. You got to run the quarterback, safeties the entire game. Then your box is favorable to be able to, at least on paper and schematically, have it even numbers in the box. But if North Dakota State says, you know what, throw caution to the wind, we're going to add a safety into the box and we're going to play single high coverage and make you beat us by the pass game, which probably wouldn't be smart. Then you got to run Shedeur, because your numbers aren't fair when you add that extra element from the third level being the safety position.
I think I expect defensively North Dakota State too high. And you just can't have CU's speed players running by you the entirety of the day, and then try to give all the support you can if they're going to run the ball. I mean. A track meet is not what they want to get into. I mean, if they're down immediately by 14 points and now they got to start throwing the ball that's not the scenario I don't think that North Dakota State wants. I expect them just to say, okay, we're just going to keep everything in front of us. We're going to try to keep everything in front of us. And if we can do that, make CU march down the field for the long drives if they score, and then control the ball on your offensive end to keep their offense off the field.
For all of our listeners that are Big Ten followers, if you want a preview of what North Dakota State typically is built like, it's Iowa. In Iowa defensively. And they end up playing so much I'd call it soft zone coverage, but they do it in such a way that they do take away a lot of the easy throws. Because they play like cloud-ish type cover 2. And their defensive linemen just have a great ability of just shedding blocks and making plays in the backfield.
Yeah.
And then on offense, Tim Polisic was the offensive line coach at Iowa before his time at Wyoming. He was the offense coordinator, quarterback coach the last 3 seasons at Wyoming. But before that, he was a part of that incredible run of offensive linemen and tight ends that came out of Iowa. Tristan Wirfs. I mean, there's just so many to name. So they're going to try to slow the tempo down. They're going to try to minimize the opportunities that Shedeur does have to throw the football because they're going to bleed that clock. Very similar to how Iowa plays football. So that's they want to make this a Big Ten West affair. and I think that CU ultimately wants to make it an old school throwback Big 12 type of a game when Mike Leach was in the Big 12 and everybody was chucking the ball all over the field and make it a track meet. So it's a clash of styles, man. And I've
Big 12.
There it is.
Right.
And I think that great fights come about because of a clash of styles. And that makes the fight. This is going to be really interesting.
It is. I'm looking at the TV behind you, and it says the Broncos are breaking ground on their new facility today. 175 million.
There's Sunshine Sean with his hard hat on. He looks awesome in a hard hat.
Come on. No.
It's day 2. Congratulations to the Broncos. That facility, I think, is going to be a 2-year project before it's done. They're on their headquarters at Dove Valley. So what did Coach think about the 53-man roster? We'll get his thoughts on that next.
part of the challenge is then roster management and trying to, how do I have my cake and eat it too? And so one way you might lose a player but get one, and the other way you might be able to keep two good young players. But I think he's had a fantastic camp. He and Sills, I mean, you can't help but notice him each day. So yeah, and look, that's never etched in stone either, that practice squad, but I feel like, man, we got all of our priorities that we were hoping to be able to retain. We lost the tackle, and that's part of it.
All right, that was Broncos coach Sean Payton talking about the loss of Jalen Virgil and the 53-man roster in general. There's a lot to go over. We'll get to the practice squad in a few. That's the least of our worries. We have not heard from you since, at least not on this program, since the 53 was finalized to whatever degree. Like there's still probably a little bit of movement to be had still on the roster. Just from a very general viewpoint, what did you think?
Well, the thing that I was most impressed with this 53-man roster was the fact that in-game, like preseason game dominance, even if it was 2s and 3s, it yielded roster spots for players that I thought were bubble players. Mm-hmm. And that was Keidron Smith and Jordan Jackson, the Air Force defensive tackle.
Was so good, especially
so good in
that
last game. And I like that because it's showing, A, that what you do in games matters, and what we see is what we trust. Mm-hmm. And so those two players in particular on the defensive side of the ball, I think was noteworthy. Now on the offense side of the ball, probably one of the kind of hottest take decisions that was made by Sean Payton was keeping Wyoming undrafted free agent rookie Frank Crum. And a lot of people just pointed to the preseason, him getting beat in pass rush, which is true. He is a massive human being, but very athletic, can bend, just raw as a pass protector. Let's just call it like it was. He played at Wyoming, and they didn't drop back and throw the ball over the yard.
Right.
But where I did see him at practice, even early on in training camp, once Quinn Bailey went down, Quinn Bailey used to be the 6th offensive lineman in the jumbo tight end space.
Yeah, exactly.
They started using Frank Crum in that space. I'm like, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Gotcha.
Is that now you can bring in a dominant run blocker
yeah.
that is a very polished NFL-ready run-blocking tackle, but use him as a tight end because, frankly, your only real blocking wide tight end in line right now on this roster is Adam Troutman. Mm-hmm. Greg Dulcich still a work in progress.
Yeah,
Lucas
he might
Kroll,
never be that
a work
guy.
in progress. Nate Atkins, I love the fact that they kept Nate Atkins over Michael Burton, who did make the practice squad. Mm-hmm. I like Nate Atkins as a guy that gives you the versatility to be a move tight end, off the ball tight end, and then also a fullback, which he was utilized in the 3rd preseason game a lot as a fullback. That's a great kind of feather to keep in your back pocket to pull out a guy that can be lined up in so many different ways. And I think that opens up the playbook for Sean Payton.
So when I look at this, let's just start with the offense. When I look at what they kept in 4 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 4 tight ends, it looks like a team that understands what it wants to be. And
exactly.
Yeah, and that's okay. So that was gonna. Does it look that way to you?
It absolutely did. I mean, the receiving. We all thought the receivers, there was going to be 6 of them, and frankly, I thought that Tim Patrick was going to be on the cut block in the first 2 weeks of training camp. I said it on air a bunch. It wasn't met with a lot of positive reception.
Right.
But then I watched his ascent for the last 3+ weeks of training camp, and he looked good.
Yeah.
I mean, that one still does shock me because on the flip side of what I started my conversation with about what you did in preseason mattered, what you did ending out your training camp mattered, and the switch of receivers with the Lions and the Broncos between Josh Reynolds and Tim Patrick. And I like Tim Patrick's full skill set in the last several weeks of training camp because he is big. He's a guy that played a ton with Bo Nix with the ones. That's the biggest shocker of getting rid of Tim Patrick. Why did you have Tim Patrick running with your rookie quarterback for so many reps of training camp practices and in meaningful snaps of week 2 of preseason in the game when you're not going to keep him because all he did was go out and play great,
Yeah.
but you didn't keep him.
Let's hear from Sean Payton on Tim Patrick on Cunningham.
Look, and that obviously was extremely difficult. The other night in that preseason game, he, against Green Bay, he makes some plays. I've watched his progress, obviously his journey off of really 2 seasons and the makeup and all the things that we look for. And, we visited for, a few minutes. I'm happy because I know Dan Campbell that well, and I think the world of Tim. And all of you that have covered him longer than I've coached him understand all the things he brings to the table, aside from just being on the field. So that was difficult.
So if the Broncos keep 6 wide receivers on, maybe Tim Patrick's still on the team. But they kept 5, and I'm just going to single out these 3. Reynolds, Sutton, and Marvin Mims were always going to make this team. Troy Franklin and Devon Vele are a little bit wild cards. And which one of these 2 players cost Tim Patrick his spot?
Devon Vele.
Okay.
And I think it became very clear that this roster wasn't just comprised for like the offensive abilities of particular players, but special teams value as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Devon Vele, if you watch the preseason all 22 film, he kept showing up in various special teams. And that's something that if you have a player that's aging in Tim Patrick, that, his need to be healthy for the offense is so important. And he's not going to play special teams. And I think Sean Payton's sending a message to his roster. There are no sacred cows.
Right.
And I don't think Tim Patrick was unwilling to play special teams. But frankly, when you're coming back from a reconstructed knee, special teams reps are, not ideal for potentially a starting receiver. The only thing I don't really like, Demps, is I thought that Courtland Sutton had a good training camp.
Yep.
Josh Reynolds had a good training camp. Devon Vele had a good training camp.
Yep.
The other 2 receivers that made this roster were MIA.
Yep.
And I'm talking about Marvin Mims Jr. and Troy Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 guys were MIA. And I'm not talking about just in the preseason games. I'm talking about for the entirety of what happened over the course of training camp. It was almost like, when's Marvin Mims going to start showing what Marvin Mims is capable of doing? Both those guys were working with the 2s and 3s the majority of training camp.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that is surprising. But I do understand from the standpoint of roster construction, there was a lot of redundancy with the body types of Tim Patrick, Courtland Sutton, Devon Vele, David Sills V. Like those are big receivers.
Yep.
Big. And you don't want to have 5 just big receivers. The only 2 speed guys in that camp, like real speed guys, it was Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims Jr. I just didn't see a lot of emergence and, frankly, a lot of development and even focused development by this coaching staff to get them in certain roles.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I'm gonna hone in a little bit here on Troy because I think if Troy was 3rd-year wide receiver, I think he'd have gotten cut. I think the fact that he's a rookie that has a skill set that they probably still do think that they can hone and they like, and maybe remember Sean Payton earlier in camp talked about, sometimes it had taken some of the wide receivers multiple years to get it before they were able to really grasp the system and then, play super fast and play really well for him. Troy Franklin, because they drafted him this year, because they think he's got a really good skill set, a lot of speed that they might want. He didn't obviously play well in preseason. I think they're just betting on that. I think they're betting on development there. And I wonder if they felt like they couldn't sneak him through waivers. I mean, that's the other thing is that, it's an underrated fact here that some of the cuts are made knowing that this guy will sneak through waivers and you'll just resign him to the practice squad. Some guys you think you can't, and you got to keep him on the 53 because of that. And I wonder if Troy fit that bill.
Quick question, guys. How much stock do we put in Jeff Legwold claiming that Sean Payton was trying not to show all of his cards, which is why he didn't really go all out on putting plays together for Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin because he knows what they specialize in?
I believe that, though.
I don't at all. Because those are 2 young players that I don't believe have developed their on-field NFL confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're not going to do it in practice, and you're not going to sync it up full speed with your rookie quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
What are you just going to? Are you going to cram it all in the night before the test?
Right.
In these weeks leading up to the opening game,
Mhm.
like every team in the NFL has a semblance of open practices. You have to work on getting good at what you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
And this is a long period of time. We're not talking about like 3 weeks. This was 5 weeks. And I was out there and I was like, when is the Marvin Mims, involvement in this offense going to start showing up?
Mm-hmm.
When is Troy Franklin going to start doing things even with Bo Nix as your starting quarterback, his former college quarterback?
Yeah, so Scott
It was really, really, really interesting to me.
I have a couple more questions on this subject. Let's take a break. Hour number 1's done. We'll continue down Broncos Road when we return. Hour number 2 of the program. Chris, Coach, and KJ with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you're listening to us on the app, thank you. If you don't have it, download it. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Going through the Broncos' final 53, which, maybe a minor tweak here or there in the next couple of weeks over before they get to regular season game number 1 in Seattle. We were talking about the wide receiver position. I wanted to ask you this question. Who was playing the position that Marvin Mims will inhabit on the wide receiver core? Who was that player with the first team during the majority of training camp?
Tim Patrick.
Okay, it was Tim Patrick. Okay.
Yeah, so you had the X receiver, which is your singled up receiver, typically, into the boundary. Which in the NFL they have such narrow hashes that it's kind of doesn't matter. But you typically get your X receiver is your standalone receiver, certainly in 3-by-1 formations. He'd be the single, in the one of 3. And then in your 3-by-1 formations, the position that Tim Patrick was occupying with the ones for a majority of training camp was the F or zebra position, depending on the offensive terminology. That's the slot receiver, typically number 2. So he'd be sandwiched between in a 3-by-1 formation, the tight end, who's the Y, and the Z, which that position is now occupied by Josh Reynolds.
Okay.
So I think that there is a real competition going on at the F position, and I found it interesting that Sean Payton talked about Devon Vele as a receiver that he sees inside out. So that means that Devon Vele will probably be more of a plug and play, maybe even a heavy volume receiver early on in his career as a 7th-round draft pick, because he's occupying a spot that was vacated by Tim Patrick, both in his body type, body control, his willingness to put his face on safeties in the run game. So that's what Josh Reynolds already showed that he can do at the Z in the Detroit Lions offense. So, I don't know that you have any game changers in terms of speed. If your starting 11 personnel is Sutton, Vele, and Reynolds, I don't know if you have a true game changer. I think Vele and Reynolds run well.
Okay, really quick. Do you think that he would start Mims over Vele though?
I don't know.
Just simply because Mims was
based
here
off
last year?
camp,
Yeah.
I would say it's a toss-up.
Okay.
In terms of seeing how both those guys were being utilized.
Yeah.
It was like Vele kept surging early, and then he started kind of working his way into the first group, whereas...
And then he got hurt.
And then he got I think it was fairly minor.
Whatever,
yeah. Tweaked, probably like a groin.
But he didn't play the one game, right?
He missed game 2. But yeah, I think that Marvin Mims is still one of your fastest receivers. Troy Franklin absolutely is got straight line speed. And so I do think that Mims's role is going to be an expanded version of what he did last year, which is there's design plays to be able to utilize getting the ball in his hands. And
like the touchdown in that preseason game number 1?
Yes. Yeah, but a little bit more do you remember in preseason game 3, Troy Franklin got it a fly sweep end around type of a look. Those are things that Marvin Mims Jr. will continue to get. And he got some of that last year as well.
Yeah.
He'll be your motion guy. Whether you're actually handing the ball off to a running back and you're using that as a deceptive motion to serve as eye candy to slow down the linebackers in their run fits, and then hand it off to keep the defense honest. I think that Marvin Mims plays that role. Based off what I saw in OTAs, Marvin Mims is also going to be your downfield shot guy. When you want to chuck the ball down the field, deep crossing routes, not necessarily like the 50-50 go ball guy, but I think that he'll be utilized in that role. But I just didn't see it as much during training camp as I anticipated coming off of OTAs.
Yeah, and this is where I get, I go back to the question that I asked, the roster looking like what you want to be offensively, they don't look like a deep shot football team to me.
They do not.
That's and maybe
like
in
the
subsequent
trump cards,
years.
The trump cards are really Franklin and Mims.
Yeah.
In terms of if you want to, just pull the pin and throw the grenade, over the wall. Those are your 2 guys that can get behind defenses.
Yeah.
The other 3 guys are bigger. They're bigger possession type 50-50. They want to be in a position to body up a corner down the field, but they're not just going to blow by anybody.
So you got guys who can win battles at the point of attack, just in terms of getting to the football.
Both as pass catchers and as run blockers.
Mhm.
You know, the point of attack is going to be,
Right.
I think, a good way of saying that. I think this team is going to be built off the point of attack, which I like.
Mhm.
You're building a team from the inside out.
Defensively, your linebacker crew, inside linebacker, Sternad, Singleton, Barton, and Bailey. Whereas there's no real surprise with Sternad, Singleton, and Barton. But what about Lavelle Bailey?
He's another one that I forgot to mention, that this is more proof that what you did in games, it did matter to making the final 53. And his third game, in that game against the Cardinals was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't just the interception, the pick six. He was all over the place, all over the field. And so I think they like what they have. And typically, if you have a playmaker late in a preseason game, get a pick six, you also love his athleticism as a special teams player.
Gotcha.
And I think that's a big part of where his willingness to be a dynamic special teams player in coverage units, I think it came up and helped him make this roster.
It goes to show you too. Preseason game number 3, which is I think for the layperson kind of an eye rolling preseason game, kind of like, okay, we've seen 2. You've named the quarterback. I don't really need to dial into this, but I think just in the case of Bailey, in the case of Jackson, like that game that they put on the field, that really helped them in terms of making the team. I'm just gonna guess none of this is a surprise to you on outside linebacker: Cooper, Browning, Benito, and Jonah Ellis.
Yep.
That's
the one surprise that I did have to a certain extent was Thomas Incoom, who I thought had a really good training camp.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't show up as much in preseason games, which I think ultimately hurt him. Incoom ended up signing with, I believe, the Panthers to their practice squad, so no longer on this roster. I thought he was a twitched up player, had athleticism, was showed up in a lot of what were sack worthy type plays in practice. But frankly, he didn't show up enough on the game tape against competition.
If Brandon Jones cannot start the season, who plays alongside PJ Locke?
Devin Key.
Okay.
Devin Key, former Western Kentucky Hilltopper, formerly coached by me. And I think that he is a player that they love his makeup. He's in the right place at the right time. He's got athleticism. He's already contributed in NFL games as a special teams guy.
Mm-hmm.
He played some spot duty in as a safety. But yeah, I think he made a really strong case to being a strong safety, starter, even if
Period.
Brandon Jones is able to play.
Yeah, and that's for Brandon. Unfortunately for him, the injury just has lingered so long that things like that can happen where somebody will just come in and play. I mean, the fact that PJ Locke, they re-signed him in the offseason and brought him back as the starter was in part because he was that guy last year when Kareem Jackson was out or Justin Simmons was out. PJ Locke would come in and he played really, really well. And then they just look at him and go, well, maybe you should be our permanent starter. Like, you're playing that well, actually. And so Devin Key will get that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's
Devin Key is another great example. PJ Locke was, before his emergence as a starting safety, he was a tremendous special teamer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what Devin Key is. And that's a really good path forward, not just in NFL football, but sometimes you show up to play a position and then you stay for the special teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you stay long enough in the special teams game, you start gaining the trust of your coaches. And if you gain the trust of your coaches, then you insert yourself into starting position jobs and you win those jobs. And I love that Sean Payton and Vance Joseph are willing to give those jobs to people that have earned that right to be on there by doing the unselfish work of being a special teams player.
Yeah, I think if there's anything that Sean Payton and George Payton are showing us is that they almost I'm going to put almost. They almost don't care what the financial situation is with the player. They just look at the players that they feel like should be out on the football field. I mean, it's funny because we started this entire show with the University of Colorado, and we have no clue what we're about to see tonight at 6 p.m., who is even going to be on the field, and how effective those players are going to be versus a tandem that's literally telling you. If you ask Sean Payton this question in a press conference, he'll tell you what he thinks of the player,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not been, hyperbole or any kind of smokescreen.
Right. And I think there's some of us even on these airwaves here on Altitude 92.5 that, questioned his authenticity regarding how much he was praising. He was effusive in his praise of Zach Wilson.
Right.
And thought it was just, just putting out the smoke screen. Hey, somebody's going to come and offer a 6th or 7th round pick for Zach Wilson's services. That wasn't the case. I really took Sean Payton at his word that he was very high on the abilities of Zach Wilson. And that does bring up another, certainly hot topic in this market is 3 quarterbacks, and Jarrett Stidham makes the roster. Zach Wilson makes the roster. I do think that there's a security blanket in knowing you have a starter talent on this roster in Zach Wilson in the event that something doesn't go right or it goes bad with Bo Nix.
Yeah, it just strikes me too that maybe they couldn't necessarily decide between those two. And this will be credit to Zach Wilson. So Jarrett Stidham, they pretty well knew what he was. I mean, they played him some in the preseason. They're like, we know who you are. And so then it would have been on Zach Wilson's shoulders to make make the waters a little bit muddy, like make this decision very difficult for him. Now, ultimately, they just kept everybody, but we still don't know who the actual backup is. And we might know, who knows when we'll know that.
Situational backup.
Yeah, it could definitely be that.
You got to lead and say Bo Nix, his shoelace breaks in the middle of a series. Jarrett Stidham's going in. If you're down 17, Zach Wilson's going in because they want to be able to throw the ball over that wall, and he's the guy to do it. He's the one who did it consistently in practice and did it in the game.
Can I just? I know this is going to seem fringe, but do you remember the quote when Sean Payton said? He says, "I promised Zach that I'll make him millions either here or somewhere else," and I think a lot of people took that to kind of mean, I don't think he wants him. Or I think he's holding true to I think he's told him that. And I think he's holding true to that word. Because, look, it is a long shot to think that Zach Wilson will be the quarterback of the Denver Broncos at any point going forward. But it is not a long shot to think that he can come here, flourish, get himself in a better space, and then somebody will most certainly pay him next year. And then Sean Payton will have done the thing that he said he was going to do with this individual.
Yeah, and if that word that Sean Payton says does hold true, what's his only path forward, talking about Zach Wilson, to being able to garner another big multi-million-dollar contract? What would that path forward look like?
Well, he would have to play. Yeah. He would have to play.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's very, Coach. These things are also very interesting to me, and it's even more interesting with Sean Payton because he's literally giving you the answer to the test. Like if you just ask the right questions and then watch what happens, like he's giving those answers to you, so that makes the analysis a whole lot more interesting. All right, let's take a break. Come back with KJ's NFL notes. All right, it's that time of the day where KJ brings us through the biggest stories happening in the NFL. A lot of stuff happening in the NFL these days because, you know what? The regular season is coming. It's coming soon. KJ, what's story number one?
Well, we'll go ahead and get to this discussion that Sean Payton had yesterday about the third quarterback and what his role will be on the team on game day. And then he'll also get into a little bit here why they decided to keep three quarterbacks for game day purposes.
Here's the deal. He's out there. He's doing everything, and my understanding is he can enter the game when the other two are hurt.
And no definition on hurt or injured or anything like that, or
I should probably have you write the policy, or in other words. But look, I know when they initially discussed this, it came after San Francisco and Philadelphia, and the initial approach was possibly can every team elevate a practice squad quarterback. I was surprised it didn't pass, and it didn't pass. The union didn't pass it. So look, this is where it is. Last year, I think 13 or 14 teams had three, and then the remaining teams had two and one on a practice squad. I think the exercise in your 53 and then your practice squad is really holding on to your assets, guys that you feel like are talented, and certainly that applies to Stiddy and Zach, very much so.
Simple question. Could the thought of holding on to three quarterbacks, knowing you could just hold on to two, cost them a game at some point because there's something missing? There's something they could have had that they didn't have when they needed it most.
I don't think so. I don't think there was enough top flight talent to justify getting rid of one of these three quarterbacks. Because I do think that the known commodity in Jarrett Stidham, that he can operate your offense, and he has done it in NFL games with a very limited ceiling, but the floor is very high. And then on the flip side, you have a continued development and rehabilitation project in Zach Wilson that, to me, his ceiling is more valuable than the risk of keeping Tim Patrick, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love the point you just made there. I mean, it's if this team was the 49ers and you knew there were just players on players on players on players, maybe it makes a little more sense to okay, maybe we need to cut one of these guys because we need one of these other great players at another position. The Broncos are not in that position right now. They are just not. And they might be in the next couple of seasons, but that's not this season. So if there's any year that you could do that, this would be the year to be able to do that and then just kick that can down the road and pick one of these dudes next year.
If I were to just go out and watched 3 preseason practices, I had no context of anybody on the roster, I would have told you that 3 of your best 53 are those three quarterbacks. Truly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's sometimes as simple as that.
Yep, no doubt. All right, KJ, what's next?
We'll quickly hit on this story. Here's Greg Penner out at the groundbreaking ceremony that they had for the Broncos, and he kind of just hinted at, what the vision is moving forward in regards to this new facility.
One of the things we talk about is being the best team to play for, work for, and cheer for, a phrase coined by Kerry when we purchased the team, and it's reflected in the vision we have for this new facility. As a football-first organization, the facility will be designed with the players in mind, will reduce the player path of travel. We're going to enhance the sports performance areas. Really, the football spaces are just going to be terrific.
When a team goes out of their way to create new spaces, new practice facilities, new stadiums, etc., is there any correlation to a player feeling like they're investing all of that into us? Now we've got to invest something out there so that they can see that their hard work is not in vain.
Yeah, 1,000% KJ. 1,000%. It's the reason why we get that survey every single year with the players rating the stuff, and you get a lot of participation in that, and the players mean it when they say we don't think that the facilities are up to par, we don't think that we're being supported in the way we needed to be supported. They mean that, and that's those surveys We get kind of a kick out of them because we pick them apart and we say, but internally, good organizations with really good ownership, which the Broncos quite clearly have.
This is an unbelievable ownership group.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. First class in every way, shape, or form. Like, even down to the little details of, preseason game 2, they gave away a refrigerator magnet schedule.
Yeah.
And typically people do that, and it's just some standard print deal on it. I mean, it's got metallic decals on it. Like, it pops. I'm like, they are a first class organization.
Yep.
They cut no expense.
Yep.
But this is a player league. And I'm talking about not player satisfaction league. It's who you got on your team. And by far the worst and cheapest ownership group right now, and the one that players are most pissed off at consistently, Kansas City Chiefs. Facilities are bad. Like, if you look at the Kansas City Chiefs and everything that came out in that postseason, NFLPA, it's bad. They don't even want to buy Super Bowl rings for practice squad players, like stuff like that. They do spare an expense, but at the end of the day, they got Patrick freaking Mahomes.
Right.
They got Travis
very
Kelce.
They're very lucky.
They are, but that's how you win football games, Dan, especially in the National Football League. Now, if you're not in that camp and you don't have a generational talent at quarterback, then I do think it really matters.
Yeah, I do too. I just think generally it will. And Kansas City, this will come back to get Kansas City the minute Patrick Mahomes goes away. Because, look, Andy Reid had the foresight to bring in Patrick Mahomes, right? And that worked, and they are the standard about winning football games on the field. They are quite clearly not the standard off the field. And I think that starts to get reflected in eventually who just wants to go play for the Chiefs.
Tyreek Hill leaves.
Yeah, I mean, you get players leaving, you get players maybe not wanting to necessarily come there, and at some point they will cross this line, even with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, when the free agents will go, maybe, I love Patrick, but I don't want to play for you guys. And that reality is coming unless they fix it. Meanwhile, here in Denver, they are trying to position themselves as an organization that is known around the league as you want to go here. You want to. They are forward thinking in how they are dealing with us in all aspects, the entire player, right? And why wouldn't you want to come and play for that, especially if at that point they are winning football games and looking like a really competitive football team as well? KJ, what's next?
Now let's get to the real story of the day. Yesterday, Jerod Mayo, he said and explained why he was not ready to announce his starting quarterback just yet.
Yeah, so, I know everyone wants to know that. I'm going to talk to the individual players tomorrow. I'm going to have a team meeting tomorrow, and then I'll get it to you guys.
Does that assume you made a decision, you just haven't communicated it yet?
Yes, we've made a decision, just haven't communicated. And honestly, I want those guys to hear it first from me before they hear it from someone else.
Now here's Jerod Mayo this morning finally announcing who his starting quarterback will be.
Good morning, friends. Just like I told you guys a few days ago, there was it's a process as far as selecting who the starting quarterback is. We have decided, or I have decided, that Jacoby Brissett will be our starting quarterback this season. Now, in saying that, as an organization, we're 100% behind Jacoby. There is no, you got a guy right here, you got a guy right there. We're 100% behind Jacoby. And I had an opportunity to talk to Drake. I had an opportunity to talk to Jacoby separately and also together. And I feel like we're all on the same page from an organizational.
Jacoby Brissett, man, he's been put into a bunch of bad situations. If you have a really bad offensive line, Jacoby Brissett is your guy. Indianapolis, think about the Colts. When Andrew Luck basically is like, yeah, I'm good. Football's not for me anymore. I value my brain, and I value the next 52 years of my life. I'm gone. Hey, Jacoby, you want to play for us for a minute? They got a terrible offensive line in New England.
That's it.
Jacoby Brissett's gonna get
smashed. I'm so glad. That is the actual decision here. It's just like, do we really want to have Drake May buried under the turf?
I love how Jerod Mayo comes in. Good morning. Hey, I wish you would have said good morning. I've chosen Jacoby Brissett as the sacrificial lamb for this organization.
Good morning, friends.
That's what he is. He's a sacrificial lamb. Oh, my gosh. If the New England Patriots don't do something with that offensive line, over the course of the next 365 days. What are you doing?
Jacoby Brissett got the living crap kicked out of him in preseason game 3.
Right.
Like, was done. Was out. Like, I think he got an AC sprain on his shoulder. Yeah, he's our starter.
He's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That looked good.
Tape
I
it
like
up.
the way that looked. Yeah, you look like the kind of guy that can just get the living crap beaten out of you. Perfect. You've already proven it.
I know. It's so bad. And Drake May, too. And there were some plays that Drake May was just like running for his life. And it's just like, dude, if he gets hit like this during the regular season on a regular basis, he won't make it to week 8. He just won't.
Which is, I think, the decision is that
Right.
they're going to let him get destroyed for about 7 or 8 weeks instead of 17 weeks.
I saw, and there
I
was
feel like we're all on the same page.
yeah, right.
We are.
Yeah.
So are we.
I want to know what that
Dempsey
meeting.
and Company's on the same page as you, Gerard.
There's no way in the meeting with those two quarterbacks he was like, "Well, our offensive line is so bad. Jacoby, go get him, man." Like he didn't
You've
say
done
that.
this before, man. Hey, I believe in you.
Good morning, friends.
I cannot. All right, this segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. What is next?
All right, guys, it's time to play our favorite game that has left us mirror, mirror on the wall as we finally get information from our old friend and pal, Russell Wilson.
I'm super excited to be obviously, here. Obviously, I came here to help us win. That's the focus, and I think just the best part is how hard we've all worked every day, all the way from OTAs to Latrobe, and obviously we got a great season ahead of us, and we're excited about it.
Russ, what did you do to win or to earn the opportunity in your mind?
I think we all just try to be our best every day. Every day I step in the building and just try to, bring my energy, bring the focus.
Oh, I'm going to tap out on
of it all
this.
too. And then when you step in between the white lines, do everything you can to be your best version of you.
Believe it or not, that was his first 2 questions of the press conference. So imagine the other 8 minutes of whatever he talked about.
How many teammates did he single out in that 8 minutes of press conference?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe he doesn't know their names yet.
Yeah.
Because he would have already.
Can you envision him in Sierra on his private plane on the way to Pittsburgh, just studying a book full of all of his teammates, their colleges, so he's ready for his press conference I remember watching him back in college.
I remember that one got me the most. I remember watching him in college. Like, no, you don't. You don't remember that at all.
I love that he got all of us,
He's so
we
consistent.
just show up every day trying to do our best.
Right.
And then he even said when we step between those white lines, like it is.
He's so consistent.
He is.
I think we all just try to be our best every day.
Oh my gosh. I would say that Russ has a future as a motivational speaker, but he doesn't. Because everybody's tired of like these simplest cliches.
Yeah.
In football on planet Earth.
It's
like these aren't even relatively new cliches. These are like decade-old cliches.
Well, in his head, he's playing the hits, right? That's what he's doing. He's like, this killed earlier. It's gonna kill again. And
I remember back
actually,
in
we are actually all dying.
Oh, Russ.
He can't help himself. He literally can't help himself.
But you know what? I'm so thankful for Russ. I really am.
Why is that?
Because he's given us just this is manna from the skies above in terms of quality radio.
He's the gift that keeps on giving. There's no doubt about that.
He is, man.
All right, KJ,
I'm super excited to be obviously here. Obviously, I came here to.
Obviously, Russ. They're very obviously.
You know how there was a point in time in his tenure here in Denver where I think there was a big chunk of people who thought, okay, he's just a fake person, like a fake robot person. But this is who he is. This is
exactly who he is.
He's actually super sincere Russell Wilson person. He's just bland.
He is an unbelievably undisputed, authentically cornball king of the world. That's what he is.
That's what he is. KJ, let's get one more.
So there is a quarterback who switched teams, and he was used to getting beat up as a New York Jet. And now he is with the Buffalo Bills. This is Coach's favorite story right here. Mike White, he talks about, does he feel his ribs are still left on the field in Buffalo, even though now he is a quarterback in Buffalo?
Yeah, the no fear thing has kind of bitten me in the butt a couple times because when I go to Highmark, I'm sure there's going to be a piece of my rib on the 30-yard line. But I did see Ed. Ed came up and apologized to me. And no, my one condition for signing here was I just can't be locker mates with Matt Milano. No, I'm just kidding. No, honestly, the ribs are good. The ribs are good. 2 years later, we finally healed.
I feel personally accountable for Mike White's ribs because in my first year as a head coach at Western Kentucky, Mike White was my starting quarterback. We had 4 of the 5 starting offensive linemen that we had were brand new starters and in their first 2 years of college. That's what we had.
Yep.
And he took an absolute beating in 2016 or 2017 for the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. And that was frankly our best path forward is drop back. I mean, threw for like 4,500 yards. A gazillion yards. But, dude, he got – like we played Vanderbilt when they were competitive. I wouldn't say they were good, but they were competitive. And I remember there was a hit that he took right like on a scramble 5 feet in front of me right next to the sideline. He got destroyed. And I heard that like him.
Just the life leaving his body.
And I was like, Mike, I'm going to put the backup in. It was like in the fourth quarter. And so I've followed his career to the Dolphins. I think it was fun for him to not get beat up for a year. So, he gets to go back to the scene of the crime. If you haven't seen the hit he's talking about, just search it on X, Mike White.
It'll pop right up.
Oh my gosh! And when I watched that hit, I'm like, I've seen that movie before. That horror film. I coached it.
Oh my gosh! Very very funny stuff. Okay, that's gonna do it for this edition of KJ's NFL Notes. Take one quick break. Stephen Curry gets all the millions of dollars on a new contract.
Steph Curry?
Yeah, I'll sign it just during this show. It's like a 1-year extension.
Some chefs keep cooking, others don't.
Oh my gosh, he is cooking. What a summer for Steph. We'll talk about that. A coach who doesn't want to use an iPad, and then we'll get to predictions to tonight's game. All right, this afternoon, get to Joe Willie's for a live broadcast of Kreckman and Lindahl, taking you right up to the kickoff of Colorado's first game tonight at 6 p.m. against North Dakota State. Enjoy awesome apps, Joe Willie's thin crust Midwestern style pizza, or delicious Joe Willie's smash burgers. It's Joe Willie's on Broadway, and we'll see you there at 3 p.m. That's 3 p.m. with Kreckman and Lindahl. I might just drop by myself, actually. Get a burger. Take it all the way up to Boulder.
Get me hungry. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Colorado and North Dakota. Finally, we're getting football. Finally. We will have, I'll do predictions in here in a second. Unless you want to.
A lot of changes in college football this year.
Yeah.
2-minute timeout, they're calling it.
Oh, my gosh.
Why don't you just call it a 2-minute warning? It's the same thing for all intents and purposes.
And we're just making college football games longer.
Yes.
They were already really long.
And you got to keep the sponsors happy, man. Nothing wrong with that. You got to pay the bills, keep the lights on.
How many more bills do we have to pay, Coach?
Well, you couldn't pay RG3's bill at ESPN, apparently.
You couldn't.
And you also have sideline technology.
You do have sideline technology.
You have iPads to be able to show immediate feedback of what the series before held. I would have loved to have had that.
Would you?
Oh, yeah. I love being able to see exactly what happened. Like when I was up in the press box calling plays, I loved it because the TV, broadcast was always about a 5 to 8 second delay of what I'd watched in real time. So I'd always peek right back over, confirm what I saw coverage wise or pressure wise, and then be able to have those conversations in between series with the quarterback based off what I was able to ascertain from the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as good as having all 22 film,
right?
Where you have an end zone camera, sideline camera, and that's immediately plugged right back into that tablet. So I'm excited to see how that impacts the game. Also, quarterback communication with the coach, so play calling's going directly into
which you saw some of that with the Florida State Georgia Tech,
and there were some issues with it too. You saw crowd noise is a problem. Quarterbacks getting used to actually being able to hear. I don't know that if it's completely uniform and standardized in terms of if everybody has the same quality from school to school. So I don't know if, high level Power 4 programs have the same as what, say, North Dakota State, who, by the way, I don't know if you heard this storyline, FCS has not made that legal, and it's not just available to everybody in the FCS level.
So can Colorado not use it tonight?
Colorado's using it. North Dakota State had a donor that fronted the cash for them to get that technology. Yes.
Wow.
So they will have it tonight.
Wow, that's amazing. That's an interesting story.
Hey, man, there's big oil money up there in the Dakotas.
Is there?
Big oil money.
Okay.
Oil fields in Dakota, man.
Yeah, I got to learn about that. So let's go back to the iPad thing because not every coach loves them. Miami, Ohio's coach is a guy by the name of Chuck Martin. So, from time to time on this program, I like to play coaches like freaking out on things because it's funny.
Also, Chuck Martin, who became famous on several of our shows for flat out calling out Alabama for stealing their kicker.
Oh, that's right. This is the same guy. This is the same Chuck Martin.
Pretend like, no, Alabama stole our kicker.
So guess what? He's got something else that's really irking him, and it's iPads.
We love technology, and everybody's all excited about the iPads. I was the only coach in the country that voted against them. Like, well, I don't want iPads. I want to. The old days, you actually watch the action, figure out what's going on. You had to go make adjustments. You don't I can get a 9-year-old kid to watch the play on iPad and say, "Listen, that guy was running wide open up the seam. We should cover him, right?" Like so. All the technology, it's smart by the technology people that sell it, but I hate all of it. So I used to like when you had a coach. Now you're fucking anybody coach. I got an iPad. I'd watch every single play right after it happened. You used to have to make in-game adjustments. Now just an iPad will make them for you. Pretty soon there'll be robots on the sides. You only have to hire us. You'll be talking. You won't even be talking to me. It'd be great. Oh, this is great. This technology. We'll have fake officials, fake players. It'll just be like playing NCAA 25. Play video game.
You still have to watch the game, coach. The iPad won't make the decision for you. It'll just show it to you with more clarity so that you can see it again.
I just love this is the equivalent of just the old man screaming at the clouds. And I just, get off my lawn.
Get off.
Get off my lawn.
iPad.
And I love Chuck Martin and his very deep Illinois accent too, just old school. I mean, he's 56 years old, so technically not a baby boomer, but he's definitely embraced the football side of the baby boomer generation.
Alabama stole our kicker.
I can't with this guy. He's going to give us these kind of sound bites the entirety of the season.
Yeah, we're going to be watching Maction on Tuesday nights at
We sure
at
are.
11:55 p.m. to just tune in to see what the next big cut is from Chuck Martin.
Oh my gosh, I just it's
Well,
just,
fake officials, fake players, fake. I'll just
I can't with this guy. It's funny because now I'm going to dial into Miami of Ohio games. Like I need to see them
All
play.
publicity's good publicity.
Right, exactly.
Hey,
I guess
we're going to
so.
see it tonight. How many people across the country are tuning in to watch Coach Prime and this CU team play
Yeah.
North Dakota State?
A ton.
And that's the thing I'm so excited about tonight, right? If you find yourself in the camp of CU lover, like no matter what Coach Prime does, I am all in and I have his back. Or you're the CU hater,
Yep.
you're tuning in tonight. You are tuning in everywhere across the country.
Yep.
They will be watching.
Yep.
As much shenanigans as being is said on the social media sites about Deion Sanders negatively, you're all going to watch.
Yep.
And I find myself just in the middle. I love football season because all of the storylines that led to this must-watch football,
Yep.
it's going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys that are going to let it play out are the players on the field.
Yep.
And that's what I'm so excited about tonight because there are so many unknowns about what this is going to look like. Pat Shurmur is the new offensive coordinator with an NFL background, but doesn't have any real tight ends with experience. Is it just going to be similar to last year? Are they going to even huddle up? Are they going to play tempo?
Yeah.
All these things we don't know. Is this offensive line going to be able to keep Shedeur upright?
Right.
And they should. I mean, the reality is they should. They're playing an FCS team.
Was it 52 sacks last year, something like that for
53.
53 for Shedeur Sanders. So I mean, even if you reduce that by, let's call it 20. If you reduce that by 20, it's still a lot of sacks.
Yeah, I mean, you're close to 3 a game.
Right. It's still so bad, but it would be a vast improvement from the year before. They really are, for a team that we have a year's worth of stuff on them, they're as unknown a team as you'll ever have in this scenario.
Demps, the very roster that they're bringing to this game, we don't know the depth chart, but the roster, there's over 60 new players on this roster.
That's unbelievable.
It's a different time.
Yeah.
It's a different era of college football. Anybody says that every team's like that is misinformed, but there are more teams that are like that.
Sure.
There certainly used to be.
Yep.
The unknowns of what we're going to see tonight with CU is what makes it so compelling to me as somebody who loves analyzing football and seeing the storylines that I have built up in my own mind and see how it plays out.
Do you want to give a prediction, or do you want me just to give one?
Yes, I'm going to give one.
Okay, give one.
They control the line of scrimmage in the first 3 possessions on both sides of the football. They being the CU Buffs, they win by 30 plus.
Oh, okay, just big time win. I think they will control I think the defensive line will have a better day than the offensive line.
That's a good prediction.
I think, though, that they'll be able to hold up enough so that Shedeur makes plays down the field. And I think those plays down the field, I don't think there's going to be a ton, but there's going to be enough.
Impactful.
Yeah,
Impactful.
exactly right.
Game-changing.
Yeah, exactly right.
Game-changing type plays. Now, my prediction was actually twofold. If they don't control the line of scrimmage and after 3 series you say, ooh, North Dakota State's going to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe. Because they will bleed that clock. So I don't think this is a game that I would ever bet on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think
not from a spread standpoint,
those two storylines are both very possible.
Right.
Which make it like it's either going to be a 30-point win for CU or like a 3-point win for North Dakota State. At least in my.
I'm not scared, man. I might have.
Where's
already.
my money?
Yeah. Where's my money?
Well, you and 93% of the betting public have put their money on CU covering. So Vegas is hoping and praying.
Oh wait. I didn't put it on the spread. I'm scared of that.
Money
scared.
line?
Yeah. Yep. Money line and total points, which is 59. And that's a
you don't like this conversation I'm having about this game being slowed down by North Dakota State.
Well, no, I got the under on that.
Oh,
so
that's
yes,
a good move.
that's right.
I like the way you're thinking.
See?
The under parlayed with the money line. Now you're talking.
Now, see where I'm going?
I smell you.
All right, that's going to do it for us today. For Coach, I'm Chris. KJ, we love and appreciate you.
Shout out to Paul Feinbaum for putting his differences to the side and saying something nice about Colorado.
I expect a really powerful performance by Colorado.
And that's what he predicts tonight against NDSU. Just a powerful performance.
Okay. Again with Paul
Hey, Paul
Feinbaum.
Feinbaum, guess what? You're boring. I hate listening to you. I don't understand why you have the platform.
Oh, that's so beautiful. That's the best way to end. PhD is next.
Oh. What's going on, man? What a day. Game day, baby. It's freaking game day.
Let's go, Buffs.
Scope Boss, man. And all that other stuff with Dion and all that garbage and Sean Keeler and just whatever, man. Let's just play some football.
Can I make a public service announcement before we actually get to work?
Sure.
When I was listening to Dempsey and those guys, they were talking about the one coach at Higgs Technology and stuff like that. So I had a technology fail, but I'm offering it up as a gift to somebody out there.
All right.
I'll take it. Well, you get in your car. What's the little sandwich place up here? Potbellies.
Good place.
So, and I've ordered sandwiches there a number of times. I come in, maybe pick it up, come here to work.
We know why you're late. Go ahead.
Well, I was here early this time. Usually it's I'm pooping. But anyway.
True.
Yeah.
Fair point.
So anyway, I'm driving, dating, get on a thing, do my order. Just assuming, because I've only ever ordered a sandwich from the Potbellies that's literally a block away, right? Maybe a block away. Ordered it, baby, bing, Bob got here about 11:45. Went in and picked my sandwich. Oh, we don't have it here. So, and I left my phone in the car. So, well, let me go look in the car. So here's the public service. Anybody out there driving around a Potbellies that's over by Colorado and Yale?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Say you're picking up a sandwich for Scott H. and it's yours. It's already paid.
Wrong one.
It's paid for and fixed.
That is fantastic.
So the first person that can get to Colorado and Yale's Potbelly, if you're listening,
you got a free sandwich.
You got a free sandwich right there.
What
for
do we eat?
Scott
What
H.
do we eat? What kind of sandwich?
It was a nice sandwich, a roast beef sandwich.
Okay.
Little mushrooms on it.
Okay. Okay.
White bread, mayonnaise.
What kind of mustard are you putting on that?
White bread and mayonnaise.
White bread, mayonnaise. I should have listened. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Roast beef sandwich, huh?
Provolone cheese.
All right, we're about to have a mad rush to Potbelly.
Extra meat. Have you had extra meat on it?
Oh, it is
This is a high quality Sammy.
High quality Sammy.
It is the Hastings special.
And then you can take it home if you don't,
with the extra meat.
Put your own, put
So
your
you
own
can take
mustard on.
you can take the extra meat home.
Yeah, give it to your wife if you want to.
You can take the extra meat. Should we just beat this joke into the ground?
Keep going. Keep going. Never stop with the
Should
good
we just
joke.
Keep going.
Give it to the wife and say it's from Scott. Anyway.
All right.
No, yeah. So
Public service. That was a public service. That was a public service.
Yeah,
It's really
don't
about
drive stupid or nothing like that. But if you're just having to be by there, so there's that Potbelly that Scott's talking about. Walk in there, Scott. I think it's Scott H is my handle.
Now,
Scott.
The next level would be to call 303-504-0925 and
After you've picked it up.
After you've picked it up,
And just say
and,
thank you.
You know, you could say that. Yeah, sure. I mean, you could give us a review and let us know how it went. I mean, that's this to another level.
Listen,
it's good as it is.
Yeah. And just a FYI for whoever goes there and picks that sandwich up from Scott. This is kind of a Kansas. I was born and raised in Kansas.
Low key brag.
Meat and cheese and bread.
cheese.
You ain't getting no tomatoes. You ain't getting now. If you want to ask for, hey, can I get a little baggie of it? That's
So
feel free.
you're still like 5 years old, is what you're saying.
No, when I want to eat a salad, guess what I do? I get a bowl and I put a salad in there. Eat a salad.
There you go.
I don't eat salad on my meat. I don't eat a bunch of salad on my meat.
No.
Clean shaven my meat is when I'm eating it.
It all
Unbelievable.
goes in the same place. You know?
Yeah. Well, I know, but it just, I don't need to ruin the flavor.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens over there.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. Someone out there that's driving around. You grab yourself a sandwich.
Listen, man.
Potbelly's pretty good now.
That's real good.
Every day in life, we should all try to pay it forward.
Well, there you go.
That's what you're doing to pay it forward today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more than I'm doing. Tyler's paying it forward.
Doubled up the coffee. Got your second coffee because I took too long. Willingly bought you the second on my own.
Wasn't from the same location.
Well, as Scott said, the interest isn't higher than the principal, buddy.
Yeah. So
I'm not turning it down.
You got a
Delicious.
Starbucks yesterday? Yeah, 7-Eleven today.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with 7-Eleven.
No.
I've eaten a few
Hey,
mysterious hot dogs.
I
from there
am
over the
like a
years.
7-Eleven daily stopper. I got one right by the house that I stop by.
Nothing wrong with that.
They've got good sandwiches. I'm being dead serious. The sandwiches are solid. They're about $6-7 every single time.
They got lettuce, tomato on there, or is it just meat?
Just meat and cheese, buddy.
Thank
Meat
you.
and cheese.
Best way to eat a sandwich.
Yep.
Best way to eat a sandwich.
I'm kind of excited.
You don't want too much cheese, though.
No?
No, you can take it off.
Was over with the Broncos today. We'll have Mark Johnson on in a little bit. He really did. You know the best advice when you fall off a horse?
Get back up.
Well, we'll have to ask Mark because
Well,
he really did fall off a horse.
The problem is he couldn't get back up.
So I am not trying to make light of it, but it's because I saw the photos. But we'll have Mark, and Mark is the best. We love Mark Johnson. You're on the broadcast tonight.
I am.
Look at you. You're all in your.
I got a little Buffs gear on.
Got all your gear on.
I got to refresh the Buffs gear because the only Buffs polo I got is an old school Fat Tyler polo. This one's about a 3X on
That
me.
thing is hanging off you.
Yeah, I know.
mean,
I know.
it's-
Yeah.
I mean, you look good. You still look good, but you could definitely
Better airflow.
Yeah, better airflow. Sure. But I'm
Can you
a
find,
medium guy kind of.
Yeah, could you find large, long?
I wear large longs.
I
yeah.
bet.
Is it large long or XLT?
Yeah. No, you can get large longs, but they're hard to find.
I bet. Like, who would even sell a large?
Amazon.
long? Oh well, okay. Oh, there you go.
I just get
Yeah.
I get plain tees off of Amazon. That's what I get.
There you go. You can't
Yep.
find that really in a store, right?
Not really. No.
'Cause there's not many of you walking
Well,
around.
back in the day, a Kaufman stall and Big Man shop.
No, but
Over there on
they would have
Broadway.
like 4X.
Yeah, but
They
really,
go up to 4.
but hold on, timeout. Isn't tall and big man really just code for
fat
guys?
Yeah.
Well, and that's
Sorry.
what made Kaufman's different because you could get it tailored and boom, boom, boom. So if you're just big, like when I played and would go there, my thighs were bigger than a normal 38 waist.
Well, you were
and
just
so-
bragging about yourself left and right. Kansas, big thighs, extra meat.
Big thighs.
Man, you're having a day right
Custom
now.
clothes at Kaufman's.
Golly, I mean,
Hey,
where does it end here today?
You know, so what? First thing I know,
Are
here's
you
a
talking
question.
about Michael Jordan punching in the nuts again?
Yeah,
Let's just
he
get
hit
that
right,
in there.
right there. In the,
Okay.
Or me blocking Dr. J's shot. But anyway, so Tyler, did you notice more of Tyler's? Because first thing I did is, you got the game, you all dressed, blah, blah, blah. I asked him if he got the shirt, if they gave it to him. And he told a story that that's one of his older ones. But dude, look at the beard. I mean, the beard is.
I trimmed it up. See,
You did.
I'm
It
not
looks-
going to lie.
It looks
This-
way better.
This is maybe the first time in my life I've ever trimmed my large beard by myself.
You did a good job.
I did it on my
You
own.
did a good job.
I did it on my own. I usually go to the barber to get it done.
Did you put product in it?
No, but you know what the key to a beard is? You got to have a flat iron.
Oh,
Heat,
okay.
Heat. Yep.
Really?
Yep. Straighten that sucker out.
Well,
or else it
whatever
gets all
you
busted.
I
did,
got a big giant wood comb.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if to take that seriously or not.
Oh, I do.
don't
No.
know.
That's a beard staple.
Okay.
That's a beard staple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a beard though.
No, you got something. You're trying.
I would
whatever
say
you're doing, you're trying something.
I took a solid like 1.5 off on the sides.
Yeah, the sides
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
getting really
Yeah.
bushy.
Yeah.
Really bushy.
You're leading into the Colonel Sanders look. There's no doubt about
Well, I've been for a year and a half now trying to get that endorsement.
it. Keep going.
Can you call your people? I mean,
Keep going.
you know, it'd be the biggest slap in the face if all of a sudden D-Mac's doing a beard grooming product endorsement.
God.
Or Kentucky Fried
That-
Chicken.
that would be
if he ends up doing
unbelievable.
KFC or bird grooming,
Give it a week.
Then come
Yeah.
on, what about us?
Yeah.
Wait a second. We're doing a commercial break here soon, right?
I heard him cutting a spot for all the desserts at Old Chicago right after his soda spot.
Oh, that was a funny. That was a funny. We had a funny thing there. Can't actually talk about that one on the air, can we, Dan?
I heard about it.
No. Oh, you did?
I heard
Oh,
about
okay.
it.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
Thanks a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
No cone of secrecy there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Mark Johnson will join us in a little bit. We'll dig into the Buffs. I'm going up there. I'm not going to the game, but I'm going up to
By the way,
Boulder.
this has been established. Dan Tanner's a snitch. With the, like this has been out there.
yeah.
We know this. This
Him
is
and Nelly.
We've got multiple examples of this.
Tyler's still mad at me.
He's still mad at you. He's
I will,
still
I
can't let
will
it go.
never
He
forgive
is
you
still
for
mad
ruining
at
a
you.
good. If you ruin a good practical joke simply because you want to tell on somebody,
You realize
Yeah.
realize that joke would still be going on to this day.
I know.
It still would. There's no more.
it would have been the ultimate payoff.
Boy, he is still mad at you, Dan.
Yep.
He's still. You haven't let that go.
Nope.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Lucky he hadn't had stitches.
Snitches get stitches.
Broncos today, real quick.
Oh, the day was the announcement on the Hill thing.
They had a groundbreaking ceremony,
That was so cute.
and
Well, you knew he had to go for that.
Did you go?
Oh,
Shut up.
Duh. Come on.
why do you think I'm dressed up?
Why would you go to that? Why?
Couple reasons.
Come on.
I've got
Hey,
3 or 4
hey.
really valid reasons why I went to this thing.
That ain't dirt on his nose.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness to me, this was a practice to go to as well. Now they're done. It's all regular season stuff. So I did want to sort of just touch base. I can't go to these things all that often, so it's not like I'm over there all the time. But it was the groundbreaking ceremony for what exists now.
I heard Brett Kane talking about on the morning show that apparently when they broke ground, handed them shovel, they put a box of dirt for him to shovel.
That's what they do. Yeah.
Well, what are we doing? Well,
Well,
like literally, what are we doing here?
Did you want to see
was there a giant ribbon?
You want to see Kerry Walton
Was there
Penner
a
with a
giant ribbon?
jackhammer?
That would have been a whole lot better, yeah.
Do you want to see them really literally pounding gravel?
That would have been interesting.
Or sand.
Absolutely.
See Greg with like a backhoe and like, look out.
Now, you know
digging
what?
in here.
Back in the day, that would have been cool. The owner comes up there, they got a backhoe pole in there, and he reaches into that hill.
So we bring in fake dirt, put it in a box, pick up the dirt out of the box,
Yeah.
and you put it. Where do you put the dirt out?
Back
In another
into the-
box.
No, put it into the same box.
So you just pick up dirt out of the box and put the dirt back into the same box.
That might be
Yes.
the dumbest.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Dumbest ceremonial thing that's done in this world.
Oh my Lord, you guys really?
No,
seriously?
totally, it is.
It really is.
And
Dig a hole.
almost as dumb as going to watch it.
Did you want Penner to detonate the big huge tower?
That would have been freaking awesome.
That'd have been cool.
You know they do have to knock that down.
Which tower?
The big huge tower they built for no reason. That big huge windproof survive hurricane, typhoon. The big huge gray tower on top of the
I remember
hill.
on the side. I don't remember on top of the hill.
How can you not see it? It's the largest structure in that entire area.
Because football's down there.
Did you never just look up? It's a big, huge. All right, I'll show you a picture. Really, seriously, this is actually. Why is this bugging me? Of all the things.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not know the tower?
I know where the one is on the
What do you mean the one?
parking
I mean-
lot slide is. By the,
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
There's
Yes.
only one tower.
That's it. That's all there is. What? There's
Well, you're
not
talking
another
like it's
tower.
like by the 10 area where we're at.
No, well, sort of.
Well,
there's one over there by where the
Oh my
VIP sit
God.
and stuff like that.
Yes, that's the tower.
it's the one big tower.
They got to tear that one down too.
Wait.
Why do they got to tear that one down?
No, that tower in the
this
middle
thing.
that tower in the middle is not there
No, it's
anymore.
not that. It's this thing. It's that.
See, now, you know what? Now that you say that, I have noticed it, but I never thought about it. But the other tower on the other side, they don't have to.
Those are just like metal things. They'll just
Now
disassemble
they
this.
just put up a giant pole and put a camera on top of it.
Oh,
you
they-
don't,
right,
you don't- you don't
yeah.
need a tower anymore.
We do that in soccer.
So yeah, the other towers are metal. They'll just disassemble them somehow. This bad boy, you're gonna have to get a wrecking ball in there.
Why don't you
and a
just make
crane.
that the elevator shaft? Incorporate it to the building.
They're not doing it. They're knocking it down. Everything's going down.
Well, then
who
better
sco-
yet,
who
get a
scooped
crane
the
out
dirt?
there and let Pinner crane the dirt. or
Is
the-
Greg,
Greg scooped the dirt.
Carrie, Damani.
They all three scooped the dirt.
No, there were a lot of scoopers. Common Spirit guy. Some
Hold
council,
on, how big is the box?
so the sponsors got to dig dirt.
some councilwoman who's she's
do
in
they
charge
take?
of the
Do they
district.
pass the shovel around?
No, they had individual shovels. They had like 6 shovels.
So they all go in there one at a time, pick up some
Do you
dirt,
really
put it back.
care? I can show you the video.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
was
dumbest
there.
ceremonial thing that goes on.
Yeah.
Name another one
Yeah.
that's not.
Here we go. I mean, you can describe it. There it is. There
Oh, it's a big box. Way bigger box of dirt than I expected. They're all able to pick it up at the same time. And you know what? They even dumped it at the same time.
So real fast. Dumb that they do that, pull the shovel of dirt out of a box and put it
Why
back
are
in
they
the
wearing a
box.
freaking hard hat?
Thank you. So why is the hard hats on?
Why are they wearing a freaking hard hat?
When did I become the young guy on this show? When am I?
How was that the young guy
You
thing?
guys are
You're
all-
the old guy.
No. You guys are this get off my lawn moments here. It's like I'm working with baby New Year's around here
Why
about
the
how things
hell
happen.
are you wearing a hard hat
But why
to pick up
why
fake
are you
dirt?
wearing a hard hat?
Because it's just a thing.
Ceremonial.
Exactly.
It's like a
It's
kickoff.
stupid.
It's stupid. It has no purpose. It's a ceremony.
Jump ball started the game in NBA.
No, well, that determines possession, and they have it
Hey.
goes to the other team on the second half. There's
By
a
the way,
point to it.
Somebody on Twitch called Get Yo Dennis. He picked up your sandwich.
Oh, good
Said
job.
he said he's eating Scott Hastings sandwich.
Oh,
What a
it's-
day!
Oh, nice job,
Need
man.
some proof.
Thank you. Thank
Need
you.
a little proof.
I'll take a picture and send
we
it to us.
could use a little proof on that. Not gonna lie.
Call us 303-504-0925. Call. If you're listening, I hope. I mean, you'd have to prove it somehow. Well, just call us. Give us a call.
Who's the poor soul that had to move the dirt there?
Oh my Lord!
Oh,
But
yeah.
You guys
Hey,
are
hold
the
on.
dirt. Lord Almighty!
You know what they did?
You're missing the big point.
They actually had a a backhoe and everything else that came in with scoops of dirt and put it in the box.
Right, right.
All right, more of these type of scintillating conversations. Mark Johnson will join us. Adam Schefter at 1 o'clock today. It's DMAC with a couple of baby New Years about how things work in life. 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac, and hey, great news with what's going on at Mike Maroney Auto Group up there in Colorado. Hey, they're throwing their biggest model year-end event ever, and it's about discounting the 2024s. Mike Maroney has over 500 new 2024 vehicles that will be sold at their lowest prices of the year. Get more on 24s, Cadillac, GMC, Chevrolet, Ford. If it's made by these brands, Mike Maroney Auto
I need a
Group
Raptor.
do you?
Yeah, I'd love to get a Raptor.
All right. Well, Mike Maroney, do you have any money?
Well, no, that's a problem.
Listen, it's a sale, okay? It's not for free, though, Scott.
Make a call.
It's not a sandwich at your local sandwich shop, but it's a great deal on 24s. And they'll deliver it anywhere in Colorado. You still own a home?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. Get it done. Talk about peace of mind, not Scott Hastings style. Mike Maroney Auto Group has a 3-day money-back guarantee. Ooh, that would work for you. So get me another dealer doing that. I'll wait. You can find them online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Easy to get to, easy to save big.
When you hear guys like Paul Feinbaum calling your program irrelevant.
Colorado is nothing. They don't matter. They're irrelevant in the big picture of college football.
You're talking about us. How can we be irrelevant and you talking about me?
Yeah.
Like, every time I turn around, somebody's sending me a quote that you talking about me.
He's a fan.
How? well, the thing about a fan, you got to understand, a fan only blows when you're hot.
Oh,
Tyler,
that was deep.
Tyler Columbus's
Don't you feel that?
radio partner today is Mark Johnson. He'll be assisting Tyler, and Tyler will be.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Mark's doing more of this.
No.
Mark Johnson joins us right now. Mark, it's great to hear from you. And when you need advice, when you fall off a horse, what do you do again?
Okay, well, the first thing is, D-Mac, I've never fallen off a horse. Now, I've been thrown off a horse, and that's a totally different deal there.
Totally different.
Oh.
Totally different.
Make sure that we've clarified that. But, yeah, you know, and I've only come off a horse when it starts bucking, and then the saddle horn hits my pelvic bone, and they give me an injury they call the open book, where your pelvis splits wide open. That's when I came off. So, yeah, it's been a painful month here, guys.
Dude,
But,
that stupid bucking horse.
I hate those Broncos.
I hate those bucking horses.
I'm doing well, you know, but it happened on my birthday, guys. Do I know how to party or what, huh?
Oh my lord!
And but you know, it's been fun. See, tomorrow's 4 weeks from the surgery, and you know they put me back together like Steve Austin. I've got titanium all over the place, and and they said they're going to let me walk unassisted without crutches in about 2 more weeks, and so we're making progress.
Was there ever a time that you were concerned about missing this first game of the year?
Well, it's kind of funny you asked that, Scott. You know, Learfield and CU called me. They're like, well, what are we going to do? What should we have? And I said, don't worry, I'll be there.
There you go.
Sure? I said, oh, yeah, I'm positive. And I hang the phone up. I'm thinking, well, I hope I'm going to be able to make it.
Right.
But about a week and a half ago, I knew that I was going to be well enough to get in the booth. I told him, I said, listen, the voice is fine. Nothing happened there. As long as you can roll me in and plop me in front of a microphone, I'll be there for the game.
Okay.
All right, Mark, what do we know, man? What do we know? I know that you guys aren't exactly getting unfiltered access up there any more than anybody else, but what should we know about these Buffs coming out of training camp? How are they looking?
Well, I'll say this. The 2 liabilities we knew about a year ago, offensive line and defensive line. And you know, obviously with what happened to me, I haven't been to as many practices as I would have been. Gary's been there to everyone, and virtually every night he'll text me or call me and kind of give me an update. And so I'm kind of getting my assessment of things through him in large part. But I think it's safe to say I think the most improved unit on this team is the defensive front. I'm really fascinated to see, because that was such a liability a year ago. They couldn't sign it. Is probably ahead of the right side of the line right now. That's where Jordan Seaton is, and the Mayers kid who came in from UTEP, who's probably the most consistent guy through camp. And so they're going to be improved on both sides of the ball. When you're watching same on same, you know, it's hard to tell. Tonight we'll get a better evaluation of that.
Mark, you got 2 of the greatest skill players in college football playing up in Boulder right now. That being said, season with last year.
Well, Scott, it's pretty simple, right? We all know it starts up front. If they can protect Shedeur and if they can run the ball effectively, which they could not have a year ago, there's a reason people talk about him being a top 10 first-round NFL draft pick. And that wide receiver room is stupid. I've seen some assessments from guys around the country saying it's a top 5 room in the country with who they brought in and who they returned. Well, he's going to pick people apart if you give him time. And then they take some pressure off him, letting them run the ball a little bit. I think it could be a very entertaining season for this squad. Now, is it a playoff team? I'm not willing to say that. I can assess that after a couple of games. But it's going to be improved. It's going to be a team that's in bowl conversation. You hope it's a team that's in Big 12, championship title conversation this season as well.
What would you tell people that just are a little bit turned off by some of the stuff compared to what's on the field? How do you sort of coach people up about, hey, man, there's 2 things going on here? What would you say to folks?
Well, I would say this, D-Mac. Have you been following Deion Sanders since about 1989?
Right.
This is what he is, right? I mean, he is an attention-generating machine. That's what this guy does. His whole life is out there on display. Everything about him is kind of cutting edge. It's different than anybody else does it. And if you don't like that, well, maybe you don't want to follow the Colorado Buffaloes. But that's what he is. And so, I enjoy my time. Now, my time dealing with coaches is very different than It is traditionally,
Sure,
and I
of
expected
course.
that. You know, I could go sit in a room with Gary Barnett or John Embry or whomever and sit and have nice long conversations. Dion's a corporation. He's a brand. He's got 10,000 things going on all the time. And so when he rolls in for our show, he walks in, we sit down, we have a nice short conversation. They say 3, 2, 1, you're on the air. He's fantastic, as we well know, when he gets in front of the camera, the microphones. And then when it's done, he says thank you. I say thank you. And his people go, Coach, we got another point we got to get to. And so that's just the way he is. And so I think you've got to understand that. It's been that way now for 35, 40 years that he's been in the public eye.
Mark, we all know that this North Dakota State team is the elite of elite FCS schools. That's who they are. It's a dang good football team, but the line is only 9.5 for Colorado.
Oh, moved down a little bit.
Do you expect the game to be that close?
I'm not going to listen. I grew up watching. Remember, I'm a North Dakota native. I grew up watching that program back in the day. Listen, they've got 17 national championships. I don't care if you're talking Pop Warner. That's unbelievably impressive. And I was on a show this morning and I said, think Boise State. That's who I kind of compare them to. They have created a culture. They've created a system. And regardless of when they make changes in their head coaching position, it stays the same. They never change anything. And so anybody that thinks this is automatically going to be a blowout, I think I'd question how much you know about college football, because this school has won, 6 of their last 7 against FBS teams. Power conference schools, I should say. The last one was, 3 years ago, I think, at Arizona, and it came down to a last-second play there. And the way they play, too, as well. I mean, they shorten games. They pound the football. It's a power team. They're not exotic on defense. They're about a 4-3. They're very simple but very sound. They put pressure. They had 39 sacks a year ago. They had 21 interceptions a year ago.
Wow.
And so just the way they play dictates this will not be a lopsided game.
Hey, real fast, in the first games are always kind of interesting, right? Because there's no real tape of what this team is. You just mentioned it. Maybe you answered the question a little bit that North Dakota State is who they are, year in, year out, year in, year out. Easier to scout, for CU's point of view, to scout them than it is for North Dakota State to scout CU.
That's an interesting question because they did change coaches, but again, the system's going to be very much the same. They've got 2 quarterbacks they'll use. Both guys ran for about 600 and some yards a year ago. One passes a little bit better than the other one does. So the system isn't going to change much. I know that we're talking with the coordinators for CU. They went and looked at the stuff from Wyoming and what the head coach did there last year because he was there for a couple of years. And so they've kind of compared some notes, but nothing is really changing out there. So I'd say it's probably easier for Colorado to scout them than it has been for the Bison to scout Colorado.
That's an interesting point because North Dakota, probably like Air Force, they know what they're doing year in, year out, and they probably have a legacy and tradition of doing it that way. CU doesn't have anything, Mark. They have a lot of great players. We know that. They've got a lot of turnover, but what is the system? What is it with CU? And that's what none of us really know.
Right. I think what it is, it's more of a spread system. I mean, the one thing that Dion likes and Pat Shurmur has installed is, 4 wide, 5 wide. That's what they want to do. And so, it takes time to have a system where it becomes then a system that's embedded within a program.
Yeah.
Well, first off, you got to have a coach that sticks around for a while to do that. Right. That's been a problem up in Boulder. And so, but right now, what Colorado is with that quarterback and the athletes they have, they want to get out and spread the ball around. That's what they're going to do tonight.
Which then puts even more pressure on that offensive line being much better.
It does, and it makes me wonder where the commitment to running the ball is going to come from too under that. But and I know that was a huge point of emphasis, Mark. I know it was. So, we'll see. We're fixing to find out, right?
Find out at 6 o'clock, right?
Yeah, man. It's going to be exciting as hell.
Exactly right.
All right. Have a great call. Have a great year. Feel better, Mark. And thank you for helping Tyler. I feel like it's
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We'll coach him up tonight. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of him.
Yeah, but you know what? You're already headed. I mean, Andy's not going to be there.
And?
Just saying.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
I think Mark already hung up.
Yeah.
Wow, Mark hung up on us.
He pulled a prime.
Jeez.
And we said we were done. It's like he's out the door.
Things operate quick up there at CU. No huddle offense, baby.
Mark Johnson.
We do have visual evidence of a sandwich that has been picked up.
Get out
Says
of here.
Scott Hastings, original steakhouse beef, pickup time 11:46 a.m.
Unbelievable.
White bread, roast beef, double roast beef, add mushrooms, provolone, horseradish, mayo.
Wow, the dude really did pick up your sandwich.
Yeah.
He got the Sammy.
That is actually pretty he should call us. Can he call us? Can you send him a text?
Well, he's listening.
Call 303-504-0925. That would be
Doesn't that sandwich sound good right now, though?
It sounds really good. He's on? What's his name? Is this Ben who picked up?
Guys.
Ben!
Yeah, that's me. Thank you. I was actually parked right outside Potbelly, and my coworker Jaden.
You got to be kidding.
Called me and told me about it, so I was like right there when you said that.
Oh, sweet. So, have you eaten the sandwich yet?
I've been texting some friends, so I've been a little busy, but I've had a couple bites, and it's delicious.
When you walked in there, what did you say to the person at the counter?
It was pretty awkward at first because I didn't know how to ask them, but I just said Scott Hastings on 92.5 just said there's a sandwich here, and they just gave it to me.
You didn't just want you didn't want to just say you were Scott Hastings,
right? So he was honest.
He didn't steal my identity.
I didn't know how to ask. I guess they didn't really question it at all. It was kind of weird. There's nobody in the restaurant.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's the worst endorsement for them.
Wait,
of all time.
was it sitting on like on a stack somewhere, or did you actually go up to the counter?
They have like a little thing.
Well, their little to-go order shelf was empty, so I thought somebody already grabbed it. And when I asked, it was like behind their counter, so I don't know if they must know who you are.
Well, it had been a while too. It's supposed to be 11:46, so you picked it up.
This is absolutely outstanding.
It's outstanding.
Ben, would you like to say anything to Scott?
Well, yeah, it's an honor to have your sandwich today, and I appreciate you buying me lunch. Looking forward to this Broncos season and Nuggets and Avs. I'm a Denver native, so.
Hey, dog, I'm just sorry I didn't add a chip and a drink on it, although I did tip him for you.
Oh, that was nice.
So I did give
you tipped him as well?
I gave him a tip for you, yeah.
Well, good man.
All right, we appreciate it. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, thank you, guys.
And that is full circle. I don't think there's anything more we could do with all of that.
No, there's one
that
more
was
thing.
Fantastic.
The Potbelly's names a Scott Hastings sandwich.
After you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't care that much about that. Good bit,
Hey,
though.
hold on.
Good, yeah.
You could do a Potbelly and say, hey, come pick up the Scott Hastings.
Do you know what that's going to cost?
Them or you?
Me.
I mean, think about the layers on this thing. He wasn't listening. A friend was listening, knew he was outside of Potbelly's, and calls him.
Yeah, that is a little disturbing because that means he was in his car by himself, not listening to us.
Right.
I thought he said he was waiting for. Oh no, he said his coworker called him.
Yeah. What the hell are you listening to, Ben? He didn't really deserve it, quite frankly.
Like to see.
It was really supposed to go to a listener.
I'd like to see Josh Dover get him a sandwich.
Oh.
I'll just say this.
His name's Take the Money and Run. You don't ever say his name.
Right. Yeah. Hey, but you're looking at glass half full or half empty. The half full part is we may have just got a new listener.
There you go.
Do you want to hear from Maddie B, who tried to get your sandwich and failed?
Oh, did Maddie try to get there?
Maddie?
Dude, I'm in my office at the pool across the street at the Y, right? So I'm just get out of the pool. I'm starving. Typical swimmer, wet, Speedo, hair wet, hungry. I'm like, hell yeah. So I throw on some shorts, sprint across Colorado into the parking lot, into the restaurant, and all these people are like looking at me kind of weird, and they're like, sandwich for Scott? And I'm like, yeah. And I was like the sixth person, dude. Trying to get that sandwich. So the chick looks at me and like, what is going on with you people? I'm like, it's a radio bit. Trust me, it's really funny. And the manager's just like, hey, man, you need to call Scott. I said, thanks a lot, dude.
Dude, if I'd known that many people showed up, I should have ordered like 5 sandwiches.
Yeah, you know what? You deserve.
I'm in a wet Speedo, a Kansas swimming T-shirt, a CU hat on backwards, and I'm literally dripping pool water onto their floor. And they're like, what does this psychopath want? Dude, it was hilarious.
Did you?
So, yeah, man,
Hold on, Maddie. Did you order food there?
Dude, ordered food and left a $10 tip.
You did?
There you go. Yeah.
No wonder the manager's happy.
If Potbelly knows what they're doing, they'll hit you up, Scott, and you'll get a sponsorship out of this deal.
All right, Maddie.
No, the guy literally was like, hey, man, you need to tell Scott thanks. Because the guy that went in there, they weren't busy. Well, in the 30 seconds that it took me to get there, they were busy.
There you go.
So there you go. Hey, things.
Well, there you go, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie.
Let me know if I'd have known.
Boys.
If I'd known you was over there, I'd have hit you up right away. I didn't know you were that close to him.
Dude, I've worked at that Y for 12 years, man. Hey, by the way, that remote you guys got going on tonight, good buddy of mine owns that place. He's an Iowa guy, and he knows what they're doing.
The
Joe Willie.
Joe Willie.
Oh, Joe Willie.
Yeah,
Nate and Andy.
Nate and Andy.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, I'll be over there tonight, so swing by.
All right. Thank you, Matty B. Enjoy your breaststroke and your sandwich.
Soccer practice.
That is Matty B on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. I think that
Hey, you know what?
bit's
That
done.
public, that, but
No,
that
Pop
public
Belly-
service message turned out pretty good.
Pop
It really
Bellies
did.
needs to send you a gift card or something.
I mean,
That's what they need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still hungry?
Yeah, did you see? I had peanut butter crackers in my bag.
I saw that.
That's all I've eaten today. I'm like, yeah.
It really feels like this whole thing has been a cry for help, actually.
Do you remember the old days of radio? You do
Oh,
that,
yeah.
and all of a sudden food would show up.
Oh, yeah. I know how that felt. Man, we're feeling hungry today. Anybody got a pizza shop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, breakfast burritos sound good, wouldn't it?
You know, the days of Irv and Joe, Irv just rifling through his pocket for business cards were just some of the classic, rule-breaking but yet fun radio days of long
Hey,
gone.
let me tell you about Peter's hardwood over there on Seminole.
We'll tell you the latest and greatest from the Broncos today. We were over there. There was other stuff besides the groundbreaking. We'll give you the latest coming up next.
Hey guys, you deserve to feel your best. Don't settle in life feeling like you're getting a little bit older. You don't have the energy. Workouts aren't going so awesome. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler here, and I've been going over there for 7 years. So whether you're looking for testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, they've got you covered. They're going to come up with a game plan for your body and your needs. They're going to get your numbers to where they belong, and you will be amazed at how much better you can feel. With 3 locations, they're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
So, Kerry coined the phrase when we first bought the team, we want to be the best team to play for, work for, and cheer for. This really gets at the first two of those. And for the players, right now they have 3 different buildings they walk to. This is going to bring that all together, create a much larger locker room, upgrade the sports performance areas. So I think for the players, it's going to be terrific. For the folks that work for us, we're going to bring a lot of people down from the stadium that are working there, getting everybody together in one building. We think will create a more collaborative environment that helps us reach our goals.
Well, it's Greg Penner from earlier today. I think fans should be incredibly encouraged about what's about to happen. And I think it's a precursor for something much, much bigger. But they're developing a new training facility. It's Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. That's what it's being called. And they're going to take, if you're familiar with this area, they're going to knock down the building that exists right now over on the other side, Scott, where they've been for years and years and years. It's going away, and that'll be a hill. That'll be a berm. And it'll be open for business in total June of 2026. Everything you see where the team store is, the parking lot next to the field house, that is going to be a massive construction zone basically for the next year and a half. But Damani Leach was actually talking about, they literally measured how many steps it takes to get to the center of what the new facility will be to the locker room. Because right now for the players, things are actually not impossible. Nobody's complaining about it, but it's a little quirky the way everything's laid out, from where you have to park, you have to walk certain areas to get to the weight room, literally outside sometimes when it's snowing. They'll have underground parking. They'll have close proximity to everything the players need to get to. They just think in terms of fitness, training, it is about the players. Significantly about the players is they're doing a massive construction development and not putting restaurants, hotels, any of that stuff with this. That is what has happened with some training facilities. It's the training facility, it's the stadium, it's a shopping mall, it's
hotel.
Everything, because that's how you make business. So why would the wealthiest owners not include that when they're thinking about because they could have put this anywhere. If they're going to do all this, why even be there at all? You could just, it's a field.
A couple things. One, it's their land. And so it's actually probably cheaper to do that than have to buy a whole bunch of new land.
It is. I think there's another big reason,
too. And I think also, to me, I've never understand the practice facility right there in public. I like the fact that they're out there alone and they still got the anonymity to being who they are.
Here's what I think the next big thing to drop is going to be. The new stadium. Yeah. Because, the hotels and the shops and the entertainment district, you just don't give up on that. No way.
But that's not for the practice facility.
Nope. Which means I think down the line, years and years from now, we're going to get a banger of a new stadium district. It's going to be unbelievable. If they're putting this amount of work into this.
To a practice facility.
For a practice facility. What in the world? And they've done $100 million of renovations to the stadium already. But they're about to level all this stuff. All of it's going away. The team store, the thing, it's all gone.
So they're going to probably have to dig down to field level now.
Oh, yeah.
If they're putting underground parking and all that.
The renderings, the what they imagine, the photos of what they think, it's sick what it's going to be. It will be the best training facility in the NFL, bar none. No doubts about it. And it makes me kind of pumped up because they could have gone a little cheap on this to a weird degree. They could have just built this with whatever new stadium and just kept everything there. There's plenty of teams whose locker rooms are just part of the stadium, and that's just where they are, period. But I think the big shoe that will drop a few years from now will be that new stadium. And where that's going to be, I don't know. I don't think it's been solidified yet, but I think it's going to come with all the bells and whistles. Mm-hmm. Because if this is just the training facility, what in the world is a stadium?
Well, you got to keep an eye on real estate purchased by the group.
Ain't no doubt about that.
Over the next couple of years, right?
Ooh. I'm back from the radio IR, boys. Holy cow.
You okay?
That ghost pepper put me under. I literally couldn't talk.
We want to thank the lovely folks from Hooters for bringing us in some tasty treats. We have a Hooters that is a stone's throw from here where we are in Lone Tree.
I didn't even realize that. That's cool.
Oh yeah, it's like across the street. It's across the street.
Yeah. So it brought in a manager and two of the ladies that serve.
Yeah, and Tyler just
I am in a full bore sweat. I dug into the ghost pepper, not even thinking twice. Downed the whole thing. Immediately ran. Got about 12 antacids. I got sweat dripping off my face right now.
Did you eat that on purpose?
Why would you ever do ghost pepper?
I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. Ghost pepper's the hottest?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I didn't know that.
Which one's is the ghost pepper?
Not that one.
Here,
try.
No.
These ones are great.
No, thank you.
No, this one's great.
I love the food from Hooters.
Wow.
Looking at you and your condition.
I'm downing all the celery, all the ranch I can get.
All right. Make sure you don't leave anything for Dan. Thank you to Hooters for coming in here. We appreciate it. Adam Schefter will join us in about 8 minutes to talk about the rest of the NFL. Did see some interesting coaching from Sean. Boy, he loves coaching, man. He really does love coaching.
It's a different level than we saw last year.
He loves it, and you just see his relationship with Bo Nix, and you get it, man. Grasshopper, mentor, mentee. You know, you can see it. And they were just having a walkthrough today. I mean, no pads, nothing. Just they were making it a short day. They're all getting out of town.
Hey, there's definitely a time and place for quarterbacks that go out there and do their thing, but there's no more comforting feeling as a play caller than knowing you've got a quarterback that is going to do it the exact way that you want to do it.
Oh boy,
and that's what Sean Payton's got right now. So he's happy as a clam.
Yeah, and I saw and this is just a walkthrough, no defense, we're just walking through things. Sean goes through a lengthy, hey, this, that, the other thing, and then boom, the next play goes perfect. That's exactly it. And
well, let me ask you.
I'm not giving away any state secrets here, but it was a play that was developing over the middle. And for Sean Payton to be, what do you think his frustrations were last year about just getting a pass thrown over the middle of the field?
Well, it never hardly happened. The thing that struck me, and I'll ask you guys this, started no dumb question 30 minutes early. How many, if there's 1,000 minutes of meeting time, which that is minimal, it's probably closer to 10,000 in a football season. But how many minutes, say it was 1,000, did Sean Payton spend last year in the quarterback room?
I mean, I don't know. It's a good question.
No,
One.
I think he's spending all the time he always would.
I disagree. I think last year
he's going to trust a rookie coach. Davis Webb was a rookie coach last year. Never done the job.
I think he was itching, breaking out in hives, and wanting to have vomit in his mouth.
I agree with that.
Throw up every time he walked in. So I think he kept it as minimal as he possibly could. This year, I wouldn't be surprised if they meet in his office.
Yeah,
because I think he likes all three of the guys. Not only football players, but guys. You know what I'm saying?
And for a long time, it was hard to tell if Sean Payton was just hyping up Zach Wilson, hyping up Jarrett Stidham. I think he legitimately loves all three of these guys.
I do too.
Well, let's get to the bottom of it with our guy, Adam Schefter for ESPN, who joins us next. A reminder, get to Joe Willie's this afternoon as Kreckman and Lindahl are taking right up to the kickoff of Colorado's first game at 6 o'clock. Enjoy awesome apps. Joe Willie's thin crust Midwestern style pizza or a delicious Joe Willie's smash burger. It's Joe Willie's on Broadway. We'll see you there starting at 3 o'clock. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. They have over 160 remaining 2024 Chevys and GMCs that'll be sold at their lowest prices of the year. Yeah, you get more on 24s at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. The 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, 2024 Chevy Silverado. If Chevy or GMC makes it, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, they've got it on sale. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Totally free. Talk about peace of mind, too. Check this out. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC is offering a 3-day money-back guarantee. Find me another dealer doing that. All right, You can find him at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont, online at Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Check them out today and tell them D-Mac sent you. A week from tonight, the NFL starts. Opening night. We'll have Adam Schefter
Which
on.
pay service do we got to pay for this Thursday?
I don't know. I don't know where that opens up. That's a good question. I don't know. I assume it's on just like CBS or NBC or whatever.
Thursdays are usually somewhere weird.
Amazon or something
Yeah.
like that.
Not the opening game of the year. I'll look it up. I'm going to guess it's NBC. Yeah. There you go.
So what they'll do is they'll do NBC first 2 weeks, get you hooked on Thursday Night Football, and then swap.
Well,
Amazon.
this isn't Thursday night football per se. This is
just game one.
Yeah, this.
It's Thursday night. Well, it's not
Well,
Thursday Night Football per se. It's just on Thursday night.
I know, but they'll bill it like a Sunday, like it's Sunday night football. It'll be that crew. It'll have that feel. That's what they do.
Exactly. So you'll get used to watching NBC, and then boom, boom, and in 2 weeks, you got to make sure you get your Amazon.
Hey, if you want to watch the game on Friday night, there's a game on Friday as well. That's on Peacock.
There's a game on Friday?
Yep.
Who?
Green Bay at Philadelphia on Peacock. So there you go.
That's the weird one.
That's the Brazil game.
Yeah, that's the weird one.
Yeah, so have your old man complaining about that. Go ahead. Tell Grandpa I can't watch that game because he doesn't have Peacock.
Oh.
You have Peacock.
I do have Peacock.
I know. I do too. It's pretty
I
awesome.
do not have Peacock.
It's
Yes,
cool.
Yes, bring the ice cream. Yes. Yes.
Do you want to describe what's going on with you right now?
I mean, I'm having hashtag regrets. I just chugged a bottle of ranch to try to get rid of the spiciness in my mouth. I ate the ghost pepper, and it was a boneless one, so I didn't like go in slow or anything. I just put the whole thing in my mouth and down that thing, and I'm in a full bore sweat still. About 15 minutes later, D-Mac put it in his mouth.
Well, you listen. I said, which one is it? And Tyler was like, I don't know. It could be this one.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Talk about feeling set up. Yeah, so
D-Mac puts it in his mouth and immediately spits it out.
Yeah, because I didn't want that one, and you could have helped out a brother on that.
I honestly didn't
I
know.
told you it was the orangey ones were
They're all kind of orangey, dude.
the lighter color ones.
But I did. Listen, they're
Raj is bringing me ice cream, and I need that ice cream. Yeah.
So are there people that actually like hot hot and
I
spicy?
find it hard to imagine.
Seriously, like who would order that?
I don't know.
Now the other wings are terrific.
Is that what's going on? Are we just crying here, Dan?
No,
Is that what it is?
No, there's no human being on planet Earth that
Hold
would
on,
enjoy
did Dan
eating
try
that.
it yet? He's making fun of you guys, and he didn't even try it. You
I'll try it. I'll try it.
All right, come
Come
get it
on
right
in.
now. Come
Get
get
it
it right now.
right now on air.
Come on.
No, come in.
Come on, the show's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
You're
you
not-
can come in, grab
Listen,
it.
come in and grab it.
Schefter.
You're not integral. Get in here.
If Schefter calls, I'll pick the phone up.
Yeah.
Whatever. Oh, it's on Zoom?
Oh, well,
No.
you are a lifesaver.
Wow.
Ice cream.
Oh,
Yes.
KJ
Yes.
got one too. Look,
Thank
KJ.
you, sir.
Look at KJ.
Everybody's going for the ice cream.
Oh man.
All right, quickly, go ahead. What are the danger ones?
No, they moved. Where'd they go?
Oh, Dan took him. Dan Storrs took him.
Oh, Dan Storrs
Dan
took him.
Storrs took him. I'll forget
He's
it.
trying to set up someone.
Don't worry about it. Focus on Schefter.
I'm just gonna take the segment off to eat ice cream.
What will we ever do?
Well, you think about it. What's the cat that's got like the YouTube sensation TV? Now he's got every big celebrity in the world.
Oh, yeah. What
Stops
is
by
that?
to hit the 10 hot wings thing he
Mhm.
does.
Hot wings, whatever it is. Yeah, that's a huge popular show.
Oh, it's massive.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of people watch that thing.
Yeah,
Like, do you think places? Because we had the what was the Dave's Hot Chicken or something
Mhm,
that
that
we
was a
did
while ago.
previously?
Old building, too.
That was the Carolina Reaper that they previously had.
Right.
Do you think they actually make money with those?
I don't know.
Maybe Schefter likes them.
I guarantee you there are people that love that stuff.
Adam, it's good to see you, pal. How you doing?
I'm doing a little better than last week. I got my shirt on today.
You do.
So that's a good thing.
I don't know,
Right?
man. Hey,
We're off to a good start.
hey, I
You're
remember
off to a good start.
I remember those showers in Cincinnati together. Come on now, I kind of missed that shirtless Adam Schefter.
Adam, give us a couple of surprises about Cut Day. Like, what caught your attention about how all these teams were formulated?
You know, I got to be honest with you. It's bottom of the roster stuff that I'm not largely focused on. Like, I think local markets are more focused on, is there a fifth or a sixth linebacker, a fifth or a sixth or a seventh wide? Like, I'm more I'm more wrapped up in what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. Did CeeDee Lamb get done? Trent Williams,
right.
Jamar Chase. Who's winning the starting quarterback jobs? More the macro stuff, just because that's become the nature of the job, rather than the micro, which I find interesting. Like, okay, Green Bay trades for a backup quarterback, cuts its kickers, and signs another or claims another kicker on waivers from Tennessee. You got a team in Green Bay that could contend for the Super Bowl, and they're bringing a new number 2 quarterback and a new kicker. I find that interesting. I find it interesting that there were a lot of trades on the back end of rosters. I find it interesting that the Cleveland Browns initially carried 4 quarterbacks before releasing Tyler Huntley today. Okay, like a lot of it's interesting, but what does it mean in the grand scheme of things?
Well, it's insanely dismissive of the Tyler Plumpuses of the world, Adam. I really appreciate that. Yeah. What is going on out there in Cleveland, by the way? They're trying to ship someone, but I mean, what's going on? Carrying 4 dudes?
Well, they cut Tyler Huntley today. So
I'm sorry. I missed that.
Yeah. So, again, they're where they should be right now. There wasn't a team that had more or as many quarterbacks as the Browns did. So now they've got those quarterbacks, and they get ready for the Dallas Cowboys week 1 with Tom Brady in the booth.
Did I read somewhere that Deshaun Watson restructured his contract in Cleveland?
Yeah, he restructured it today, Scott. At least it came out today. And it created like $62 million worth of cap space that they now have, more than anyone in the NFL. And I know that people think, oh, does this mean they're trading for Ayuk? No, it doesn't mean they're trading for Ayuk. It just means that this was some housekeeping stuff that they had in line. It doesn't. Now, could they trade for Ayuk still? Sure, that could happen. But I don't think that they restructured his deal because they had a trade with Ayuk imminent, at least not that I know about.
Broncos fans have a lot of interest in Pittsburgh. Not only are they playing him in week 2, but obviously the Russell Wilson stuff. What is, give us the behind-the-scenes story there with Tomlin's decision to go with Russ, and how committed to him do you think they really are?
I think that was going to be their pick all along. I think when they brought in both guys, it was very low cost for both guys. And Mike Tomlin was pretty clear that Russell Wilson is, in his words, the pole position. Never changed. Now, what did change was Russell hurt his calf. He missed some time. Justin Fields got some added work and reps. And I definitely think he impressed the coaches there, and that they had their eyes opened a little bit. And Mike Tomlin has talked about the fact that they're going to find some work for Justin Fields during the course of a game. Like when they get to the opener, I expect that Russell's going to start, and I think we're going to see a series of plays where Justin Fields does come in.
Wow.
I think that's going to happen. And by the way, I think that'll happen in week 2. Russell starts, and I think here's the pack. Here's third down, Justin Fields is running on the field. They're in the red zone.
Wow.
Justin Fields is running on the field. Yeah.
Okay. You think it'd be as a quarterback, or will it be like a Taysom Hill situation? Maybe both.
No, I think he's going to get him. I would think as a quarterback, but again, we're going to see this out on opening day.
Hey, talk about rehabilitation of quarterbacks, and we've got a couple examples. Sam Darnold's now going to be the starting quarterback in Minnesota. Really had a horrible start to his career in New York, bounced around a little bit, got with Kyle Shanahan. I've heard that Kyle Shanahan basically said he couldn't believe how little he has been taught over his first 3 or 4 years. We're seeing that now with Zach Wilson and Sean Payton here, a guy who had a kind of a rough start as a starting quarterback, but now kind of good things being said by Sean from Zach Wilson's standpoint. What are the franchises you look at now that have that capability of maybe rehabilitating a pretty talented guy? They're both drafted first rounders, and maybe helping their career out and extending their career.
Scott, the first teams I think of are the Shanahan tree teams, like Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, Sean McVay in Los Angeles, Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. Like any of those guys, to me, if I'm a quarterback, that's where I want to go. I want to learn from them. And by the way, I do think that Sean would be in that group of guys. Like that was a spot I think that works out well for Zach, because Sean is great in that regard. And already I think this summer, Zach showed progress. He began to get better and better and flash. So to me, like Denver would be in that category as well. but it's guys that I think have a little bit of a track record like that have worked well with quarterbacks whose offenses produce.
Right.
They know how to take a little bit of the pressure off the quarterback. So, yeah, those are the guys that stand out off the top of my head. Mike McDaniel will be in there too. Like any of those guys from that tree. And again, I'm partial to that tree, but that tree's producing
pretty good.
Treat us like we're idiots, Stretch. Why should we care about what just happened with the league having a special league meeting to approve select private equity firms to buy up to a 10% stake of a team? And I'm looking at the firms that make up a $1 trillion fund, Adam. This is a lot of money. Why should fans care about this? What's the biggest significance of this this vote by the NFL?
Well, in Denver, they shouldn't because it won't come into play with the Broncos,
Right.
with the wealth of the current owners. But in regards to other teams, what I think it does is we've seen teams struggling for cash before. I remember back in the day, the Broncos, Pat, there were always questions about the cash that they had, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Scott, that always came up, right?
Yep.
Always.
It was always talked about. And so in this particular case, if there were a franchise out there that had some cash issues, and we've heard that with some teams, and you'll continue to hear that with some teams that aren't as wealthy as others. Again, not an issue in Denver now, but they could go sell 10% of their franchise. Let's call the franchise worth $5 billion, which I don't think is unreasonable to think that the franchises would be worth that. Well, then somebody could go give them $500 million. They want to go build a training facility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're going to give away 10% of their franchise, and they're going to give us $500 million. Like, I don't know what it cost the Chargers to build their training facility that just opened a few weeks ago, but they've been one of those teams that's been talked about with cash before. So now they could go sell up to 10% of their team to private equity firms. They could get an infusion of cash. They could use that infusion of cash at a time they would need it. And I think the other thing that it's also done is that the prices of these franchises have gone up so much, and they're now so costly that, I mean, I guess if you're spending $5 billion, what's the big deal if you're spending $5.5 billion? But it's nice that somebody can take 10% of the costs off your hands for 10% of the franchise. So it just makes the buying.
I'm sorry.
It expands the buying pool a little bit because there aren't many people out there right now who could go afford $5-6 billion for an NFL franchise.
No doubt.
Maybe Scott, but not a lot of other
maybe
people.
Scott.
The ex-wife, maybe, but not Scott anymore. Let me throw this out at you. You mentioned the Shanahan tree a while ago, and listen, we're both kind of close to Mike and everything else. Knew Kyle when he was a high school kid, right? Over at Cherry Creek. We saw Jerry Jones a couple years ago and get into the Hall of Fame and listen, the Cowboys are now worth $10 billion. We're talking about, franchises that are worth some money. Why, in your estimation, has Mike Shanahan not made it to the Hall of Fame yet? And when do you expect that moment to happen?
You are, oh boy, this is a little sensitive to me, right? Like, to me, it's absurd that he's not in. And I've gone on this diatribe many times, particularly in Colorado. But again, he could be in just for what he did for the Broncos franchise. He was the first coach that won Super Bowls, back-to-back Super Bowls. How many coaches who have won back-to-back Super Bowls are in the Hall of Fame? We could go over the offensive marks that he set. We could go over the influence he's had on the West Coast offense. We could then go over the coaching tree that he's produced and all the head coaches who was on his staff in Washington. Everybody always talks about it. It's famous by now. Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, Raheem Morris. I mean, what are we talking about?
Right.
When I was briefly a voter for the Pro Football Hall of Fame in roughly the year 2000, I don't remember what year it was, but I was a voter for about 4 or 5 years. The big phrase was, can you write the history of the sport without this individual? And if you can't, then they would be a Hall of Famer. Well,
that would be impossible.
I mean, Mike Shanahan's a part of the history of the sport.
No doubt.
He just is.
No doubt.
He just is. And his influence is still seen today. And he should have been in. And why he's waited, I think, it's a big political process, and there are people that haven't gotten in. Like, and it drives me nuts. Like, I remember back in the day, Randy Gradishar was trying to get in, and I tried to help him. And I really went to bat and did a lot of work and research, and he was disappointed, very disappointed and angry that he didn't get in. And I'm curious, what transpired in the last year or two that all of a sudden, that he's in the Hall of Fame now, right?
As opposed to 10 years ago when he had the same numbers and the same cred back then as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's absurd, right? It's just absurd. So, to me, these things are ridiculous, but it is the way it goes. Unfortunate, and that's the deal.
All right, Adam, we gotta let you go. You're the best.
Hey, Adam,
love you.
No bull, brother.
Yeah.
No bull.
You
Yeah,
CrossFitter?
right,
You CrossFitter, Adam?
Am I a what?
A CrossFitter. That's what that brand is, right?
Oh, I'm not a cross dresser. No.
No, workout, CrossFitter.
I'm not a I prefer to just take my shirt off on this.
All right. Easy. We don't need that. Adam, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Adam.
See you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
No, I'm not a cross dresser.
Oh my God, good stuff from Adam as always.
We got the post show view now going on.
Oh, okay.
we still
Dan,
got him.
Close his camera off there.
Yeah. Dan.
Yeah, there you go, Dan.
Yeah, okay.
Also get a butt cheek hanging out there.
Well, you never know.
Speaking of one of those good wings from Hooters.
Ooh, I'm recovered after the entire bowl of ice cream.
You feeling better?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Broncos, I guess, with ownership, I guess we are in who cares about that stuff?
But he's right, and this is something that almost would have been smart if it would have done 20 years ago. But again, the franchises, were worth hundreds of millions instead of multiple billions like they are today. But 10%, and I don't know if he would have or not, but and I don't know how many owners would have sold 10% to get an extra $300 million or whatever it might have been. It wouldn't have been worth $30 million. I mean, back in Pat's days, would he sell 10% for $30 million? I don't think he would have.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Money was always a problem for Pat Bowlen like that.
The numbers are so freaking astronomically high now. I mean, we're talking about we're going to have an organization go for $10 billion here very, very quickly. $10 billion. And to think about that, like, I know there's a ton of rich people in this world, but I mean, how many people have got that kind of money without being able to finance it?
Not many is the truth. It's stunning. But you know what? The Broncos do have that money. And I did question, like, why did they even want to buy the Broncos? Seriously, what is it? But getting to just sort of see how they operate and getting to know Greg Penner a little bit better. He's a competitive dude. Yep. They want to be the best. They're very calculated with what they want to do, but when they make a decision, they don't hesitate to move forward. And I was talking to somebody from inside the building today, and this is no slag on Joe Ellis, but what was Joe supposed to do? He was a babysitter for the organization. Yeah. He couldn't
with
have
no real purse strings.
No. I've always said that, man. I think Joe Ellis, man, his name got run through the mud. And I think in the big picture, he did a relatively good job. I really do. He never asked to be a football guy. And once he got to that point, he was just in a role that he never wanted to be.
The only thing that I think maybe they could have, well, first of all, I think the Pat Bowlen estate did not make a very clear passing of the torch. They made it not intentionally, but because it wasn't more decisive, it made it tricky.
But if you look at the situation, don't you understand? Don't you understand why Pat Bowlen didn't have a clear path? Because he didn't know. Like he's looking at the kids. He's trying to figure out who's going to be ready.
He figured out. But World War II took less time than it did to pass ownership from the Broncos.
I'm just saying. I get it.
About the same time.
I get it as a rich dude that's looking at his kids. Like who do I know is going to have it together when I die?
I had a guy years and years ago say, "Well, you need to get your estate planned and blah 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 blah, get a will." I go, "Why?" He goes, "Well, because when you pass and the kids are going to fight." I go, "I don't care. I'll be dead."
Yeah.
Something. Why does it matter? Well, guess what Pat had? He had a will. He had an estate. He had.
There were a lot of vague stuff out there, though, man.
But he had stuff in paper that some lawyer thought was good enough for a while, and then guess what? Still got in a fight, didn't it?
Yeah, rightfully so, because like I'm telling you, he needed to be a lot more clear with how things were going to operate.
What would you have done? What would you have done with that family? Those are your kids. What would you have done?
If I'm Pat Bowlen,
yeah,
I would have wanted to stay in my family. So I would have made
and I think he did.
Well, I don't know, man. He left a lot of openness for it not to be in his family. I would have been.
He put some hoops out there.
I'll tell you exactly what I would have done. I would have given it to his older daughter, Amy, and it would have been passed down from there. I'd just do it in order, and I would have kept it in the family. That's exactly what I would have done. She was the oldest from his first marriage, but it got sticky because he divorced his first wife, Sally Parker, and married Annabelle.
Right.
And had 5.
And now that's not Annabelle's kid.
And Amy's not Annabelle's kid. Neither is Beth. And then it just got sticky from there. So what would I have done? I would have stayed in order. So, and Amy has no interest. She's out in Hawaii. She's got a life. She's fine. Beth did have interest. So logically, I would have passed it down from oldest kid on down. That's it. As simple as that. That would have been my inheritance. And I would have trained that person to get ready for this role to take it over from an early age. But he didn't do that. In fact, it wasn't until he had a skiing accident where he almost died that he put together a trust at all. He had no trust. He didn't think he was going to die. He was a triathlete, guys. Yeah. Pat Bowlen had no sense of mortality whatsoever until he got in that skiing accident. And from there, it got really tricky because he had kids that were different than Annabelle's kids. And the whole thing was ridiculous. And Joe Ellis, I'm sure he tried to do the best he could. But today is a monumental day, guys, that you have ownership that's got more money than any NFL team that is not hesitating to do the best thing for the players. In 2026, you realize the Denver Broncos are going to have the best training facility in the NFL. They are going to have the best.
In a couple of years, you'll have the best stadium in the NFL as well.
You will have that as well.
They made that clear today. It's on the horizon. They're figuring it out. They're just figuring out where they're going to put it. That's the only debate of where they're going to put it, whether it's going to be downtown or whether they're going to put it somewhere else.
And can't you just feel the difference that there's a system of checks and balances that exists with the Broncos now in terms of their decision-making that didn't exist before?
You know, my only slight concern with the new ownership group when they bought it was they're so rich. They've got their other business. That's the main bread and butter.
Yep.
Is this just a toy? Is it just a hobby?
Yep.
Are you just bored? You just need something fun to do on Sundays, right? But they're not running the ship like that.
Definitely not.
Well, but I also
not.
I will say this though. I think it has shocked them from the moment they were announced owners to today when they broke ground. The work that needed to be done.
Yeah, I think that's all fair.
Yeah.
But you should know, fans, they are into this thing, man. They're there all the time. All the time. They are not absent owners whatsoever. So I'm thrilled with the way it went. I would have tried to keep it in my family, but in all honesty, what would be truly best for the team and for the fans is exactly what happened. So while I
quicker though.
Way quicker. It's we'll have no dumb questions. That's coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want to get the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different, but what you have in common is sometimes a thinking that this can't be better. I've got to live like this. Well, a lot of men, maybe it's you, suffer for years without seeking treatment. Well, all right, put that kind of pride away because I'm telling you life can be better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work when pills or herbals fail. They have successful treatment rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even last an hour, maybe more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and treating tens of thousands of men. If you have these issues, come on now, let's go. Your initial visit, $99. You got T and a PSA test. If the test doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but it's going to work. 720-440-7900. You got that? 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Yeah, and a reminder at Old Chicago, we will pick a winner who enters a No Dumb Question from this week on Fridays. We'll get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. Scott.
No Dumb Question. Are you, what's it called when you buy something, you get home and go, God,
Buyer's remorse?
Are you guys buyer's remorse
Big
guys?
time. Big time.
About what?
To the degree that you know how they always tell you you got like 24 hours after you buy a car? I have returned a car. I've bought a car and returned a car.
Wait, are you just asking about it in general?
No,
or
just asking in general.
Oh, in general?
No real specific story. I was just thinking about that.
No,
Do you ever have buyer's remorse?
Never. I never question it.
Oh, I do. Yeah, all the time. All the time.
Why?
Yeah. Because I'm a bargain shopper. Instead of just buying right, I always bargain shop instead of just doing it right. And then after I bargain shop, I'm like, oh, that was stupid. Like, I probably should have done this right.
I never think like that. Why do you ask?
Well, it made me think. I don't know. I was just thinking about it. This story did happen yesterday. Warren put it up on her Instagram page or something like that. Gets a picture of a receipt from Home Depot. The Warren's big into Halloween decorations. I'll take a picture. Our interior is already Halloweened. Already August Halloween.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, of a purchase from one of those outdoor like Halloween statue things that people put out there. This was like a 7-foot dog, like devil dog or something, whatever, you know. And the purchase says on this thing from Home Depot, two of them, because I knew if I got one, you'd want one, and then if they sold out, you'd be mad. So she bought two.
Thank God.
But she highlighted. But look at the thing. Look at the discount I got. I got $10 off.
No, honey. No.
And I'm like,
oh my God.
I'm like, it's $150 product each.
You still spent $300.
Yeah, you spent $300 or $320, and you got it, $310.
Yeah. No.
So
here I got. So earlier in the show, Scott ordered a potbelly sandwich that he bought from the wrong location. Set on air. Anybody go pick it up off Colorado Boulevard. Somebody picks it up. Scott actually tipped. A little bit later, Maddie goes in. He buys one. He missed the free one. He buys one. He tips $10. That jarred something in me. Where do you draw the line on tipping? When you go to a sandwich shop, I think that's reasonable to tip. They're making you a sandwich, right?
Well, they always put the screen in front of you now, just to press a button.
You go to Starbucks. Are you tipping when you go to Starbucks?
Well, they
I
put
have
that
$1. I'll put it up there if I pay.
Yeah,
cash.
but that's not how it works anymore. They flip the screen around
They give it to you in your car to make sure that you can actually tip.
And the 15% is like the furthest to the left, 20% in the middle, then 25. So you never want to be the cheap guy.
Right.
But normally, I think 15% tipping is pretty good. So I always
do you draw the line or do you just tip?
I do. I usually go 20. I usually go in the middle or whatever it is in the middle.
I draw the line on drive-through. If I pick it up if I pick something up in drive-through.
So if you're suggested a tip, there's places you won't tip?
Yep.
Oh, I never do that.
Yep.
I always
I will draw the line.
Really?
If I'm picking it up in drive-through, I don't feel like that is a tip situation.
See, I'm always afraid that if you order on an app and you walk in and pick it up, or whatever you do, you got to get it. That if you put the no tip button, they're going to spin in it,
or they'll take forever or whatever.
Yeah.
I gotta say, Tyler, I think that's like, who do you think's going to get the tip?
What do you mean?
Like, you don't tip at a drive-through. Who do you think it would have gone to?
I'm not concerned with who it goes to. What do you mean?
Wow. Well, don't you think the people working at the drive-thru don't make that much money? I mean, do you think that'd be a nice thing? Just, here
I'm sure they don't, but I don't feel it's necessary for me to tip on a drip coffee I picked up in a drive-thru.
Wow.
And I don't think as of yet, if you drive through and pay the credit card at like a Taco Bell, there's not a tip thing. They just scan it, boom, hand your card back, and here's your food. So you're supposed to tip the Taco Bell drive-thrus too?
I won't tip if it's not suggested to me.
Why will you tip at Starbucks but not at McDonald's?
I will tip at McDonald's if there's a suggested tip that's put in front of me.
So if they just put a screen in front of you, you're like, yeah, I'll tip.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game.
Yours is perception. You don't want to have someone say, "Oh, that D-Mac came in and didn't blah blah blah."
You got to draw the line somewhere, man. You got to draw the line.
Well, I'm like convenience too. Like if I just have to press a button, I don't have to do any math in my head. I don't have to figure anything else. It's but I will always tip if it's suggested to me.
How about if you
I would feel like it's such a
was
jerk if I
suggested
didn't.
everywhere.
Well, I tip everywhere.
How
then.
about if you go to a concert, you say, "Okay, give me that XX striped shirt right there."
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
And then you flip the screen around and you say,
exactly.
10%.
No,
yes.
I'm just
you reach behind you and hand me a shirt.
All I'm doing is buying an item.
I always tip too, but I get pissed off
the
every time I
idea
do.
of a tip is you're supposed to provide a service. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
I'm a little sympathetic for people that are working at drive-thrus and T-shirt booths. Like, if I can help you out, I'm happy to do so if I need to do that. Yeah, you're working. You're probably not making that much money. If
you're making at least 15 an hour.
If I'm a lazy ass and I'm not making food for myself at home,
it's gotten out of control. It's gotten out of control.
What tipping people's gotten out of control?
Tipping is for people that provide a service, a waitress, somebody that comes to your house,
All right,
whatever.
I bought a new couch the other day. Paid for it at the store. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
2 days later, they delivered the couch.
Yeah.
You tip the guys that carried that heavy ass couch into the house?
I do, yes.
Do you ever have cash around?
I whenever I get a delivery, I make sure I do, actually.
I felt bad the other day. I had a guy do work in my house, and I did not have any cash, and he didn't have. I knew I should have tipped him something.
He takes Venmo. Promise you.
I should have asked. I felt bad when he walked out the door, and he kind of lingered there for a second. Like, all right. I said to him, you know what I said? I was such a jerk. I go, because I did pay for it ahead of time. I go, I'm all good, right? I paid for this ahead of time. He goes, yep.
Okay, here's a follow-up.
Because you do pay a delivery charge.
I should have had $10 in my pocket just to give him $10 in cash.
Follow-up tip question.
So I feel bad about that.
Okay, when you order a pizza, do you tip based off of how much you paid, or do you just give a general tip for the delivery?
Say that again one more time.
When say you order one pizza at one time, and you order 12 pizzas another time, are you giving the same tip, or are you tipping more simply because you ordered 12 pizzas?
You're tipping more because it's more money.
More work.
Yeah.
For who?
Well, the guy carried in, they're not carrying 12 pizzas at one time. They're probably carrying like 3 and then bringing them in 3.
12 pizzas would be like 150.
Call it 3 pizzas.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I just give whatever the round number
What are you paying for
is.
one
like
pizza?
$10.
What are you paying?
I give $10 no matter what it is. Whether I order one pizza or whether I order 10 pizzas, I'm giving you $10 when you come to my house.
How much does the pizza cost?
It doesn't matter to me.
Well,
I got it, but how much does it cost? And I'll tell you if you're a cheap ass or you're
Well, you're probably
genius.
getting a pizza delivery probably around 25 or 30.
All right, so say that the pizza's $25 and you're cheap and you're tipping $10.
But I'm being generous when I order one.
You are. That's incredibly generous.
Because I'm tipping for the service that you provided driving to my house.
But you realize that delivery drivers may share their tips with people back at the store, right?
And you do know though that if you're getting them cash, they ain't sharing them. It ain't the bar and
in restaurant. Well, in restaurant, you're damn right you're supposed to.
Different. Someone says Tyler would tip $2 on a 13-mile DoorDash. That's not true. I give you $10 when you deliver something to my house.
No matter what.
The food.
So if it's $25, that's incredible. But if it's $100, you're cheap.
Yep.
But it's the same delivery if you're bringing one pizza.
The service didn't change. It's the same service.
And if you look at like a pizza delivery, has a delivery charge on there.
I tip for service.
Yeah, that's how I grew up.
So you're giving 20% plus the $5 delivery charge they put in your bill.
I'm not going to lie. Yes. I thought I was going to get crushed on the text line. Yeah. Everyone's got my back on this. I thought I was going to get crushed.
Okay. Oh, I'm not crushing you, but I'm kind of shocked to hear you talk about it like this.
All right.
Why?
How much your haircut costs?
Oh, way more than I want to admit. Yeah.
So just round it up to say 40. 50.
Yeah.
All right, say 50. How much you tipping?
Oh, well, I tip on that on 20%. Just for my haircut.
Why does that matter? Why don't you have a flat rate to tip for haircuts?
Because it's a service that I'm sitting in his chair for an hour.
Okay. All right. And a pizza delivery. First of all, when do you need? All right, never mind. I'm getting in the weeds
Do you have
here.
a beard like I have? No, I do beard and hair.
Yeah, you take a lot of work there, Sleeping Beauty.
I do.
I gotcha. Rapunzel.
Yeah, I go 20%, but my haircuts are way too expensive.
All right, people do seem to be.
And my haircut's only 19, but I give 10.
Well, there you go.
Because I figure I'm helping them out.
Yeah. If it's only $19, you got to be extra generous.
What about Uber or Lyft drivers? Boy, you are getting a lot of action on the text line here. That's for sure. I guess this is driving people nuts out there.
Yeah.
Tipping's big.
I'm sick of you putting a screen in front of my face everywhere I go.
So am I the sucker?
Well, let me ask this. So
when you go to Qdoba, do you always tip?
If they put it in the screen in front of me, I will. Yes.
Qdoba is like a debatable, or Chipotle, that's a debatable one for me that I generally do tip on.
Some work,
I generally do tip on that one, but it frustrates me because in my mind, that's not a big enough service.
Yeah, I do that. How about this? You go to a ball game.
Yeah.
You go up, you get in the stand line, you get up there, can I just get a Diet Pepsi? They reach over to the side because they're already pre-made. They hand you a Diet Pepsi. It's $8.50. You supposed to tip on that?
If they put the screen in front of me, I would.
Okay.
I'm not lying, so I don't know what else to say.
You order
It's gonna be the same answer.
You order $1,000 refrigerator. Okay.
Okay.
It's going to break in 3 months, by the way.
Okay. Are you tipping based off the $1,000?
Not at Mountain High Appliance. Go to mountainhighappliance.com. Am I tipping on the what? The delivery?
On the $1,000.
On the delivery.
Or are you just giving a general tip?
No, I don't know if I'm tipping at all in that one. Are they going to put a screen in front of me? I'm an idiot, okay?
No, it's like the guy that came the other day. So you bring
I would. I would give.
Wait,
I know what you're saying.
You
I know
don't
what you're
tip
saying.
people to provide manual labor for you, but you tip.
I know what you're saying, and you're right. I would not tip on the $1,000. I would do probably $30, something like that.
Because that's what tipping is supposed to be.
Yeah, I probably would do that. I'd probably give each dude who was there $30, something like that. Especially if they're like installing. If
You
they're
just had a guy come over and do some
I
work. You didn't
know.
pay
I
him.
felt terrible. I didn't have any cash on me, and he didn't put a screen in front of my face. I told you I'm an idiot, right? Okay.
Someone says DMAC is the reason why we have a tip screen everywhere we go. Exactly.
Did I?
If you would stop giving it, they would quit asking.
I did say I'm an idiot, right? It's PhD on 92.5.
Why tip someone for a job I'm capable of doing myself? I can deliver food. I can drive a taxi. I can and do cut my own hair. I did, however, tip my urologist because I am unable to pulverize my own kidney stones.
Boulder's going to be hopping tonight. Game day, game night. And Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room is the place to go. Old Chicago was founded in Boulder in 1976, and what they've done since then is legendary, as is their scratch-made crust. You can pick from 3 options: Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish, and one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Are you kidding me? So good. Then build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza, or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. And maybe it's game night tonight. You're thinking about it. You say, hey, this would be the time for the Old Chicago World Beer Tour. All right. It's 110 local and legendary beers. Take the tour and earn rewards along the way like branded merch, even $5 OC bucks, and use on your next visit. It's Old Chicago for the win. So discover your next favorite pint, get your favorite pizza, find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Hey, if you're in the market for new vehicles, save yourself a lot of time, save yourself a lot of hassle, ensure that you get the best price to go into my friends at Phil Long Ford. Tyler Columbus here, and I've been going over there for a very long time. I bought a lot of vehicles there. I always have a great experience. I always know I'm going to get the best price. They respect my time. They get me in, they get me out. You will love the experience at Phil Long Ford. And the best part is not only do you get the best price, you will find the vehicle of your dreams, whether that's a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle. They have got it all at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. Guys, with an award-winning service department, once you buy your new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very, very long time. You're just going to love the experience. You're going to know you're going to get a great price, and you will find the vehicle of your dreams in one day, in one stop, and you will get the best price. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
You seeing anything interesting on the text line about your tipping stuff?
I've seen some good rules. I mean, you got maybe 3 supporters out of the 200 texts we got on that thing.
Yeah, but again, I wasn't like banging the drum for it. I was just telling you how I do. I was.
You were just admitting you're an idiot.
Yeah, I wasn't really looking for support. If I'm an idiot, I'm an idiot.
I could buy into this rule. A few people texted in this. The general rule is you don't tip when you're standing up to order. I could buy into that.
You don't tip when you're standing up
to order. Yeah.
Well, what about the drive-thru then? You're not standing up at the drive-thru.
Well, that's a guarantee I'm not tipping in a drive-thru.
Okay. All right. How many drive-thrus do you go to?
I don't know. Yeah, I order coffees.
I really don't go to drive. I really don't drive that much anymore, so I don't really go to drive-thrus. So maybe I'm just in a different world here because I don't do that.
So, someone says that they once delivered 22 pizzas to Tim Tebow's house, and he tipped $5. Now, in my world, if Tim had given $10, that would have been okay. $5 is a little cheap.
Okay. Anything else? Moving on. D-Mac, how do you? People really are pissed about this.
We
man.
got
Wow.
hundreds of texts on
I
this.
told you I'm an idiot, right? D-Mac, how do you know where that 20% tip is going? It goes to corporate, not the employees.
So tips are supposed to be, the way it was originally made, was supposed to be for people making less than minimum wage, right? So those are like waitresses. Those are people in the service industry. But if you go to a McDonald's, for example, they are making minimum wage.
They're making $15 an hour now, I think.
Tyler
I think it's more than that.
has obviously never worked in a service-based job where tips were his livelihood.
No, I just said I tip for service-based jobs. I absolutely do.
You're just debating what the service jobs are.
Exactly.
Huh.
So restaurants, yes. Service,
Yeah.
budget food, haircut, yes.
You
Drive to
deliver something to my house, yes.
Drive to at your house or deliver at your house,
If
yes. Drive to Taco Bell.
If you
No.
provide a service at my house, like on an hourly basis, now I'm tipping based off the bill.
Hey, I do have a money story that's pretty interesting. Steph Curry, did you see his deal?
I heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
1 year extension. Hold on to your shorts, sports fans. $62.6 million.
Yikes.
But I think he's making 60 this year, isn't he?
Is that the Olympics extension? Is that what that was?
I think he has 2 more years on his deal, doesn't he?
Yeah, this now takes him through 26-27.
Wow. They want to go all the way that far?
How old is Steph Curry, man?
He's got to be like 34 or 5.
So in 2 years from now.
36, there you go.
Well, this story says now it's 26-27. So what are we looking at? 24-25, 25-26. Yeah, so in 2 years. So he's going to be worth $62.6 million 2 seasons from now, going into the third season after
What was
this?
Klay
Really?
Thompson making last year? What did he make last year? 50?
I don't know. He had to be making something like that. I mean, he's coming off the bench.
Well, that's what it's going to feel like by the time you get there, right?
Now his dad is telling him, what a stupid guy you are for going to Dallas.
Why did they give him that? Why did they do that? I don't know.
The Warriors? That does not make any sense to me.
I know. I mean, it's time to hit the great reset, man.
I agree. What do you? Where does everybody think the Warriors are actually going here?
By the way, his cap hit for this season, 24-25, and it's the cash out value, $55,761,000. So he's making 55 this year.
And by the way,
cow,
if you wanted to extend him, you could do it later. You could what was the rush on this?
All right, is this just to put fannies in the seats? Then,
Yes,
of course.
Okay.
To show them that they're still serious.
Okay, we got to spend money on somebody. So he's going to finish up like Kobe did on a terrible team, not winning any games, making a boatload of money. Right? I mean, that's essentially how Kobe finished, right?
He'll be 38, making $62 million.
What's Braun making?
Probably over 50.
Yeah, but the Lakers aren't like a dead duck. The Lakers are at least a playoff team. You could make the argument they're still thinking about basketball to a certain degree. The Warriors are going to be they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NBA here pretty quick. What do they got left, Scott?
I don't know.
Right?
Draymond Green and
He's
him.
done. Draymond will be done. He ain't going to be doing anything better.
Well, you're probably hoping if you can shoot, you'll always be able to shoot. But
You're not winning just with Draymond Green and Steph Curry. They're going to be bad.
he had 3 this year, according to this, that Dan pulled up on the sheet. He had 3 years before they extend him. So, he was making 51.4 this year, 55.2 next year, 59 to third year. And then that would be at, what do you say? He's 35 now, so 35, 36, or 36 now? Be 38, 39.
It's outrageous. Oh, good for him. Hey, good for him.
Yeah.
Get your money. Way to go. But that, man, I do not want the Nuggets to be in that type of situation, man. I don't want to see it. When it's time to reset, it's time to reset.
Well,
it's going to be sad as hell when it happens because it basically means Jokic is retiring.
Hold on. No. That we're looking at Joker's contract.
Sorry, I was just pulling this up to show you in the year Curry's making 62, Joker's at 59.
Yeah, when he's 32, he'll be making 62.
So he'll be making $3 million less than Steph Curry in the 26-27 season.
Good for Steph Curry because his team's going to be garbage.
Hold on. I mean, are we not sort of in a similar situation with Jamal right now?
Oh, with Jamal?
Yeah. Like, are we sure that Jamal's got great years in front of him?
He's well, first of all, it's not quite, I mean, it's going to be 50, but it's not 60. Are we sure?
What's
No.
the difference?
We are.
What's the difference between 50 and 60 at that point?
Well,
10.
roughly 10.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Don't mean to show off or anything, but you're really questioning Jamal. I know what you're doing. You've got serious questions about Jamal.
Well,
period.
I've had questions before the Olympics, so I've been questioning the deal for a very long time. And the Olympics just did nothing but solidify it. And quite frankly, if I'm the Nuggets, I'm just telling him, go earn it, dude.
Let me ask you this.
I would just tell him, you got another year. Go play, man.
And it's different. And listen, football's cattle. They've always been cattle. But what's the alternative if you don't have Jamal?
I know.
That's right.
But you know what? You don't have to get rid of him. You don't. Make him just play on his contract.
But look at San Francisco. 1 year and then he's gone. So you try to keep him a little happy. But Trent Williams, for example, what's their alternative without Trent Williams?
Correct.
Right. I got you. And I've always said Jamal's going to get paid. At the end of the day, the Nuggets don't have an option. I just don't think it feels good.
You know, we are a little bit past the Olympics now, aren't we?
Everybody's on vacation.
It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room, where the unbelievable lunch combo is still available for the next hour at just $9.99. It's $9.99 for a cheesy two-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, and an icy fountain drink. All under $10. Great deal. Available until 3 o'clock. Old Chicago, saving lunch with a $9.99 unbelievable lunch. Till 3 for dine-in or call-in. It's a limited time, so get it while it's hot. And also, the Old Chicago World Beer Tour is always on. If you're a beer lover, you're going to love this. It's a ticket on a beer journey around the globe. From the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago. Just go to oldchicago.com and you'll find one near you, I guarantee you. They were built and bred in Boulder in 1976 and thriving since then. So you want to get your best value, you want to get the best food, the best drink. It's Old Chicago. Find it at oldchicago.com.
Yeah, well, I think they've got like body types. They're big. They have strong hands in traffic. They're smart. They're tough. They catch it well. They block. You know, Devon's a guy that I see in a similar way. You know, the sub-slot position to X, you know, where Cortland plays, and Tim the same way. Tim, the sub-slot either, but inside out. And then LJ's another one who played quite a bit inside. You know, we all want to run the ball well, and that requires bigger, stronger, physical receivers. And so Tim's an outstanding blocker. Devon is an outstanding blocker. Obviously, he's just younger, and that's where he's at.
Today, the big news with the Broncos was a groundbreaking ceremony for what's going to be the most spectacular training facility in the NFL. Good to go by June of 2026, whether you thought it was weird that they just brought a box full of dirt to shovel dirt into or not. That's what happened. So you had all the dignitaries and muckety-mucks out there, and it's a big deal. It is a big deal, and will it improve football? We'll see, but it certainly is a commitment for the team to its players. For the fans, I think the big announcement will be a stadium a few years down the line, and Damani Leach didn't want to talk about that. Neither did Greg Penner necessarily. But I think it's pretty fair to say if you see what's happening now, what's going to be happening is painfully obvious.
Well, Penner hinted at it. I mean, he didn't really dodge it all too much. He said they're looking into it. They're looking into it, whether they want to have the new stadium where it currently sits or they're going to have it somewhere else. To me, I thought that was about as much affirmation as we've ever heard that they are doing a new stadium.
I'll be stunned if they don't. And they have poured a ton of money into this old stadium. I mean, it's $100 million in there. But this train ain't slowing down. These folks that own the Broncos are multi-billionaires for a reason. They want to win on all levels, and I think they're going to.
Does facilities matter anymore in recruitment of players? Is just the bottom line dollars?
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. There's certain levels that you just have to match.
For years and years in college football, the arms race was in facilities. That's how you recruited, right? Because you weren't allowed to give these guys money. So you had to build the biggest crowd. It started with Oregon, and then everybody tried to catch up. Colorado even got a beautiful facility. But that's how you recruited. In the NFL, the facilities were garbage in comparison to college teams.
Right.
Because, well, there's a couple reasons. Number one, you recruit with the dollar figure. That's how you recruit. But number two, the dude that is making the facility or the woman, that is their bottom line. In college, it's some boosters' money that is paying for all this, right? So, no, it doesn't really matter. I think it's like if it's neck and neck, it might be something you look into. But, no, it's just about money.
Well, the Broncos on the field at least had a relatively relaxed day, and it is interesting to look at the team now as it stands, Tyler. What's it like to be on the field at now we're getting a little past the deadline. Like if you're still on the team right now, it's looking good for you. Even for that last spot, I don't think the Broncos are going to make any significant. I mean, listen, teams have players come and go all the time. But it does feel like, hey, man, if I'm on that practice field today, I did it. I'm going to be on this team week 1.
Yeah, it feels that way. Don't get too comfortable because something always happens. And, I mean, I'm talking the night before the game. You've got roster transactions that happen all the time. So for veterans, you're still sweating it out a little bit because you want to get that guaranteed salary and making sure that you're on that opening day roster. However,
the week in between the last preseason game or the 2 weeks now instead of 1 week.
Yeah. That's a long time.
That's a long time nowadays.
You asked about buyer's remorse earlier. You think coaches aren't having a 53-man remorse at any point?
Okay. Should there be any buyer's remorse for the Broncos right now? If as you look at them, should we be like, maybe we shouldn't have done that or should have done something else?
I don't think so. I got no remorse on Tim Patrick, even though he got picked up. You had to do it. You had to go young. I got no remorse on Samaje. He didn't fit into the room. No, not in terms of like people we lost. Usually you've got the remorse in terms of people that went somewhere else and you're like, oh my gosh, they're going to crush us. I don't feel that with anyone.
Scott?
No.
You good?
There's a reason they were 31st in talent by a lot of, people that were doing their little power rankings and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, it needed to be started over. You got a new quarterback, so start it over. You wisely. You went more veteran. Your most veteran room is your offensive line room, right? I mean, that's your most veteran people.
Right.
So you go veteran offensive line with the young quarterback. You got an older guy in Cortland, the wide receiver, a guy at least got some experience. But then everybody else is fairly young around him. Listen, I think they're doing it the right way. Does that mean they'll get 10, 11, 12 wins? Maybe not, but it's still building the right way, and that's the most important thing.
I've got one potential one that I know, D-Mac, you'll say there was never an option, but if you knew this team was going to look as good as they did in preseason, if you knew that Bo Nix was going to come out and look not only competent, but like he's a dang good football player, would you moved on from Justin Simmons?
Who am I?
You. Because I know you're going to say Sean Payton, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't logically make sense to move on from Justin for football reasons. However, he certainly, as we found out, didn't have the value that he was being paid. So if it was me, I probably would have gone to him with a contract restructure for football reasons. And if he didn't want that, I'd probably let him go. But
Well, they might have done that, though.
But again, that's me. And I think the Sean Payton stuff with Justin Simmons is much deeper. I really do.
Well, I think at the time it was relatively easy to move on from Justin Simmons because you just dropped Russ. You had to find the biggest contracts. You had to move on from a couple guys. And you thought, boy, we're going to suck. We're going to have no chance this year. All of a sudden you get in training camp. And the only buyer's remorse I might have is at the point that you're halfway into training camp, you feel pretty competent, you feel like you might be able to compete this year. Justin Simmons is still on the street. Now he's getting shopped out there, and you could have gone and got him and brought him back for $6 million.
Well, we're going to have a story in Let's Football Go about expectations and rankings for the Broncos. We have them. Dan, were you going to do the mock draft stuff in Let's Football Go? Okay. So we'll get to all of that here in a little bit.
Sorry, just one last thought though. But because what young safety is it that you're like, yeah, we got to get that. We got to get rid of Justin Simmons for this dude.
Well, the whole team is made up of guys like that.
Well, listen, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's a guy in the safety room that you're like, man, we got to clear away for him.
No, I mean, the whole team is made up of guys we don't know much about or nobody knows anything about.
But think about this, and I want to look at this, make sure. You changed out and got rid of half of your captains from a year ago. Sean Payton's first year.
Yeah.
You changed leadership by making some of the moves you had. Russell Wilson was a captain, gone. Justin Simmons, a captain, gone. Kareem Jackson, captain, gone.
Right.
So now, and Riley Dixon, why I have no idea, but Riley Dixon is one of your captains.
Always a special teams.
McGlinchey and Cortland Sutton. So you wanted to change things, so you added younger faces, but you know what you wanted to change? You want to change leadership in the locker room,
You did. I think that's pretty clear now. And I think it was a tough decision with Tim Patrick. I don't think they have any animosity with him. But I think they are so comfortable this year going younger with this youth movement because, let's face it, it's not about making the playoffs. They're going to try to win every game. I get it. But this is a free pass year like you haven't had in years and years and years. And nobody's on a hot seat. No, you would have to, I don't know, man. It would have to be some epic failure for, say, like VJ to be on the hot seat, something like that. Do you guys really see moments like that? Do you think there'll be moments of epic failure for the Broncos this year?
I don't know about epic failure, but I don't think our defense is better this year than it was last year. And last year, even if you throw out the 70-point game, toss that to the side, at best, it was a mediocre defense.
I would say epic failure would be losing like 3 games in a row by more than 25 points. To me, that would be NFL epic failure.
I think they're going to be a better defense than they were last year, and it just from this one standpoint, maybe proven wrong, is that I think they will stop the run this year, which they could not do last year.
You are better on the defensive line. I'll give you that. I think everywhere else, you're slightly less good.
Aren't you better on the pass rush?
Well, that's what I just said.
Defensive
line.
Josie
I'm including the outside linebackers in that conversation.
Josie Jewell, we lose, and we all love Josie.
You didn't get an upgrade there. Cody Barton's not an upgrade. He might be maybe as good, maybe.
Alex Singleton was pretty funny yesterday.
Maybe.
He was asked, is this rebuild? But he's 30 years old. So he goes, hey, anybody who tells you this is a rebuild, they're full of shizzle. They bring up Javonte Williams, goes, oh, yeah, it's clearly a rebuild year. Even Sean has insinuated that it's a they're trying to win, but that's got to be a weird feeling as a more of a veteran player to be part of a rebuild like Singleton. Like, you don't really want to hear that, do you? You don't want to hear that a year your life is going to be about making something else better. But frankly, isn't that why Alex Singleton's on this team right now? Because it is a rebuild year.
Well, if it is a rebuild year, then why is he here?
Because he's cheap and he does a good job and he's good in the locker room, and they'll move on from him likely next year.
I guess.
You guess? Or do you think Alex Singleton's the man?
No, not at all. And that's why I'm like, well, I don't know. I think you keep guys like Alex Singleton when you're still trying to compete.
I think he's a high motor guy, and I think they need a high motor guy in that position. But I think if they can replace him in the next year or so, they will try.
I'm a big Alex Singleton fan, though. I mean, I think he's really good for the athletic ability he has. He is a major.
He's a high motor, man.
Well, the truth is you can't rebuild everything in 1 year. You got to pick your spots, right? They already paid Quinn Miners a ton of money. You know it's coming down the road for Surtain. He's a budget sort of dude. I don't know how much he even makes, but he's certainly not like breaking the bank or anything. He's on nobody's list as like anything incredible.
Bolsey might be in trouble for the simple fact that you've got an overall team budget and you've got so much invested in that offensive line. You're like, do we really want to give out another huge offensive line contract, or do we want to go
he gets
younger
paid
and
is
cheaper?
if and I think it will anyway, the sacks 2/3 less than they had last year, and they actually can run the ball when they want to, then he may get paid. If they can't, then who knows?
Well, the Bolsey question will come into major focus with Let's Football Go. That's coming up next. Hey, it's T-Mac, and I'm talking to you about Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Okay, you're hearing a lot about interest rates. Will they be cut? How much will they be cut? Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy down can help you lower your current car payment and get you into a brand spanking new Ford. Spectacular. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Get this, totally for free. Mike Maroney Ford gives you more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. So if you're like Tyler and you've got some buyer's remorse, all right, they'll take care of business there at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. I'll be surprised, but they give you that option. Lock in your low rate today. 3rd and Alpine in Longmont, online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. The Great Percent event is only for a limited time. Limited funds are available to lend. So come on now. Waiting's going to cost you. Don't miss this chance. And you never know. Interest rates could even go higher. So hurry in to Mike Maroney Ford today. And let them know your pal D-Mac sent you. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. We love you guys. MountainHighAppliance.com is the best. All right, let's football go. What do you got, Dan?
All right, Scott, this is for you. We're going to hear from Greg Penner here in just a second. He talked about Bo
I thought
Nix.
you were saying goodbye.
But this right here
You're unbelievable.
is
Go
for
ahead.
Scott Hastings' favorite segment of the PhD show that we ever do. That's right, Scott. It's mock draft season.
Are you smarter than a
Fifth grader?
So, Sports Illustrated just released their way too early 2025 NFL mock draft. Now,
Love
the
it.
reason we're doing this is because it does involve our Denver Broncos and our CU Buffs. So, we'll just go through the top 10 here. Number 1, they have the New England Patriots finishing with the worst record in the NFL. James Pierce, edge rusher out of Tennessee, first overall. Second, Carolina Panthers, Kelvin Banks Jr., an offensive tackle from Texas.
Well, I think quarterback.
And at number 3, they do have the Broncos, finishing with the third worst record in the NFL. They have them selecting Will Campbell, an offensive tackle out of LSU. Now to the Buffs, they have the New York Giants at number 8 overall, selecting quarterback Shedeur Sanders out of the University of Colorado. And if we go down to number 10, the Washington Commanders selecting wide receiver / cornerback Travis Hunter out of the University of Colorado. So do you guys think the Broncos will finish with the third worst record in the NFL?
Well, here's what this mock would tell you. First of all, no is the answer. I don't think they will. But if they were to, it means you're definitely not paying Garrett Bowles. If you really are that bad, you're going to have to get yourself an offensive tackle. So I'll go with you on that. I don't want that to happen. I want Travis Hunter on the Broncos because I think that's the dynamic game changer that they don't have that they could need. But if they really have the third worst record, yeah, you're drafting a tackle and you're moving on from Bowles.
If you're at the third worst record in all of the NFL, you also may be looking at, did we overreach for your quarterback? Is Shedeur Sanders a reach?
Does it say the record at the third worst out of curiosity, or does it just say third worst?
They just have him picking third overall.
Okay.
So what
No
was the
record
record
prediction.
last year? I'll look at the standings to give you the third worst.
I mean, listen, the Vegas has got the over/under for the Broncos of 5.5, and that has not moved, surprisingly. So Vegas doesn't see anything in the preseason that is going to change that for them. I think all of us agree that seems really low, like minimum 6-7 wins, right?
I
minimum?
think so, absolutely.
Well, if you get 6 or 7, you're still probably, call it 7. You're probably number 5, 4.
7 wins?
Yeah.
I think you'd be a little bit high. Well, I don't know. I mean, we'd have to look at last year.
Almost every team gets 6 or 7 wins.
Panthers won 2 last year. Cardinals, Commanders 4, Patriots 4, Chargers 5. Those are your worst records last year. So you're talking probably in the 2 to 5 range if you're the third pick.
Yeah.
So, but to keep going on that, well pointed out, you're probably a late top 10 pick, 8, 9, 10, something like that. I mean, where did they have Travis going? What number? I'm sorry.
10th overall to Washington.
10th overall.
And
Okay.
Shedeur 8 to the Giants.
Okay. I want Travis Hunter. So to me, if you win 7 games,
I would be,
and you're drafted 9th, and you can get Travis Hunter, that means Bowlesy's doing okay. To me, that would be fantastic.
Sign Hunter, trade or sign Bowles back up, and then
Yes.
and then pick
In
up.
the ideal world, yes.
So if you're the
there's
third
another
pick, like
option.
he's saying, and you win 3 or 4 games, what are you doing?
You got to get a tackle because your season fell apart for some crappy reason. You can't just snooze on tackles. They're hard to find.
There's another option also. And you move on from Garrett Bowles. You say, hey, Mike McGlinchey, we're paying you a boatload of money, dude. Figure it out.
Play left tackle?
Figure it out. Not long term. So you draft your future left tackle
Okay.
in the second, third round, whatever.
Okay.
Right. Play him in his first year at right tackle. Let McGlinchey hold the fort down for a year, and then you move forward, and you still get Travis Hunter.
Do you think McGlinchey could do that?
Not awesomely, no.
Because you got to be making the playoffs in 2025.
Well, that's fair.
Okay, we're not I'm giving them at least some grace this year, but not next year. You know, you realize when we're having this conversation next year, Knock on wood. Hope the creek don't rise.
So this is 25. We're sitting here in August of 25.
We'll be banging the table why this better be a 10 or 11 win team. No doubt about it. Like, it will be disappointing.
Even if they only win 3 or 4 games next year?
Correct. Because you're going to have $100 million in cap space. Spend wisely, y'all. So no excuses next year for not making the playoffs. You realize you will not have made the playoffs if you don't make it this year since 2015. What? We're about to go our 10th year without making the playoffs?
No,
Stop.
That's why I said I disagree with like Sean Payton just having secured job for his entire tenure here. No, he's got to make the playoffs in his third year, or else he'll get fired, because that's what happens in the NFL. You get 3 years, and if you don't, you get fired. Now, obviously, there's always context of how it looks.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, you get fired if you don't make it in 3 years.
Well, I'll lean into that. There's not a lot of excuses in 3 years in the NFL. And to think that the two teams that haven't been to the playoffs the longest are the Broncos and the Jets. Come on, man. Like, you kind of do make the playoffs at least once every 5 years, no matter what.
Well, if we go back at Dan Campbell, the toodled underneath Sean Payton, his first year in Detroit, they won like 3 or 4 games.
Yep.
The next year in Detroit, they won, I think, 8 or 9.
They just missed the
playoffs. And then last year they win their division.
And depending where you look, they're Super Bowl favorites this year, at least championship game. They're there. They're there. You can't have a conversation about the Super Bowl without fairly including the Lions. Agreed?
True.
So that's where you got to be. You got to be like the Lions. Yeah. So in 2 years, you got to be part of that conversation. Or maybe you should be hitting the road as the coach.
I think that's fair.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Greg Penner. He spoke this morning down at Broncos facility to talk about their new facility. And he was also asked about his rookie quarterback, Bo Nix, and what he thinks of his potential franchise QB.
I've been really impressed with his poise and maturity. There's something about starting that many games in college that obviously develops that, and I think he's got some incredible traits. It was great to see how he played in the first 2 preseason games. I had a chance to call him after Sean announced that he'd be the starting quarterback. Had a great conversation with him then. You know, all rookies are going to go through some ups and downs in their first season, and I told him we're going to support you. I'm excited to see what he can do on the field and the rest of this roster.
All right, sounds like Greg Penner and the Broncos ownership group believe in Bo Nix. Good to hear.
Sure, they got their guy.
Yeah, really good to hear.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But again, we go back to the previous question and conversation. Do they have their guy if they win 3 games next year?
Everybody's got their guy, Scott. It's game 1. We got our guy.
Did you catch what happened in New England today?
Yeah.
Drake May lost the starting job. He didn't earn it, however you want to put it. It's Brissett. It will not be Drake May to start. That is bonkers that happened.
Have you seen how bad the offensive line is out there?
No, I have not. Tell me. Is it a disaster?
I mean, epic proportion disaster.
I mean, you're the 3rd overall pick. You're the man.
You are in jeopardy of pulling a David Carr.
You think it's more like that?
Yeah.
You think they're protecting May, they're not punishing him?
Well, I don't know, but all I know is I wouldn't be eager to put a rookie quarterback out behind that line.
Well, okay. Okay, I guess, but that's your 3rd overall pick, dude, and he's not starting.
Well, but if it's your 3rd overall pick.
On a bad team.
But it also is your future, and you don't want to screw your future up.
Okay.
If that's the reason. If you're that bad, I'd hold them back also. See, the Broncos, it's a no-brainer because you look like you can be competitive.
And you got a veteran line.
As long as you're telling me that's the reason. Other than that, this is almost a bust from the start if it's not that.
My guess tells me that's what it is.
All right. If that's what it is, fine.
I mean, because did you watch Drake May in the last preseason game? He looked pretty
good.
damn good to me.
Okay. Just checking on that. 3rd overall pick, not starting.
I heard you the first 5 times.
Okay, next story, Dan.
Drake May start?
Yeah.
Not starting. Yes,
Well, a
Dan.
quarterback that is starting is Russell Wilson with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He spoke to Pittsburgh's media yesterday, and he was asked, Russ, how did you think you won the starting quarterback job over
this
Justin
is going to be deep right here.
I think we all just try to be our best every day.
Right.
I think every day I step in the building, just try to, bring my energy, bring the focus, the detail, the experience of it all too. And then when you step in between the white lines, do everything you can to be your best version of you.
White lines.
The white lines.
Just every day when I go out there.
Is that a new cut or is that just the old stuff?
It's just a blessing. It's a blessing to talk about the white lines.
How much is it going to talk about the white lines?
I could have taken a cut from one of his pressers last
Johnny
year.
Manziel spoke last week. Oh.
Jeez.
Different white lines. He's the Rick James of football.
How's Johnny doing these days? He's sober?
He's actually speaking and stuff, and he's talking all about his.
He got sober, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he said the article I read yesterday. He's talking heavy about his drinking, depression, his drug use. I mean, he got pretty raw with it.
Yeah,
that's a good step.
That documentary on him on Netflix. Very few times you watch a documentary and it ends and you're like, "Is that guy going to be okay?" That's how I felt watching that documentary.
That documentary could have been about 5 more episodes. There's so much stuff that they didn't even touch on.
Did you feel good about him when that documentary ended? I didn't. I thought this guy is going through tough times like right now. Like this story ain't over. I don't know, man. I hope the best for him.
I thought the storyline he got sober, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'll tell you this about what he did do, though, at A&M and how messed up this college system is. He did build them a new stadium. They really did build like a $63 million stadium on the back of what he did.
They didn't build a new stadium. They made an addition. Yes.
Whatever. They made huge improvements or whatever they did. It's a virtual new stadium, whatever it is. Well, hold on. Let me back up. Do you think how responsible do you think he was for the funding of whatever they were doing there?
I'm sure it helped, but Texas A&M is one of the most wealthy universities in America.
So you're not buying the whole like this is the stadium that Johnny built.
I played there when they were not good, and it was one of the most impressive environments I've ever seen in my life. And that was before they filled. They used to have one end zone that wasn't filled in, and they filled that sucker in. Yeah.
Do you remember what he got in trouble for?
Signing autographs or something?
The NIL stuff that he'd be okay
Not
to do
NIL.
right now. Well,
okay.
Today he'd be okay. now.
It was autographs, right?
It was autographs on shirts.
Yeah.
It was petty. It was like $15,000, $20,000 a pop for when he did it. Did you guys just see Shedeur Sanders in Times Square on a Nike billboard?
No.
You missed that?
Yeah.
That debuted yesterday. Times Square, he's holding up his wrist, the watch thing, and, what does it say? I'll look it up. It says something about time.
Time to shine, baby.
You know what time it is. With time capitalized. Capital T.
Did he get a watch deal yet?
Oh, I just assume he has a Rolex deal, but...
No, it's...
I'm sorry. You know what time it is. I'm going to show you guys. This is a billboard. You got it? There you go. Billboard in Times Square.
Damn.
That debuted yesterday. Johnny Manziel got in trouble for $15,000 of T-shirt signing.
Hey, all you dum-dums out there that are tired of Deion Sanders, we've got University of Colorado has a freaking billboard in Times Square.
You know
I
what
get
time
it. It's
is.
Shedeur Sanders. He's rocking a Colorado jersey.
Right.
Like, you're tired of Deion Sanders? No, you're not. No, you're not.
Doesn't that give you chills just a little bit?
It's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
By the way, that's not all for Shedeur yesterday.
My hot take is that Shedeur Sanders can't win a Heisman, though, because if he balls out, Travis Hunter is going to be such a unicorn at what he does that Travis will win the Heisman because what he does on offense and defense.
Go ask Jerry Rice about MVPs and Super Bowls.
You could be right, no doubt. But he just got paid for that. That's NIL money right there. And that's not all. He debuted in a new Gatorade commercial yesterday, too. So he got NIL money from Gatorade and from Nike starting yesterday.
Hey, he's a marketable dude, man. He
Ain't
is.
no doubt about it. Can you imagine if they actually lose tonight? It's unimaginable, right? They can't lose tonight.
Don't say they can't.
That's in Times Square. You can't have that in Times Square and lose to North Dakota State at home.
Mm-mm.
Are you feeling that pressure a little bit?
Yeah, I'm nervous about the game. The line's only 9.5, and I think that's pretty accurate.
A 9, it's dropped a whole point in a day.
It did. It was at 10. When did it? Where are you seeing it at 9.5?
I don't know.
Recently,
I saw it today.
That is dropping just a pinch. Yeah,
I thought it was 10.5 at the start of yesterday.
I think it might have been.
They're saying that the Sharks, though, they're loving CU on this game. Loving it because the line's gotten so low.
Oh, man. This game's going to be awesome tonight. This game is actually going to be awesome. The environment's going to be awesome.
Hey.
National TV on ESPN.
I'm excited to be up there, man. Other than the fact these night games, college football games, take 4.5 hours. I'll get home at 2 in the morning.
Reminder that Kreckman and Lindahl are at Joe Willie's starting at 3 o'clock. Joe Willie's thin crust Midwestern style pizza. Joe Willie's smash burger. Joe Willie's Broadway starting at 3. Didn't mean to end you there, Dan. Are you wrapping up?
That's all right. I'm going to have one more if you guys want to hear from Sean Payton on Troy Franklin. His thoughts.
Oh, I just can't wait.
Nah. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health, Tyler Plump is here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
When you hear guys like Paul Feinbaum calling your program irrelevant.
Colorado is nothing. They don't matter. They're irrelevant in the big picture of college football.
You talking about us? How can we be irrelevant and you talking about me?
Yeah.
Like every time I turn around, somebody's sending me a quote that you talking about.
He's a fan.
How? well, the thing about a fan, you got to understand, a fan only blows when you're hot. So we must be hot. I know what he's doing, and I'm proud of him, that he's smart enough to understand that this generation and this thought process and the way we communicate on sports is different, and he's a dying breed. So what does he have to do to stay and keep up with this change? Oh, I got to go find that big bad wolf and talk about it.
So irrelevant, Paul Feinbaum, that you got a Times Square, world's largest advertisement.
Let's see, that's fake. What's it called? Fake news. Feinbaum is talking about as a football program, as a winning football, win the Big 12 football.
Well, that's
program.
fine. That's fine.
how I took it.
You might say you're a bad program, but they're definitely irrelevant.
Can we just for a second back up and
Not a
talk
relevant
about
team,
the weirdness, the weirdness of the RG3 podcast?
Yeah. Could you do a podcast with your wife?
He's doing a podcast with his wife, and now she's no, I could not, to answer your question. No, that's.
Oh, I could.
No, you couldn't. Oh, his podcast means something else?
Did you pre-nap?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Podcast.
I bet I could sit and do a podcast with Kim and it'd be pretty entertaining.
With my wife?
Yeah.
No. If you was talking about cats, I got a cat story for you.
Can't wait.
I'll do it at the very end of the show. But remind me.
Okay.
Cat brother.
Yeah.
We got a cat story for you. You're going to want to stick around for this one. Robert Griffin's wife was a track star at Florida State. She is from Estonia.
Mm-hmm.
She's beautiful. She seems incredibly intelligent, but she still has a lilt of that accent. And there's this weird sort of, like, I think RG3 and his wife are really into each other. Like, there is some sexual chemistry between those two with every single interaction they have. I think this is a couple who is hot to trot. It was just the weirdest vibe, feeling that energy between the two of them and Prime talking about Paul Feinbaum, who's an older balding dude. Like, the whole energy of the interaction was crazy. And for the record, you should know, people listening, we have requested to have Prime on our air doing an interview. Like, at the same time.
Have you asked him? Huh? Have you asked Dion?
We have not asked him to his face.
Well, then you haven't asked him.
How would I pull that one off?
Go to a presser and say, hey, will you come on a radio show?
When would I do that during the press conference? Before or after I would ask about Aflac?
Right before the Aflac question, and after the DNVR, you go, how was your day question.
Anyways, this is the weirdest podcast with RG3 and his wife. Hey, dude, maybe there were some weird vibes with Robert that got him that bounce from that job, man. I don't know, but
I'll say this:
I don't know.
I was at his first wedding, and his current wife radically different than the first wife.
How many wives are from Estonia, Tyler? I mean, it's probably going to be radically different.
Yeah.
Would it be funny if his first wife was also from Estonia?
Estonia sounds like a town in a Fred Flintstones cartoon.
Sure does.
Hey, let's go visit my wife. She's over in Estonia.
So we did ask for Prime to do an interview with us. We did. Okay, we did. We've requested it. We were told, Dan did it. What were we told?
What are the odds that when you put in a request that anybody actually asks Dion if he'll do it?
Well, Dan
less
actually,
than 10%.
Dan officially did it. What was the interaction, Dan?
It essentially boiled down to CU's response to me was Dion prefers to go on with people that are at the pressers asking questions on the regular.
So not the number one sports talk radio station in the state of Colorado.
CU said we are on the list, and they love our station, they love our show, but we are not priority number one because Dion would prefer to go on his minions that cover them every day.
They did not say
and ask
minions.
about Affleck.
They did not
They
say
did not say
minions or
minions.
Affleck.
I'd rather go on the Affleck and the I hope you have a good day, coach.
But I know Vic has said we'd love to get him on. We have requested it.
I put it-
Tyler's broadcasting the game. Well, you're the one that could ask him. You're going to be right next to him.
I've put in a request before to I figured I wasn't going to go to the PR guys. I was going to go to the person that I know that is closest to him, right? And this is when he first got here, maybe a little bit after that. I said, hey, what are the odds between 1 in a million of Dion getting on the show? And he writes back 1. And I just wrote back, well, appreciate the honesty.
You're on the sidelines today, right?
Correct.
Andy does all the rest of them.
Are you interviewing?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you interview anybody often on the field?
You used to, not anymore.
Oh, really? For radio, you don't get anybody?
Oh, I don't.
You know, the halftime.
No.
Let's go to
Post-game
Tyler.
you do.
No. I'll get something after the game for sure.
But not at halftime.
With the players.
With
Halftime,
the players?
Yep.
In the locker room?
Yep.
But nobody on the field, hey, coach, how's the game? Nothing like that.
It's different now.
And this is the home broadcast, right?
Yeah. What are you doing here?
Nothing.
God.
I'll leave it alone.
You saw me stay out of it.
Like, geez.
I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone.
Oh, yeah. Now you'll leave it alone.
Now I'll leave it alone. And I apologize instantly. I'm a jerk.
God bless him. Like, I'm going up there right now.
See, we knew that would come in handy. I told you I'm an idiot, right? Right. No, I think CU, by the way, their PR people, they've been wonderful. They've been fantastic with everything. It's a lot of attention. There's a lot of requests. It's an exciting night tonight. Boulder's going to be hopping. So it's going to be awesome. I saw the Buff Walk yesterday. That looks incredible. That looks like a great tradition.
Down there on Pullo Street, it's fun. They do one before the game now. It's actually pretty incredible. The main like tailgate parking lot right outside of the stadium there. They do a big walk where they got the whole team that walks down and all the fans come up and they get side by side. It's pretty cool, man. Took my son up to that last year. Got Travis to stop for a photo and everything. It's fun, man.
Yeah, I'm all in right now. I don't care about all the other stuff. I'm just so pumped for I'm feeling so pumped to watch them win tonight. I'm excited.
And is CSU this weekend too against Texas?
Texas,
Same weekend?
yeah, they're a 32-point dog in Texas. Rooting for them too. That's 1:30 on Saturday. Rooting for them
Hey, it's
too.
great. Honestly, it's a great opportunity for CSU. You don't have to win that game. Go down there, look competitive.
Yeah.
And it's a huge win for you.
Syracuse is playing somebody too, but
Arkansas plays.
is playing
What's the line on 35?
UAPB.
32.
32.
Who are they playing?
UAPB.
What is that?
University of Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Oh, I saw that. And the line on that one was like 100.
Okay, so we're gonna get that one.
Yeah.
Do you watch Arkansas games? Or you?
You know what? I hate watching teams I love.
Yeah.
And Arkansas's like that. Kansas City Royals are a little bit like that. I get too nervous. I record them and I watch them, and then if bad things starts happening,
Get that
I
nervous,
turn the
really?
I turn the channel off right away.
Oh wow!
Then I'll come back and then
Really?
I get.
Hey, newsflash, you don't control anything.
I absolutely know that. I absolutely know that.
I watch Syracuse with no guilt. I don't know, whatever. Just
we go UAPB
No problem.
and then Oklahoma State next week, which is pretty good, and then South Florida or somebody like that.
Central.
Or no, University.
I mean, there's South Florida also.
University of Alabama, Birmingham, UAB.
Oh,
they played them, and then it gets straight in. Then you got Texas A&M, Tennessee, LSU, and it goes.
How many?
Here's no dumb question from earlier that I don't know that we ever found out the official answer. Does this win tonight count for CU in terms of the bowl?
It does. But it can only count one time. It does. It does is the answer. But if they were to play two teams, the other one wouldn't count. You can only count one of them. So it does. It does. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's a big game.
They put some numbers on it also, like how big is the team stadium wise. They put some crazy stipulations.
No, it matters. And if you're
like UAPB, probably won't count for Arkansas.
right, but North Dakota State definitely will. This is probably the toughest FCS team you could possibly play.
Oh, literally. I think they've won 9 out of the last 12 championships.
Well, what did Mark Johnson say? They've won 7 of the last 8 or 6 out of the last 7 Division I power teams they've played. So, keep that in mind right there, too.
Well, we're looking forward to it. I know Kreckman and Lindahl are at Joe Willie's for a live broadcast that's coming up here in just a few minutes. Cat story real quick.
Oh,
New place, 2 cats. Nobody's fault. Front door accidentally it wasn't left open, but it wasn't locked. Wind blew it open, didn't know. Both cats got out. My wife pulls into the house. I was home before her yesterday. She got home a little bit late.
Cats aren't allowed outside.
No.
Really?
Well, I don't have a yard anymore. I don't have a yard. I don't have. It's a block. You know what I'm saying? There's nowhere for them to go. No, they're not allowed outside.
It's like a brownstone in Boston.
Yeah. Can't. Found Ross, the dumb one. Amazingly, he circled back. Rachel was gone for more than 3 hours. Just gone. And my son was feeling guilty and the whole thing. And I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you because this happened to you relatively recently.
Yeah.
And you were like, the cats, kind of like, what are you going to do? That sort of thing. Rachel came back because we have an outdoor porch. Ross is like a daredevil, perched himself on the outside of the porch and started meowing. She came back because she heard him meowing. He found her. He got her back. Oh. You want to talk about animals and chemistry between them?
That's cool.
It was remarkable. Gone for more than 3 hours, and we looked all over the place. I was walking up and down I shook a cat box with cat food, their treats, for 2 hours. All right, you're getting a cool story, bro. Okay, I'm gonna beat you to the punch.
Hey, but the
cool story, bro. I'm just telling you.
The funny thing.
Goodness gracious!
All right.
And the funny thing that Rachel said.
My cats got outside.
All right.
Holy cow!
I was waiting to. All right, up yours, everybody.
Hey, but the thing that Rachel said to Ross when she walked back into the house.
What?
I thought we were on a break.
Right. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com.
I was titillated.
This game scares the hell out of me, boys.
Okay.
It scares the hell out of me.
I
was there when we lost Montana State. Can't do that. Let's go, Bucks.
Hey, but Montana State ain't as good as North Dakota State.
No, sir.
But this CU team's better than that CU team, too. Let's be honest.
That's a fact. We won 2 games.
Give me a final score.
Low scoring. What's low scoring in college football these days? 35 points?
I'd say, yeah.
All right, I'm going to go 35-24. 35-24.
So they barely cover.
Yeah.
So North Dakota State blows them out of the wall. Oh,
easy.
I thought you were saying.
We know this. North Dakota State's going to eat up that clock. They're going to run the hell out of it.
Well, we'll be back tomorrow to talk all about it. Join Kreckman and Lindahl at Joe Willie's. That starts in just 5 minutes. Have yourself a good day.
I don't eat a bunch of salad on me.
No.
Clean shaven my meat is when I'm eating it.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Cole, can you take this court through the other side, perhaps? Thanks, buddy. Does it reach? I think hopefully we'll get Marcus controlling. Plan on it.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
According to BetMGM.
Yes.
Broncos over 5.5, most bet win total at BetMGM. 93% of bets are on the over.
6 wins, Nayla. Again, let's go
6.
real quick. I told you I wouldn't pick 10 this year.
3 of the
but
first 4 on the
6?
road.
What about Broncos Steelers? Seahawks feels tough. We'll give that an L right now. I'll talk myself into
Broncos
a
are
dub next
beating
week.
Pittsburgh.
All right, there's one.
I'm confident. There's one.
They got the Raiders, though, the 6th, huh? There's 2.
When was the last time they beat the Raiders?
There's 2. There's 2. Calling it now.
Yeah.
Broncos, Saints. Saints are a weird team, man. They're a weird team. Thursday night game, short week, all that jazz.
Peyton's going to want that one.
Bad.
Yeah.
He might be game planning for that right
He
now.
might be. Peyton wants that
All
one.
right, that's win 3.
Okay.
Panthers come to town. Win 4.
Mhm.
2 more, Nate. 2 more.
Okay.
Broncos, Ravens, loss. Broncos, Chiefs. It's in the middle of a long road trip. I'm going to go loss.
Uh-huh.
Who's playing quarterback for the Falcons by November 17th?
I think Kirk Cousins.
Win!
Probably not.
You don't think so? That's at
Nah.
home.
Nah. Yeah. You can have it.
You already whooped the Colts. They're coming to town. That's win 5, Nate. The Colts are win 5.
Okay.
Who's playing QB for the Browns? Jerry Jeudy grudge match. The 6th win is the Cleveland Browns. Hit the over. Hit it.
There it is.
Do it.
There it is.
That's the one.
That's
The
the one.
Chiefs may not care by January 5th. They're 7. Boom.
Boom. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
What was the number yesterday? It was 93% of the money was on the over. I think after that segment, it's up to 97% to the money.
100%
It's
on
all
the over.
on the over.
That's right.
They
That
can't
is
be
right.
beaten. Yes. Welcome in, everybody. It's
I just
Thursday.
want to love my team. Is that all right? Can I just love my team? I just want to love my team.
You love away, my friend.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to hate it anymore.
You do the loving, all right? Please, love
I'm telling
away.
You, they're that significant other that you know is bad for you.
Uh-huh.
But you can't help it. They come back. The old positive memories come flooding back to you.
And suddenly you're responding to a you up text?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay.
You remember the Super Bowls? Remember all that winning? Remember all them touchdowns?
Those were
in
good times.
2013?
Yeah.
Remember the glow of your jersey
Those
on
were
you? And
those were good times, yeah. And then
but
she
at some point, you know what'll happen? They'll,
burn down your shed
Go into the
and-
damn 29 times, and they'll kick a field goal.
flooded your basement and skip town with a drug dealer. But hey, these
Yeah,
things
and all my money.
they happen sometimes.
Where's my TV? Maybe I don't live here anymore.
I need my television. Hey, we're on the road today, everybody. We're at Joe Willie's on Broadway. We love this place. We really do. Broadway in Louisiana, just south of Broadway in Louisiana. It's fantastic. The food is terrific. I'm told, I've heard sources have reported that we are going to get an opportunity to try more of the menu today here at Joe Willie's.
I came here hungry this time.
We're taking the Tour de Joe Willie's today, and I can't wait for it.
I don't need that. We could just repeat last time.
I'm
We'd
told
be
there's
fine.
pizza in the offing. I'm told there's a club sandwich in the offing. I'm not a member, but I love the sandwich. We have a lot to do today on this show.
All right.
6 o'clock kickoff. Buffs, bison, kind of the same animal.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Going head to head.
See, you got all worried about the Stars when we played the Stars.
Yeah.
Yet the Buff Bison thing doesn't bother. There have been a number of times when you previewed that in the previous months where I thought, you were just being cute with the Buffs.
You thought I was talking about
Yeah.
people that play for the Buffs when they are in fact Bison.
Sure.
Yes. No, they have the FCS All-Americans. The Buffs have the FBS All-Americans. So you put that one letter in there, it changes a lot of things, mostly in terms of how much money they have.
Sure.
That's a really, really big dividing line between these two programs. I saw it number up to 10.5 today. We're looking at 10.5 as the Buffs favored today over North Dakota State. We've seen reports much like the Broncos over. There is pretty massive liability on CU tonight as the public has hammered Colorado.
What was the tweet? Let me go get the tweet.
The books desperately would like a North Dakota State cover tonight. As the country is very much on Deion here in year 2. It's quite frankly, it's similar to what it was a year ago, Andy. You get to week 1 and it's, hey, these dudes are fast. Hey, look at Shedeur, most sacked quarterback in the country last year, but still top 10 in completion rate. Look at how good that this player is. That Travis Hunter. We're pumped about. I'm pumped about Travis Hunter. I can't wait to watch Travis Hunter play football. Travis Hunter is like. Even if you're listening to this show right now and you're like, I didn't go to CU, I have no allegiance to this, watch this game so you can watch Travis Hunter play football. That, to me, is a better reason than all of the Deion intrigue. It's just watch Travis Hunter kick ass and be the fastest dude we've almost ever seen play college football in these parts.
Yeah, if we get proof Bo Nix is the guy, will Travis Hunter become, like, instead of talking about quarterbacks come, near holiday season, will Travis Hunter be the guy we all talk about? Will even CSU fans accept him as a Bronco? That's the question.
Would think that they would.
I can't find the tweet, but I'd sent you the one going back to your references to how much Vegas would love an upset tonight.
Yeah.
I saw one that said it would be like Christmas coming early. They would make so much money.
Yeah.
If Colorado were to lose this one.
Yeah, massive liability on the Buffs tonight. So something to think about if you're going to crack open your app, maybe open your Sport Trade app tonight. Something to think about going into this game. Andy, I want to start, and we're going to talk to – are we talking to Mark Johnson this hour? We're talking to Mark Johnson.
Just confirmed it from his wheelchair.
Really?
I think he needs a wheel. I'm not kidding. He cannot he might be on crutches, but he's going to have to sit down. And
is it a rascal, or does somebody have to push him around?
Boy, that's a great question. I don't know.
Okay. We'll ask him at 320.
I'm not – you know what? He actually told me he lost a lot of weight. Like, he's getting all, I think, what's the thing? Self-conscious about it.
Okay.
Where he's
too thin.
Yeah.
He's like Slim Jennings Lindahl.
You've seen Mark Johnson is a man that does not want to be thin. He wants to be burly. He wants to ride the horse. He wants to be able to get the do the roping and all that kind of stuff.
I think he carries it well though.
He was not fat. He lifts like you wouldn't believe.
Sure.
I think he was fat once upon a time. And he countered it by no, I'm kidding. I'm serious.
Okay.
Like in college,
and
so he countered it by unbelievable weight. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
We would go on road trips. He would lift like 2 times. We'd get there midday. He'd have 3 lifts in. I'm like, bro, calm down. What are we doing? Are you gonna go snatch and clean something, or what are we up to here? It's all right. Let's just go get a burger.
He's got to be able to lift a horse off of himself.
No, every time
if need be.
I could pass. If ever I could not get a hold of him, I'd just go find the gym, and there he would be.
There he was.
What are you doing?
Does he wear his cowboy hat on the treadmill?
Not the last time.
Okay.
No, he actually looks like one of the coaches when he's out of his get up, if you will.
He gets in his full like university approved athleisure
apparel. Well, he's not a small man.
No.
I mean, again, he's another one. All my friends are. I feel small amongst my friend group.
And you're a giant human.
I'm really not compared to the people that I know. I'm kind of.
Yeah, but they're
runt.
like freakishly big.
Yeah, well,
like Scott Hastings is.
Yeah, people don't realize
massive.
That.
Okay,
that's a lot of human. That's so much human. It's unbelievable.
You are a giant person, though.
I don't feel that way. That may be why I roughhouse with you too much. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we're roughhousing at all.
You do touch too much. That's my biggest.
I'm not near you today. I can't grab your knee.
Last time we were at Joe Willie's, you touched my leg a lot.
Way too much.
Yeah, that's the. Thank you for going to the other side of the table.
You're not girl crazy because I kept hitting that area. I don't know where that even comes from. I think Scott Hastings used to do that to you too, where he'd get the reaction out of your leg. Should I try it now?
No, I'm good. Let's acknowledge for a second here, all right, Andy?
What?
We are living through a period of Colorado football, of athletics at CU, and really for a story here on the Front Range, we're living through one we're going to remember forever. And, like, Deion, love him, loathe him. I don't think there's many people that are indifferent to Deion Sanders. He tends to be a polarizing
how you feel
figure.
about him, right?
Yeah, very much so. But whatever way you want to turn it, this is a great sports story. We're talking about a guy that is a Hall of Famer, the greatest to ever play his position, that made the jump from youth to high school to Jackson State and the HBCU, now to the University of Colorado, a guy that, 80-plus new players a year ago, 60-plus new players on the roster again this season, a guy that is convinced, the best offensive line prospect in the country to join his team, coaching his son at quarterback, who is going to be a future quarterback on Sundays. Like Shedeur, what he ultimately becomes, I think, is up for debate, to be sure. But he's going to be a first-round pick. Travis Hunter, like I said, is going to go down as one of the best players we have ever seen play college football in this very state. Whether it is, kicking columnists out, picking fights with the CBS guys, just videos of him telling guys to pack their bags because he's bringing his luggage. The entire thing, we're never going to forget what Deion did. And if anything, let's all enjoy the fact that this is going to be memorable as hell. Whatever way it goes.
No, I'm with you. I don't know what happens beyond this year.
Right.
And I'm just going to be honest about it. I'm not going to hide from this topic. I don't know if he stays here or not.
I don't.
Because it's what I'm constantly
I fully
asked.
believe he will not be the coach at Colorado
You know what?
next
There was
year.
a time last year where I felt like he's here for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
It
was 3-0.
I don't know anymore.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. And it seemed like he was having fun. They're making money. He's bringing money.
Yeah.
I think he proved that you don't have to be at one of the blue bloods, the newer blue bloods now, the Alabamas, the Ohio States, the Michigans,
right,
to draw in top talent. But, the question continues to remain what happens when his kids aren't here. And I get so many opinions of the people that I trust up there that I don't know what happens after this year. So to your point, soak it up. This is going to be an interesting ride one way or another. I know the whole state's not into it because we always hear from the folks up north that we're not as into this, and I get it. I respect that. But this is, no matter what happens, if it only is 2 years, this will be one of the most memorable 2 years one way or another Colorado's had in a long time.
Like, I don't want to just completely dismiss out of hand what happened in 2016 and the rise is real and all of that.
Right.
But do you remember anything about the Mike McIntyre era?
I covered it. And
well, you were
really.
on the sidelines.
No,
yes.
not really.
Do you remember
Honestly,
anything about the
no.
Carl Durrell era?
It all felt the same. You know what it was? No,
Outside
Carl,
of it, it gave us Mike Sanford,
dude,
so we appreciate
Carl
that.
Durrell era was such a disaster. I was shocked. It was good the COVID season.
Yeah.
He came out and kind of got him the COVID season. Brendan Lewis, by all accounts, a nice enough kid. Could not believe the quarterback play that I watched for 2 years up there.
Right.
With Carl Durrell. That's why seeing Shedeur last year was frankly so striking for a lot of Colorado fans. You hadn't seen the position played that way since, I think, Cordell Stewart. I don't know. I don't know.
Real quick.
Coy Detmer, maybe?
Can I give you a Brendan Lewis stat?
Please.
You're going to like this one.
I don't know that I will.
You
It
will.
brings PTSD to me.
You'll enjoy this. Brendan Lewis threw 2 touchdown passes last week against SMU. Nevada
Shut
blew
up.
that game
How?
in Reno.
Okay.
He threw 2 touchdown passes. That matched his total from the entire season the year prior. Again, he threw 2 touchdowns in week 1. I think actually they were both in the first half too, and he matched the prior season's total. 2.
That's amazing to me.
2.
Seriously, that's amazing to me.
2.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, there looks like your club just got delivered. Dude, that pizza smells
I'm ready
so good.
I'm ready to register.
Hey, MJ's waiting. Maybe it's just time to take a break. Listen, did Brendan Lewis get better? I'm curious. I am asking. He had all the athleticism in the world.
A little bit.
But I'd never seen a kid run. He kept running to the right and chucking the ball out of bounds. I just could not even explain
Desperately
it.
needed development.
Explain it.
We'll go to Boulder, voice of the Buffs. Mark Johnson. We'll find out how his pelvis is doing. we're actually going to ask that question. That's not like a euphemism or anything like that. How is his pelvis doing, and how are the Buffs looking ahead of tonight's matchup against North Dakota State? What does MJ need to see out of the Pat Shurmur-led offense tonight? We'll do all of that. Coming up next, we're live at Joe Willie's on Broadway. That's Andy. I'm Nate. Cole's our engineer. Spring's back at the shop. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck and 4x4 accessories? Colorado Off-Road is the place. Actually not terribly far from where we are. It's in downtown Littleton, 3 blocks south of Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. It's easy to find, and you want to go by that showroom. Pop by the showroom, see everything they have to offer, whether you're looking for anything you can think of, really. You've heard me do these before, I hope, but bed covers, floor mats. This time of year, floor mats a good thing to kind of look into because it's about to be September. By the time we hit next week, there's going to be a little more rain, leaves starting to fall, all that kind of stuff. Keep the mess out of your car with some of the floor mats. The bed covers are great for doing the same thing in the back of your bed. Frankly, every time around Jerry, every time I'm asked about Colorado Off-Road, bed covers always seem to come up. They've got plenty of those for you to choose from. And Jerry will point you in the right direction as far as what you're looking for. Anything you want for fall, by the way, you want to get ready for snow season, Jerry can help you out. He's done the alignment on my car. He's done the shocks and struts. He's done new tires, step rails, a remote start. They can do heated seats. They got it all. Just go see him because, frankly, it's a great Colorado business. They're going on 25 years in business. Find him on the web at cooffroad.com. Give him a call at 303-761-1264.
All right, we go to Boulder right now, and we welcome in the voice of the Colorado Buffaloes ahead of tonight's matchup. A nice $700,000 payout for North Dakota State and the Colorado Buffaloes there at Folsom Field to begin the 2024 campaign. We'll have kickoff at 6 o'clock. Our man will be calling the game on Learfield. He is the voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. Mark, how's your pelvis, man? How are you? How do you feel?
Oh, you know what? It's I'm feeling better. I'm not going to win a foot race right now, Nate. I guarantee you that. I move like I'm 150 years old at this point in time, but it is slowly coming back. Thank goodness that's affected, but the voice and my eyes aren't. So we'll be okay tonight.
You sound wonderful. We're so glad to hear that recovery is going okay. Can you tell us sort of the details? Like, how are you getting from truck to press box? How are you going to be standing to do the game? Like, how are you going to battle your way through this? Because this cannot be comfortable.
No, it's not. So as of tomorrow, we're 4 weeks out from surgery. And so right now, for the first, they're telling me about 6 weeks, I have to walk aided. So with a walker or with crutches. I've got crutches here today, and I move very slow. We're just about to head out after I'm done with you guys, heading out to Wayne Field to do our pregame show. And they've got a cart downstairs that's going to drive me over there, and then they'll drive me back afterward. And I get up here, and I've got a very comfortable chair. I will not be standing during the game. I'm not allowed to put any weight on the left side. And so we have had some talks about how to adapt this whole thing so that it works. And my crew's been great. Reed and Shannon, everybody been great kind of helping me work this thing out here today. And I'll be taking some pain medication. So if I say something very odd, by the way, I'll have total ability to say it wasn't me, it was the pain medication I'm taking.
If you question a plane call, it was all pain medication there. So.
It wasn't me. It was the drugs talking.
All right, Mark, you know what?
I've tried to use that excuse for years, by the way.
Yeah,
it's
but
never
with
worked.
you, we buy it. with you, there's an aura to you.
Why do you think I had that article at Ever Post? That gives me the deniability right there. I want everyone to know, see, I'm injured. I need this. And so if I do say something on, I've got at least backing, you know?
By the way, and just real quickly, in case anybody is listening to this, they didn't see the story in the Post. They haven't heard us allude to this. Mark suffered an injury, a substantial injury, an accident, doing some team roping. He was unfortunately launched. Well, you hit the saddle horn, and then you had to take yourself off the horse, of what I understand.
Yeah, the saddle horn hit my pubic bone, if you will, and they call this the open book. So your pelvis just pops wide open. Then you lose your legs, and then I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm going to come off. This is going to hurt. So I push myself off to the right so I didn't fall off and break my neck and have worse things happen. And that's the kind of the story. And broke some ribs and some other things, but I'm doing pretty well.
All right, let's talk some football. You and I did the season a year ago, and I feel like I don't know any more what to expect than I did a year ago, other than I know now better how good I think Shedeur and Travis Hunter are. We've heard about rebuilt lines. I know that the secondary is, I think, highly thought of. I don't feel like I know much about the linebackers. I know he always brings in great skill talent. The breakdown from Brian Howell was good skill positions. We'll see about the lines. What do you know? What do you think you know after watching practice?
Well, I think this. I think maybe the most improved unit on the team is the defensive front. I think they might be very, very good when it's all said and done. The two Pitt transfers, I think, can be difference makers. B.J. Green, who came in, was an all-Pac-12 player from Arizona State. I think he's a difference maker. I do think they're going to be very good up front defensively. On the offensive line, they're improved. Now, how much? Watching them a little bit, and Gary, since I wasn't able to get out to a lot of practices this year, Coach Barnett was giving me some scouting reports, day in and day out. He'd text me or call me and let me know what was going on. And his assessment and the bit that I saw, the line's better. But going against that front, I couldn't quite tell how much. I think they're better on the left side than they are on the right side. So there's some growth and maybe some liabilities need to patch up on the right-hand side. But I think it's going to be better than a year ago. And so that's a good starting point because we know this. Last year, Shedeur was sacked 52 times. If you cut that number in half, which still wouldn't be a great number, but if you're at 26, that's a much better situation. You give him that kind of time with the wide receiving core that they have, and it might be a top 5 room in the country. I think they could be a lot of fun to watch on offense. And so it's a better football team. I think you're going to see improvement defensively with that front. They're going to be outstanding in the back end. And so this is a better football team, I believe, in your number 2 for Pride.
Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs. It is Colorado and North Dakota State tonight at 6 o'clock. You listen to that game via Learfield Sports. All right, MJ, the run game. You mentioned the offensive line, the rebuilt offensive line. They'll have a good challenge tonight against that North Dakota State front seven. But it was the worst run game in the country last year, at least statistically speaking. They bring in Dallin Hayden from Ohio State. He looks like he could have star potential.
Yes.
Getting the run game going, is that something that Buffs fans should expect, or is that sort of one of the mysteries that we shall find out about?
Well, I think, yes, they should expect an improved run game. They have to. Now that doesn't mean this, they're all of a sudden going to turn into Air Force, for goodness sakes, and rush the ball, because that's not what this team's going to be. They're going to run four wide. I mean, that's what they're going to do. Coach Prime has got his kid, who is obviously a top 10 first-round NFL draft pick, and a group of great receivers. So they're going to throw the ball on a consistent basis, but you have to be able to alleviate the pressure on that every once in a while, right? And so, Dallin Hayden looks the part. We had him on the show on Tuesday on the Prime show. I mean, he looks the part when he walks in the room. You understand why he was a top 10 running back coming out of high school, rushed for over 500 yards his first year, his freshman year at Ohio State, had some injuries last year, but you can see why he has that kind of potential. And then, Michael Welch, the freshman, is a very shifty type runner. I think he's a lot of fun, and we should expect some great things out of him. Isaiah Gustav's another guy they transfer in. So they've got some tools back there. But then again, what does it fall to? Can they protect? Can they open holes for a running game? And so once again, we're going to be focusing on that offensive line. But they should expect an improved running game after where they were a year ago.
Mark, I know it's kind of been an interesting week up there as far as the outside media and all the stuff, Sean Keeler, Prime, that whole deal. But everything I see, it's about Colorado. It's about Coach Prime. It's about this with the media, this and that. But the focus has really been on Deion. Do you think that has helped his team get ready? Because they haven't really had to deal with a lot of noise about them or the ending of last year or any of this other stuff. Do you think has that helped the team just be able to quietly prepare as Coach kind of takes all the attention?
Well, it certainly does galvanize him a little bit. I mean, to a man, the guys you talk to, they've kind of got that, us against the world kind of mentality. Now, what does that mean once the ball is kicked off? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if that helps him in any way, shape, or form. But because there always is so much noise and attention surrounding the program, I guess if it's going to fall on the head coach, that's better than having it fall on the players that they've got to deal with and be asked about it all the time, because all the questions have been, directed at the head coach. And so I think that's a good thing in that regard. But it's typical of the program. Prime is a attention-generating machine, and so good or bad, the attention's always kind of on him, and that's just kind of the way Colorado football is right now.
Well, you have seen some interesting games, some interesting openers. You called a lot of Colorado football over, Mark, what are we going on down here? 20 years, over 20 years?
Number 21 this year, yeah.
Number 21.
On to decade number 3.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
What do you worry about in an opener? Because I always think unpredictability. What do you worry is the wrong word, but what is it about an opener that can be unique in your mind?
Well, I'm not sure, Andy, if it's even just the opener. It's, I'm a North Dakota native, as many folks know, and I grew up watching North Dakota State. I was at a show this morning, and I made this comparison. The guy said, well, what are they? And I said, you know what? They're the FCS version of Boise State. They've got a program. It's a system. It never changes. They change coaching staffs. It's the same thing. NDSU, going back to my college days when I graduated from the University of North Dakota, the rival, they're doing the same thing today they did in 1985. I mean, it's unbelievable. It hasn't changed in 40 years. They come out, they're physical, they're simple, they run a simple 4-3 defense, they just don't make mistakes. Last year they had 39 sacks and 21 interceptions. They don't beat themselves. They pound the football, and that's what they do game in and game out. Their coach this week said, the first quarter it might be 2 or 3 yards. We hope in the fifth quarter then it's 5, 6, and 7. That's what they do, and they don't throw it away. They don't hurt themselves. They don't commit silly penalties. They don't turn the ball over. That's what is concerning about this game. There are 2 games this weekend. There's this one here tonight, and then on Saturday when defending national champion South Dakota State plays at Oklahoma State. Those, to me, are 2 of the most fascinating games this weekend.
Talking to Mark Johnson. Again, huge one tonight, the Buffs in North Dakota State. Mark, I feel as though sometimes we're guilty of, we'll talk about the Denver Nuggets and we don't talk enough about Nikola Jokic. We talk about other things that are going on with the team. You overlook the greatness sometimes, and I don't want to do that. So let's talk about Travis Hunter and what we should expect from him this season, what steps forward he tried to take in his offseason to be even better, and what we expect will be his final year of college football.
Well, I'm sure you guys saw some of the same things that I did, the ESPN article that they did on him and talking about his off-season workouts, and the gentleman that was training him talked about what a freak. He said somebody needs to do a biopsy on this guy to find out what he's made of. He's stronger this year, and he looks it. You know, when I see him down in the locker room and around the facility, he looks a little different to me. Last year, I thought he was a little on the thin side. He's filled out. And so the freak of nature that he is, and then, you know, improving upon that physically, I can't wait to watch him. They continue to say they're not going to pull back on the numbers. Guys, he played 1,100 snaps last year and missed 3.5 games. Set a CU record for snaps in a season and didn't play a full season. They're not going to back off on that. He's going to play both sides of the ball. For my money, and I'm biased, I don't claim I'm not, he is the most dynamic player in college football and the biggest freak I've ever witnessed. And so you better enjoy it for the next 12-plus games, because we're not going to see this kind of thing come around in Boulder for a long, long time.
All right, Mark. Big 12 is back. Where are you looking forward to go? I know that Central Florida Classic matchup is the one that you can't wait on. But what trip are you looking forward to? What trip are you hoping to maybe avoid?
Oh, you know what? I mean, I like. We were just talking about this here in the booth a while ago. What I missed in the Pac-12 was the college feel, right? The Big 10, Big 12 kind of feel where it matters in every market. Obviously, next week we're going to be in Lincoln, Nebraska. That's going to be fantastic. I mean, that's a great college town. Within the conference, you know, I'm looking at the road schedule. We got Central Florida, Arizona, which we've been at many times in the Pac-12, Texas Tech, and Kansas. Texas Tech is kind of fun. So if I look at the road games this year, that might be the one where I'm kind of looking forward to this year. It's not necessarily my favorite place in the Big 12, but it's just it's a place we haven't been in a long time. They've got great tradition and atmosphere and energy when you walk in that stadium. So I just like being back at a conference where you go to college towns. You don't get lost in L.A. or Phoenix or San Francisco. They appreciate it when you come into town. They hate you, but they do it with energy, and then they wave to you on the way out. I miss that aspect of college football we haven't had for quite some time.
Are you on your painkillers already? You want to go to Lubbock, Texas? What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, really.
Well, did you take a Vicodin? What are you on?
Orlando, Tucson, and at KU. Really, there's your highlights. You want to pick one out of those three for me?
We had a good steak in Kansas at one time. And
I
then,
mean,
Hawk lost his mind and wouldn't call a run play the second half, but, you know.
If we weren't wrapping up the season with Oklahoma State here, we were going to Stillwater. I said that would have been my pick, but that's not the case. And so I was limited to the 4 games that I've got. And so I told you.
You don't like Orlando, Big Mark Johnson at Disney World
not
with your cowboy hat?
Chance.
Come on.
No.
Get Reed to wheel you around the Magic Kingdom or whatever?
Hey, Orlando's like going to L.A. or some other major market. There's nothing unique about that. You know,
are you bitter that you don't get any more in and out? Is that really what this is about? Are you mad that the in and out will not be as prevalent?
I told you I'm not unhappy about leaving the Pac-12. I'm happy to be back in college towns. I like college towns when it comes to college football, and now we get to go back to some. And the first one I throw it, you've got a problem with. You know?
Yeah, Lubbock, Texas. Nobody likes Lubbock, Texas. I don't even know why anybody still lives there. I can't believe the city hasn't shut down. Texas hates Lubbock, Texas.
Well, you know what, Lindahl? You just met somebody who's looking forward to going back to Lubbock, Texas. So deal with that for the rest of the afternoon.
All right.
And he's admitted on air he's medicated. It's fine.
It's
fine.
Mark Johnson's just going to be wandering the quads of the various different campuses this year, just taking in the majesty of academia.
Yeah, that's it. He's the Keith Jackson.
Have a great call tonight. Obviously, be careful. Don't growl so hard that you pop a pelvis or anything like that. And have a great call tonight.
All right, boys. We'll talk to you later. See you.
All right. The great Mark Johnson, the voice of the Colorado Buffaloes, with us right there today on the show. I love a guest that just admits he's high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the answer proves it. Come on, Lubbock, Texas, get out of here.
I've never been.
Don't.
That's all I need to know.
Just drive through, baby. Matter of fact, don't even mind the speed limit. I think the cops understand. They're like, go ahead, man. We get it.
Just accelerate.
Just go ahead.
Get through the damn place. Buffs,
Hey,
Bison
I'm
tonight.
talking trash about Lubbock,
Yeah.
and my grandma lived in Amarillo. That's all you need to know.
My grandma?
Listen, Amarillo ain't exactly San Diego, okay?
I would have liked that sentence better if you said Amarillo in San Diego.
Amarillo by morning.
That's Andy
Up
Lindahl, everybody. We're out
San
at Joe
Antonio.
Willie's today. We are.
What is going on with that pizza crust, by the way? How good is the pizza crust? Did you get to the crust?
What I like about the crust is it is well seasoned.
Yes, it's so good.
It's perfectly just golden brown and crispy.
I'll admit to you, we got a barbecue chicken pizza, which normally I can have barbecue and I can have pizza. I don't need them married together.
Sure.
That's a fine barbecue chicken pizza.
Let's just get them together.
And now we're going to hammer
Okay.
some club. How's the club?
The club's delightful. It's fantastic. Love who you love. Chicken and barbecue should love pizza. There you go, everybody. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman live at Joe Willie's ahead of CU and North Dakota State tonight. It's a great place to watch the game. Broadway in Louisiana. You can't swing a dead cat in this place without hitting a television. So get down here. Why does that expression exist? I still have no idea.
Well, you ain't swinging a live cat.
We skin cats. We swing dead cats.
Because people don't really like it.
Why are people doing these things? They're grotesque. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Spring, did you play this because North Dakota State's getting 6 figures tonight? Cash does rule everything around the Bison. They agreed on this game, by the way, Andy, 8 years ago.
Okay, so that's where it goes, because a lot of people were saying, why would you – this team is so tough.
Yeah.
It's not recommended – and they've talked about this in numerous outlets, ESPN, Fox Sports, whatever, how this is not really a team that you want to start off with unless you're sure – like if you're Ohio State, fine, right?
Yeah.
But this is going to be an interesting game tonight. Did you also see where they had to, because of the new rules, because of who was our guy from Michigan?
Connor Stallions?
Connor Stallions.
Yep.
How could I ever forget the name? Thanks to him, all FBS schools have the in-ear communication system like the NFL. FCS doesn't have it. North Dakota said, fine, we'll put it in for this game.
That's awesome. For their one FBS game.
Yes.
But, hey, 700 G's pays for itself. And maybe one day it'll be available at the FCS level and they'll be ahead of the game.
Right.
That's the way they're thinking about this. I think to me, Andy, and this game to me is about trenches and who can control it there. I think if Colorado can, their speed on the outside will eventually, it will take over. It will win out. Colorado will win this game tonight. But if this doesn't go well on the inside, particularly CU's rebuilt offensive line against North Dakota State's front seven, 3 preseason All-Americans, defensive end Dylan Hendricks, their defensive tackle Eli Mostert, their linebacker Logan Kopp. I mean, North Dakota State has just got studs all over the place. Numerous reports of these guys turning down bigger paychecks to go to the FBS level and stay there at North Dakota State. The continuity in that program, even with a new head coach in Polasek this year, it's his 3rd stint coaching in North Dakota State. Like Mark Johnson talked about, they absolutely know exactly what they're doing. And if you're looking for reasons why this game is dangerous for Colorado, yes, they're bigger, stronger, faster, but 65 new faces in Boulder this year.
Yeah.
Much like a year ago, where we came into the season going, how's this thing going to gel? Well, once again, we're asking that question. We're asking it in a game where they're playing a team that really knows exactly what they are. They got a quarterback that has made 38 collegiate starts. They got a backup quarterback who they will use in sub packages who can run the ball. Like, these dudes know exactly what they are.
Yeah, and I think it makes them a dangerous opening opponent. College football games, to me, are always that first game is always just you don't know what you're going to get.
Right.
And I don't care what team you are, right? That's why the games in Ireland have been so interesting because they've had some pretty good – who was it? Northwestern upsetting one of the big schools a couple years ago.
Georgia Tech was a double-digit dog, and they go and beat
That's
Florida
true.
State in that game last week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, these goofy things happen in week 1.
Well, now both Coach and Mark have brought up, and I continue here, the defensive line of Colorado is supposed to be much improved.
Yes.
I don't think they want the ball run against them like they had it a year ago. So that's where you talked about this game being in the trenches. I could see this. I could see this being maybe a bit of a strength on strength there if all the reports are true. Now, we'll see. I don't know, Nate. It's – I feel like Colorado – I think they're going to be better than they were a year ago. But –
Have to be.
But –
Have to be.
You got to coach it a little bit better, okay? I don't know whether it was the Sean Lewis thing. Offensively, you've got to be able to have an answer, and I don't really necessarily want to put that all on Coach Lewis. You either have the personnel. Coach Barnett, what he tells us yesterday, they want to use a tight end.
Yeah.
That if there's going to be extra pressure and they know the right side might need a little bit longer to totally gel, then Shermer wants to use a tight end. But Dion doesn't necessarily want to use a tight end because he likes his 5 wide sets.
I mean,
and
put it
things
this
like
way.
that, and
It's last year when they made the switch from Lewis to Shermer, did it look appreciably better after that?
No.
Not really.
Because, again, you got the same personnel, and what Coach Prime wants is the spread personnel. He wants to use a spread offense. He wants that to be his identity.
And I mean, another part of that, too, and that's disconcerting when you have that kind of upheaval on your coaching staff during a season. 7 new assistants on the staff this year at Colorado. It's just sort of another place where again, you can make changes and everything could be the exact perfect fit, and this staff could gel, and this whole thing could take off, and Colorado can go win 8-9 games this year. I firmly believe if Shedeur, if Travis, if that defensive line, if Jordan Seaton at left tackle, if that group stays fully healthy this season, they've got the talent to be able to do that. I've no question about that. It's just like, can you guys get a solid foundation underneath you? Because ultimately, the best college football programs, they always have that.
Right.
They always have a clear delineation and a plan, and that's the thing that we need to see out of Deion and CU.
Well, the other thing we have to see on the defensive side of the ball, and I hate this. Can you help me? The defensive coordinator, Charles, that they lost last year.
Oh, the dude from Alabama.
Yeah, I'm spacing his last name, but he was really – I thought he was a good coach, but I think he was undermanned defensively. You can't let crossing routes just eat you alive for half the season, though. That's where I go back to some of the coaching. Hopefully that's going to be improved if you're a Colorado fan. There's certain things where you've got the talent. Now hopefully you can coach it up a little bit more. I don't know. I'm just so happy the college football season's here.
Damn right. Big one coming up here tonight between the Buffs and the Bison of North Dakota State. Elsewhere on the Front Range, we'll have CSU in action against Texas coming up on Saturday. That's a 1:30 game. Andy, Air Force opens with Merrimack.
Good old Merrimack?
Merrimack.
Don't they make films?
That was good.
Yeah, you like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
First ever meeting between Air Force and Merrimack, by the way.
What is Merrimack known for? Help me out. Mascot? What are we doing? Where is it? Lubbock, Texas?
I swear to God, I have no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a school until you said something.
Merrimack.
That's not in your big book of stuff?
Merrimack is not an FBS program.
Phil Steele didn't want to go talk to Merrimack?
Phil Steele's got a line that he draws.
And Merrimack is it.
Merrimack College, private Augustinian University in North Andover, Massachusetts.
Okay.
There you go. Founded in 1947 by the Order of St. Augustine with an initial goal to educate World War II veterans. Well, that's a good goal.
Great
That's
goal.
honorable.
I don't think they know what they're getting into, do you?
They can have a tough one.
Yeah.
That's
those Academy boys are probably going to leave you a little beat up.
Parents' Weekend down there at Air Force.
Hold on, the first game?
They do Parents' Weekend right early on.
Really?
Yeah, you got to remember the cadets have gone through, they had to go through the basic and the freshman,
They haven't seen each other in a while. Is what you're saying.
Exactly. So they do the Parents' Weekend early on in the year. Typically, the football program will schedule up a cupcake. Recent seasons, they've beaten Colgate 48-7 back in 2019. They beat Louisiana Lafayette 35-14 in 21. Beat Northern Iowa 48-17 in 2022. Last year, you'll recall Air Force beat Bob Morris 42-7. 42-7 in the opener.
Good old Bob Morris. You've been in a football game when you played Bob Morris.
Bob Morris. I think Bob Morris opens with Utah State this year, I do believe. If I'm remembering my Mountain West Week 1 opponents correctly.
Okay. Didn't you just do the podcast?
I did, yes.
Is that why Bob Morris is fresh of mind?
It's when there's 12 non-conference games in 1 week. Some of the games stay front of mind.
Okay.
And others, like when you're playing Bob Morris, tend to fade away a little bit for me.
So going to Texas is going to push you to top of the chain.
Yes.
Bob Morris rolling anywhere.
You just you let that slip through, okay? I remembered Air Force was playing Merrimack.
Good job.
Thank you.
I didn't know anything about Merrimack. What did you get the mascot? What was it again?
Great question. What is Merrimack? They are the Warriors.
Of course they are.
Their mascot is Mac the Warrior.
Good old Mac?
Yeah, Mac the Warrior.
Not Mac the Knife?
Let's see. Notable alumni.
Okay.
Is
good for old Chuck Day.
Carl Yastrzemski went to Merrimack.
Yes.
Yaz went to Merrimack. He was Hawk Harrelson's favorite baseball player of all time. He compared everybody to Yaz.
Good old Yaz.
Can I have a moment for a quick public service announcement?
Got about a minute, yeah.
Okay. Thank
Is
you.
that a moment?
Thank
How
you for
much
1
of a
minute.
moment?
A moment, a minute.
Well, hey, I'm just
whatever you want to call it. I'm really cutting into this moment, by
I was about
the way.
to say, now it's 55. Never mind.
With this moment
The moment's over.
rant.
Seize the moment, Nate.
Any of you that are driving.
Yes.
From eastbound 6th Avenue.
Okay.
And then merging onto I-25 southbound. Okay? I don't think this is the first time I've ever had to say this before on the radio, but I drove it today on my way here.
You were reminded.
And I was reminded, okay? I want to let everybody know, because this is the worst interchange in Denver as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
And I just need everybody to know, as you're going from 6 eastbound and then merging on I-25 south, the lane that you will merge into, guys, you have like a mile until Alameda pops up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You don't have to instantly jam on your brakes and shove yourself into the next lane to your left, thus causing a backup like all the way to Golden on 6th Avenue. It's not required of you. Just go ahead, just hit the gas.
Get up to speed.
Just cruise.
Yeah.
You got time.
Yeah.
You will find
zipper in there.
A gap that should meet your desires to be able to. You can hit left on the old turn signal, check that blind spot, give a glance at the mirror, and then just move over. But more than anything, accelerate. Okay? Please.
Do not stop the progress of everyone moving forward.
Do not touch your brakes right there. Thus, and that, I get it, that interchange sucks. I understand it. But the biggest problem is the motorists. And I need all of you to just recognize, go ahead, just drive.
Move it on over.
I-25 will provide you ample opportunity with which to merge. And that's my request. If you are on your way to come see us today here at Joe Willie's and you want to take I-25 southbound to Broadway from 6 East, just remember, go. Go. And that's my request.
Vic Lombardi, will you be getting Nate Kreckman back for me for the next segment?
Just go.
Just drive.
If everybody does it,
then we're all good.
We'll be much happier. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live at Joe Willie's on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.